All right, let's get right to it. Yo, and we are live. Yo, guys, this is Set with Set Media, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's bilateral meeting with the president of Argentina to explain why, in God's name, are we giving them $20 billion? And then we're going to get into a media analysis right after. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get right into it.
Most beautiful places in the world, President, and I really want to thank you very much. He's MAGA all the way. It's make Argentina great again. I heard about him when he was campaigning, and even before his campaign. He's a great economist, and he was saying a lot of very correct things, and he was very much in a conservative mode. And I heard all about you as you were running, and even before you were running, because as a tremendously talented economist, you were getting a lot of good write-ups, and I appreciated that. But he was make Argentina great again. It worked. I actually sent him some hats for his early part of the campaign, and then he called me. He wanted a lot more, and I said, "When does it stop? When will it stop?" And it stopped with him winning, and he's become very popular, and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. I think he's really on the verge of tremendous economic success, and I know that Scott Bessent is helping, and our great Scott is doing a job, and he feels very strongly about it. And
now, the president of Argentina, he did somewhat save his economy from economic collapse, but now is facing, destabilization. Now it's, things looking a bit shaky with the new strategy. So he's coming to America with like, hey, we need 20 billion to stabilize our currency so our economy don't go under and it destabilizes the region. And yes, if an economy goes under, it can destabilize the region. We don't want a whole bunch of South Americans coming over here to America because, well, of a bad economy. I mean, look what happened to Venezuela.
Scott, do you want to say just a couple of words about that, please?
Yes, sir. The president is fighting 100 years of bad economic history and policy, and is
both presidents.
Both.
We're fighting bad. I thought he was talking about the U.S. president when he said that.
He ain't lying.
There's a midterm election coming up. We think he's going to do quite well, and then continue his reform agenda. Mr. President, as you said, President Obama had a big opportunity during his term, which he wasted. Many governments in Latin America went center-right, and the U.S. ignored them. We are not going to ignore our allies. It is economic strength. We're using our economic strength to create peace, just as you've done all over the world. And it is much better to form an economic bridge with our allies, people who want to do the right thing, than have to have shoot at narco gunboats. So we think that this is an opportunity for the Argentinian people, and that President Milei is the one to do it.
The funny thing about those narco boats is that, a lady got a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking out about it, and shout out to her. But it's crazy how, people in our country was low-key trying to shun this man Trump over it or criticize him.
He's got a great cabinet. He's got a great team who we've worked with over the past weeks.
And the election is coming up very soon, and it's a very big election being watched by the world because he's done an incredible job. But with that comes some pain, and they have some pain, and now they're coming out of it. I think the victory is very important. Your poll numbers, I hear, are pretty good, but I think they'll be better after this. And our approvals are somewhat subject to who wins the election, because if a socialist, or in the case of New York City, a communist wins, you feel a lot differently about making an investment. I think, Scott, you'd feel that if somebody that had no chance, in other words, if somebody wins and has no chance of ever having a great economy because of that philosophy, you would put a halt to what we're doing.
Yes, sir, and we're confident that President Milei is going to do well. We've been criticized by a couple of American Peronists, like Senator Warren. She.
That's a compliment. Yeah. She has no idea what she's doing. She's a nasty, horrible senator. Go ahead.
And-
Other
and-
than that, I like her very much.
Yeah, and she and her protege in New York, Mandami, who I don't even think he's a Peronist. I think he's more of the communist chauvinismo. So we stand with the president and what he stands for and the hope for the Argentinian people. And President Trump, just like you, he carries the young people. So it's hope for the future. The Argentines have made...
I'll tell you this, Mondani, well, we're not going to call him a straight up communist yet, but he is a democratic socialist. So his policies does means that, all right, well, I want to raise taxes, take a lot of money from people. And then, I'm going to trust the government to go ahead and spread it amongst the people. How often does that work? Well, not so much. I mean, check out China and check out other socialist countries as well.
The decision to shake off 100 years of bad policy. They went from one of the richest countries in the world to a ton of debt. And I think that with the bridge the U.S. is giving them and the strong policies, that Argentina can be great again.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead, please.
Muchísimas gracias por esta recepción. Me siento muy honrado, muy especialmente en este momento en el que, digamos, gracias al gran liderazgo suyo, presidente Trump, ha logrado la paz en Medio Oriente. No solo que además también quiero agradecer.
We're gonna go past that because apparently we can't hear his translator for some reason. But well, I mean, most likely he's saying appreciate the $20 billion you're giving us to stabilize our currency so we don't go under.
Because I think he made a very, you all either have that, has everyone understood? Because I think he made a very important, profound statement, actually. But we could have it interpreted if you want. Does anybody want it interpreted? Would you like that?
Please.
Would you like it? Can the interpreter speak what, do we have somebody set up for that? You want?
Everybody wrote it down.
So if the president would like to repeat his statement, we can do it.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll leave it that way. So it's an honor to have you here. And I just want to tell you that your career has been an amazing one, and it's going to continue with the election. You're going to win the election. We're going to endorse you. I'm going to endorse you today, fully endorse you. And people in Argentina like me. A lot of people like me. I'm even surprised myself. But we had a great week. We had a great weekend. We had a great period of time in the Middle East. It was very comprehensive. It went very rapidly, and I think it's going to lead to something that's going to be unrecognizable, certainly for the Middle East, what's taken place.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. We got 200 y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen.
In the last few days, people can't believe it. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen the love and the spirit. And I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of deals. I've done a lot of political deals where countries come into line or whatever. But I've never seen anything like this, the level of love. And it has to do with the mystique of the Middle East, I think. Because if I did other countries, I did 7 other settlements of wars, complete settlements of wars, and it was very well received. But this is something I've never seen anything like it. The media covered it very fairly, and even the fake news, of which we have a lot, they actually covered it fairly for a change. And I appreciated that. We have to get back to that. It's so important. But I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, and we're going to have lunch, and we'll take a couple of questions from the news, and I'm sure they'll be extremely non-hostile and friendly. Like JD went through a very friendly interview with George Slopadopoulos, who was nice enough to pay me $16 million the last time we came. He had to pay $16 million to me, which was good. It was worth it. It was worth having somebody.
Yeah, because he was going around saying that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll or he's liable for rape when no, it was liable for sexual assault through civil court, so it's not a criminal charge. But hey, man, you need less evidence in civil court.
Lie.
A lot of people don't know that.
$16 million, that's good. But JD had a very nasty person interviewing him, and we can't let that happen. Just as inappropriate. to cut off the highly respected Vice President of the United States mid-sentence. I guess it's one way to win an argument. That was the only way he was going to win the argument. So it was pretty inappropriate. I want to tell you that. So thank you very much. Do you have something there?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I wonder if I can find it.
Yeah.
Darle.
I'll get it. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
And when he did this letter, Mr. President, your settlement in the Middle East wasn't done. So we have to do a new letter
Let's do that.
to include that, because this is a very important.
You'll have to add one extra sentence. Per paragraph.
Exactly.
That's great. Thank you very much. This is a great, such a beautiful statement. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, how is this Argentina?
Why don't we talk about Argentina first? And then go ahead. How is Argentina going?
Mr.
About
President,
the
how is this
influence of
Argentina?
China in Argentina? Sorry.
Go ahead.
How is this Argentina rescue package America first? And is
Now, I hope somebody asks him about the soybeans. So I'm like, yo, what's up with you, China and the soybeans? They start buying from you. Now, that may be to spite us. Like, let's be real. That may be to spite the U.S. But I would ask him what's going on with you in China and these soybeans.
this rescue package meant to help President Malay's party in the coming election?
No, it's helped. It's really meant to help a good financial philosophy where Argentina can, after 20 years of
Yeah, this is not about, campaign support. I mean, we're not going to get him in $20 billion to campaign. We're giving him $20 billion to stabilize his economy and stabilize his currency.
disaster, because it was very successful at one point, and it can be again, like Venezuela. Venezuela was very, very successful, and now it's a dictatorship. So when we can help our neighbors, we're making tremendous progress in South America. South America, Marco was telling me, he's like our great expert here. He really knows it. But you were telling me that so many of the countries are coming our way, and we had a few years ago when I just came back. So I've been here now almost 9 months. But when I just came in, I was amazed to see how poorly we've done. We lost so many, and one of them was Argentina. Would be lost if he wasn't there. And I think he will be there because the people recognize he's done an amazing job. He took over a real mess. So did I take over a mess. I took over a mess by, the Biden group. And Obama he started it. I'll tell you, Barack Hussein Obama started it. Could you give a couple of words on South America? You were telling me so well yesterday how well we're doing. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, we have now 8 or 9, 10 countries, Argentina being foremost among them, that have aligned with the United States on issue after issue in international community events all over the world. In fact, these great allies like Argentina, but I can go into others, Costa Rica, I don't want to leave anybody out, El Salvador, but I think.
And these will be all the countries that would be destabilized if Argentina was to go under. So, like I said, one of the main reasons we're giving them the $20 billion is for, economic regional stability. Yes. And the regional part is highlighted because if they go down, then majority of South America is going to go down. And we want to look out for all of them. So by looking out for Argentina, we're also looking out for all of our other allies in South America. And I know, trust me, I don't like the way we're doing it either by just throwing money into the air for these guys. But hey, if it's to help out the allies and keep them on our side, then it is what it is.
One of the more promising developments is later this month, there'll be an election in Bolivia. After 25, 30 years of anti-American hostile government, both of the candidates running in that election, in the runoff election, want strong and better relations with the United States and another transformative opportunity there. But so I think this is important. This is our hemisphere. It's where we live. And having strong neighbors such as this.
And great progress has been made, really.
And we'll make more. Absolutely.
Over the last 9 months. Really over the last 9 months. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, from Argentina, Buenos
Yes.
Aires, do you imagine soon a free trade agreement with Argentina? Could it be possible soon?
Yeah, it will be. Well, we're going to discuss some of it today. But no, we want to help Argentina. And we want to always help ourselves. but we want to help Argentina. And one of the ways we
Sure
can do,
do.
they have great product.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jet for starting us off. He said, "Dem see Argentina failing as move voters for them." Honestly, well, my bad, as more voters for them. And you're right, because that's what happened with Venezuela and other Latin American countries. Is that when their economy fails, high immigration happens. And where do they immigrate to? The closest economically stable country to them, America. And we let them in. Well, Biden was letting them in willy-nilly. So yes, I do hear what you're saying, Jed. He's exactly right. Dems definitely were seeing Argentina failing as a more voters for them. Because if they fail, where are they going to migrate to? America. And who's going to let them in? The Dems. And let's be real, were they going to care about what we thought about it? Of course not.
And we used to do a lot of trade, and then if you look at what the Democrats, well, they didn't know. They didn't know. Honestly, they didn't know what they were doing. But a lot of that trade disappeared, and they have great products. So we will be trading with Argentina. It'll be helpful to them, and it's helpful. It's good for us also.
Was China trying to draw a wedge between the U.S. and Argentina by buying soybeans from Argentina and not U.S. farmers?
I would say so. Yeah.
And,
Look,
and China
likes to draw wedges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess that's natural. It's China, and it's natural, but it's not gonna mean anything in the end.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, from Argentina, should Argentina end the China swap and close the space base in Neuquén?
I don't think you should be doing business much with. You can do some trade, but you certainly shouldn't be doing beyond that. Certainly shouldn't be doing anything having to do with the military with China. And
Yeah.
if that's what's happening, I'd be very upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, you can do business with China, but as soon as you start, I don't know, working with their military, practicing with them, I don't know, buying military weapons from them, then yeah, you are kind of looking like the enemy at that point.
Yeah.
What about the swap?
And, due to what China was trying to do with their rare earth minerals imports, exports, and how they were trying to control every country that uses their tech to refine their rare earth minerals, how they were trying to control their exports was wild, and they overplayed their hand on it. But if they would have succeeded, I mean, they'd have limited our supply and they'd have skyrocketed our prices. And you know what? The American people wouldn't even have noticed it was China. They'd have just blamed Trump.
Right?
Mr. President,
You do understand.
Mr. President, what about the swap? Because it's so important for Argentina, the swap.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
central bank.
The American assistance is not predicated on the swap with China being closed. Any reporting to that effect is incorrect.
But you said that Argentina has to expose China from your business or from your agenda, and the swap is so important for Argentina.
No, I was referring more to ports, military bases, observation facilities that have been created in Argentina.
Than the swap? More than the swap?
More than the swap.
Okay.
Mr. Portales.
He was referring to that. Yeah, behind you, please.
Yes, President, for Argentina, what's the benefit for United States in helping this way Argentina?
Just helping a great philosophy take over a great country. Argentina is one of the most.
The benefit is for us, like I said, is economic regional stability. If we let them fall, a lot of these other Latin American countries are going to fall. It's going to cause high migration. It's going to cause problems in the global economy. So we honestly can't allow them to. And they are part of the International Monetary Fund as well. So it is what it is.
Beautiful countries that I've ever seen.
IMF.
And
IMF.
we want to see it succeed. It's very simple. I mean, we don't have to do it. It's not going to make a big difference for our country, but it will in terms of South America. If Argentina does well, you're going to have others following, and a lot of others are following. You have countries in South America that 2 years ago would have never even been thought of to go as democracies or as just countries that want to do fair and balanced trading. And now you mentioned Bolivia, but there are numerous other countries that are coming our way. And Brazil, as you know, I had a very good conversation with the president. I met him at the United Nations before I went up to speak, and then I found that he didn't have a speech because I had no teleprompter. They turned off my teleprompter purposely. They made it impossible for me.
But I mean, you don't
But it didn't silence me.
Well, you still
I spoke without, and it was a good speech. I mean, it was a good speech. But no, think of that. You go into the United Nations, I'm speaking in front of 158 leaders and the whole world. And I look at my teleprompter and it's dead. They killed my teleprompter. They wouldn't let the man that operated into the booth. Can you believe that?
But you don't have any specific interest in economic terms for the
I
state?
do. I want to see it succeed. I think it's going to be great, and we will benefit also.
Yes, we will, because Argentina is part of the lithium triangle, along with Moldova and Chile. Yeah, along with those guys as well. So congratulations to y'all for having all that good old lithium. So, and they have the largest reserves of lithium. So we will be tapping into, probably most likely tapping into some of that lithium reserve that they have. I mean, they have other things as well, but most likely we're going to need the lithium, mainly for batteries and all that good stuff. I mean, especially EVs.
But it's not that big a benefit because it's not that big a country, but it's a very important country. And it's a country that can be very successful. There are some countries that will never be successful. This is a country that has...
Hey, and shout out to Dope for gifting 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Great potential if it has the right leadership. And you have the right leadership with this man right here. Okay?
Mr. President, would you support dollarization?
I would say that I'll leave that up to my my economic people, but I like the dollar. I'm very strong on the dollar. And anybody who wants to deal in dollars, they have an advantage over people that aren't. But for the most part, we're keeping it that way. I think if Biden would have, Biden, that group would have gotten elected, meaning Kamala.
I mean, it would make our dollar stronger if Argentina was just to get dollarization, where they just start picking up the U.S. dollar and using it for all of their currencies instead of their own currency. Just drop theirs, drop the peso, and just pick up the dollar. I mean, at that point, I'm not sure. I mean, we might dominate the entire South America if we did that. That might actually be the case. Would it help the dollar? For sure. Would it save it? I'm not too sure about that. Because, I mean, we could still recklessly spend with inflation and all that good stuff and damn near bomb it around the world. Like, it's still possible.
You wouldn't have the dollar as your currency anymore. You wouldn't have a world domination by the dollar if I didn't win this election. And now the domination, like BRICS. I told anybody wants to be in BRICS, that's fine, but we're going to put tariffs on your nation. Everybody dropped out. They're all dropping out of BRICS. BRICS was an attack on the dollar.
Yes, it was.
And I said, you want to play that game, I'm going to put tariffs on your.
Then I know South America dropped out of BRICS. I mean, they were the main ones asking Trump for help with a lot of things. So you can't be in BRICS and ask America for help. I mean, you can't be against our currency and ask us for help. It don't work like that, and it never will. So yeah, there are countries dropping out for BRICS, but of course there are countries that are standing strong, and it's the main ones that can afford to stand strong. Like, well, I think Brazil's about to drop out, but they're holding strong. Of course, Russia, China, India, but other countries are dropping out because, well, they can't really afford to be in BRICS. Can't afford to abandon the American dollar, while other countries can.
All of your product coming into the U.S., they said, like I said, we're dropping out of BRICS. And BRICS is like, they don't even talk about it anymore. Scott, you want to add to that, please?
We're very happy with the current currency arrangement.
Mr. President.
Oh, and shout out Dope for sending in about 16 jewels. Appreciate the support. Send up the makeup brush and the thumbs up. Shout out.
Your ABC fake news. I don't want to go ahead, Brian, please. I don't take questions from ABC fake news after what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States. I don't take questions from ABC fake news. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play that interview. How bad did that go? I got it up right here, but that must have went terribly.
First of all, congratulations on achieving peace. You're indeed the peacemaker.
Hard to believe, right? Did you ever think I was going to be called a peacemaker?
Actually, I did.
I did too. Go ahead.
Well, on a lighter note, Elizabeth Farah, she is one of the hosts on ABC's show The View. She said a while back, I'll quote, "If Trump gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on this show and say thank you for doing it." Your response.
Well, did she put the hat on?
Well, she hasn't got the hat yet.
Who is it? Which one?
Elizabeth Farah.
Oh, yeah. Well, she used to work for me. So
Pretty
she used to
few.
work here. I'll tell you about Alyssa. She worked here. She gave me the most beautiful letter when, the administration, the time came up, the election was rigged. I left. She gave me the most beautiful letter you've ever seen. I was a great president.
See, but that's why you got to give credit to Trump for getting the hostages back, because people didn't even believe that was possible. I mean, even getting these guys to stop firing, getting the IDF to withdraw out of Gaza City, and then, of course, getting Hamas to give up the hostages. I mean, which was really their only leverage. So getting them to give up their only leverage, amazing. Now, getting to them to be demilitarized, I mean, bro, be outright phenomenal. I think even the Dems is going to have to go ahead and just give it up to Trump just for one day, or at least 30 minutes. You got to be like, all right, Trump, you solid for that one. And they can go right back to calling them an evil white man and a pedophile.
What a great job. Some of the letters have been quoted. This is Alyssa, who I never thought was very outstanding. I figured she would not make it. And she didn't have a big role here either. And then we had January 6th. And she left after that or before that, but she gave me the most beautiful letters. And then even months after she left, and while we weren't here any longer, she sent another letter, glowing letter, beautiful letter. And then she got hired by The View,
and started cutting up. But shout out Steph for being here for 13 months. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, like the live, subscribe to the channel, super chat for S.E.T's reaction to questions or arguments or jokes. I do love the jokes. And S.E.T, check your messages on Discord when you can. Thank you. Of course, no problem, sis. And shout out Steph.
gave her a couple of bucks, and she changed her view very quickly. I never thought she'd make it. Never thought she had what it took in any way. You know what that means.
Man, what you mean? They sat her down and said, look, 10 million there, you just got to call Trump a fascist. She was like, sold.
But she's on The View. But it just shows what a fraud The View is, because this woman gave me letters and statements. She said I was the greatest president in her lifetime. Now, she's not that old, so I didn't consider it a great compliment, but I've had better.
Can we send her a hat?
Well, recently I've had the greatest president of them all. I like that much better. Because I said, does that include Washington and Lincoln? Yes.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Chase. He says, I'm 30 today. He says, I'm getting old. Hey, shout out, man. Happy birthday, Chase. Appreciate you pulling up, my man.
Sir,
No
as
problem,
I said,
man.
I like
No
that person. So I think she's a total, I think she's a joke.
Mr. President, on Gaza, how long will it take Hamas to disarm, and can you guarantee that is going to happen?
Well, they're going to disarm, and because they said they were going to disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games.
Hey, yo.
Okay? Now, we did something monumental. We got the hostages back. That was the first thing we had to do. Above all else, get the...
I mean, yeah, they got the hostages back. Hamas got their hostages. So everybody got hostages back. Now, the main problem is getting Hamas to demilitarize. And that's going to be a challenge. Now, Egypt has offered to take Hamas's weapons and all that good stuff. But Hamas also says that they want to be a part of the military force and policing force for the Palestinians, you know, the ones that passed the vetting process.
Hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had
How that's going to work.
26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And it seems as though they don't have that because we're talking about a much lesser number. But that's a very tough subject. I want them back. That's what they said. I want them back. Also, they said they were going to disarm. And initially speaking, they needed, you know, they did take out a couple of gangs that were very bad, very, very bad gangs, and they did take them out, and they killed a number of gang members. And that didn't bother me much, to be honest with you. That's okay. It's a couple of very bad gangs, you know, it's no different than other countries. Like Venezuela sent their gangs into us, and we took care of those gangs. We have Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities in the country. It was one of the worst cities in the country if you go back just a little while ago, right? Now it's safe. You can walk to work. Isn't it nice? But we have told them we want disarm. And they
Okay, now what do you mean by Hamas was also fighting a gang as well? Well, there was an Israeli-funded resistance force against Hamas that Hamas was also fighting on top of, the IDF. So it was like a two-front war for them while Israel was fighting like a seven-front. But yeah, they were also having to deal with this Israeli-funded force inside of Gaza that's made up of Palestinians that was also trying to fight Hamas, that was also seen stealing aid as well, that they, blamed Hamas. So, yeah.
We will disarm, and if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently. But they will disarm. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Because everyone says, oh, well, they won't disarm. They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm.
Oh, guys, you want to set up a poll yourself? Just send in a question, $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And I'll definitely go ahead and pop a poll up for you.
That's what they told me. They will disarm or we will disarm them. Got it? Okay,
What
next.
is the deadline? Sir, you say quickly, but what is the deadline you're going to put on that?
A reasonable period of time, pretty quickly. A reasonable period of time.
Congratulations on the peace you achieved in the Middle East, first
Thank
of all.
you very much.
And my question is regarding Argentina. Does continue...
Are you from Argentina?
I'm from Argentina, yes.
I like the Argentina. I like them much better than ABC. Than ABC fake news.
Me too, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Does continued U.S. support for Argentina depend on the results of the upcoming legislative elections and the ability of the government to pass long-lasting reforms through Congress?
Well, I think if they don't do that, we're not going to be around very long. Scott, can you handle that one, please?
Oof.
We're confident that the president's party will and the coalition will do well in the election, and this aid is predicated on robust policies, and going back to the failed Peronist policies would cause a U.S. rethink.
Okay, so pretty much even if this guy loses, or the current president of Argentina, even if he loses and they try to go back to their socialist policies or their failing policies, well, then America will pull back on that $20 billion because they're only supporting them because they're turning away from bad economic policies. And they're willing to help them get up out of there because they're like, all right, you guys are going in the right direction, we'll help you. But if this guy loses, and you guys get somebody else and you want to go back in the wrong direction, we're just going to pull back our funding and you guys going to have to make it work.
Thank you very much.
It's a great question. It's a little like New York. You're reading in Argentina about New York. We have a problem. We have a communist who's 33 years old, doesn't know a damn thing. Practically, he's never worked a day in his life. And he sort of caught on, right? And I'm not going to send a lot of money to New York. I don't have to. The money comes all through the White House. And if they're going to be sending us stupid policies, communist policies, which is proven for thousands of years doesn't work. We don't have to prove it again. We're not going to ruin one of our great cities because we'll make that great. We will clean up the crime in about 30 days. Took 12 days to do Washington, D.C., so New York is bigger. And Chicago, we've already made a lot of progress despite fighting from the government, but Chicago's doing great. Memphis is doing really great. We have great support there from the political leaders. They said, please come in and clean up crime. And we love it. We've in 1 week, Memphis is so good. It's so much better.
Yep.
We'll have it within a month. We'll have that into a safe city again.
There's been reactions all over social media. People saying, yo, look, man, I was fearful of it, but now, hey, then now that the National Guard done pulled up, that the streets done got cleaned up, kids can play in the hood is nice and quiet. And I'm talking about the, low income areas, the ones that the Dems forget about. Yes, the ones that, they let fall into high crime. But yeah, those areas are being cleaned up. And for some reason, the Dems don't appreciate it. And they want to talk about, we don't want a military force in our cities. Oh, so you don't want to clean up the hood because and you're not trying to fund the police to do so. And some of these gangsters, they can outgun the police. So what do you do then? You're just going to leave your people out to dry and say, oh, well.
And all of these cities, we want to clean them up. We don't like that opposition. But if somebody's going to be a communist mayor of New York, it's a fluke if he gets in. There are a lot of failed people that he's running against. We have failed. You have inferior candidates or something, and because it's impossible to think that New York City can have a communist mayor. He's a communist. He's not a socialist, by the way. There's a big difference. He's a communist. He's down and dirty. He's a communist. He hates police. He wants to get rid of all police. I mean, how can a policeman? He hates Jews.
Well, he wants to replace. Let's see here. What does he do? He want to replace police with social workers. He believes that social workers should pull up, when, I don't know, domestic violence, I don't know what, to solve gang violence or something. Like, I'm not sure where he's really going with this whole social worker thing. But yeah, maybe in, civil altercations, sure. But criminal ones, yeah, I'm not sure where he's going with that one.
People,
especially in a high crime area like New York City. I mean, let's not play stupid here.
He wants to get rid of all police. I mean, how can a policeman? He hates Jewish people,
okay.
And yet he's got Jewish people supporting him. Hates Jewish people.
All right, come on. He does got the Hasidic Jews supporting him. I mean, he got the Jews in New York supporting him. So, like, you can't say he hates Jews. I'm just going to say that right there. We can't say he hates Jews. Now, for some reason, everybody's saying that because he was one of the few mayoral candidates that said, yo, I'm going to stick here with my people and not take a first flight to Israel, not take that Israel trip to go kiss the wall. I mean, hey, he has terrible freaking policies, but I respect that answer.
So it comes through the White House. The funding for New York and for every place comes through the White House. And I'm very generous. And I was always very generous with New York, even when you had opposition there, but I was always very generous. But I wouldn't be generous to a communist, a guy that's going to take the money and throw it out the window, because you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not going to let somebody get into office and squander the taxpayer money from this country. We're not going to let it happen. So it's a little bit like that with, if you take a look at Argentina, if the president doesn't win, I know the person that he'd be running against, I believe, probably. We probably have the person. The person is extremely far left and a philosophy that got Argentina into this problem in the first place. So we would not be generous with Argentina if that happened. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina.
Yep. So yeah, Trump pretty much just stamped it. He's like, if you guys want to go back to your failing economic ways, then we'll pull that funding. But if that guy gets in, he continues the other guy's plan, then that's getting him the funding, then everything's all good. Like, we'll go ahead and still support y'all with the $20 billion, to have economic regional economic regional stabilization. That's what we're going for here. But I'm gonna be real with you, that plan will be abandoned if that guy loses and they want to go back to their failing economic ways.
You talk about the Argentina and important in the Latin America. What is your plan for Venezuela? But is the terrorism, the narco-terrorism in the President Maduro? What is your plan?
Well, Venezuela's done a couple of things very badly. Number one, we get drugs and all of that. But we get something in a way worse because they're a big purveyor of drugs, but we have worse. What they do very well is they send their criminals into the United States, and they send Trinidad
to Malay. That's
you know very well. You're from Venezuela, I assume. And they send them in by the thousands, literally. And these are the worst of all. And they empty their prisons into the United States. They empty their mental institutions into the United States. And because we had a president who's low IQ, he didn't realize what was going on. And the people that are high IQ that surround him, but they happen to be lunatics, radical left, they're highly intelligent, radical left lunatics, okay? So in a way, that's worse than having a guy like Biden. But they ran the show. You heard about the AutoPen. The person that really operated the AutoPen, but it was really the people that told the person that operated the AutoPen what to do. Those are the people that really were president, okay? So we're not going to stand for it in this country. And by the way, that AutoPen thing is under serious investigation. Just this, I don't think you care, because you're from Argentina, you couldn't care less about that. But I just want to say, because I do the weave, the weave, cover a lot of different subjects. But the people that are involved in that AutoPen scam, because he barely signed anything. I mean, this guy, I don't know how you can be president. He barely signed it. But the only thing we can find for sure is that he signed Hunter's pardon, his pardon. Hunter's pardon, I like that. That's a good combination. So we're going to work very much with the president. We think he's going to win. He should win. And if he does win, we're going to be very helpful. And if he doesn't win, we're not going to waste our time because you have somebody whose philosophy has no chance of making Argentina great again.
What's your advice?
Steve, go ahead. Steve.
Just
to check
Steve, go ahead,
Just to
Steve.
check something. You said Hamas assured you that they would disarm. Was that a direct conversation or through
my people.
Mr. Witkoff? Or?
Through my people.
Okay. Thank
At the highest level.
What's your advice?
And it was meant for me.
What's your advice for President Milei and Argentina as a political leader?
My advice is to hold strong to his principles because he's right and he's proving that he was right. He's got one problem. He's got people that are giving him tremendously bad press, even though they know it's wrong. He's got to hold true to his principles because he's going to win. He's going to win. He's doing the right thing. Everybody knows he's doing the right thing, but you have a radical left sick culture that's a very dangerous group of people, and they're trying to make him look bad. I believe he's going to win out.
And what about the rivalry with China in this house?
China?
China in this.
Well, you have to be careful with China.
I mean, trust me, we know how Milei feels like trying to take the country in a different direction because the old ways were self-destructive. But you got a party, Democrats, who want to go back to the self-destructive ways and destroy the country. But hey, it is what it is, right, guys? And that's what Milei is trying to do. He's trying to take the country away from a self-destructive economic habits. But of course, there are people in the country who want to go back to them same economic habits because even though they were failing, their argument is we weren't doing it hard enough.
Everybody deals with China. They have to deal with us too. We have to be careful with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi. But sometimes it gets testy because China likes to take advantage of people and they can't take advantage of us. But we have a fair relationship with China and I think it'll be fine. And if it's not, that's okay too. You have to do and go where the punches are thrown. You got to put up the blocks. We have a lot of punches being thrown and we've been very successful. Look, we have the most success. I think we're the most successful we've ever been as a country. We have now close, I've been saying 17, we have, I think, close to or maybe even exceeding $18 trillion going to be invested in the United States. That's more money than ever invested in any country before. Even countries with much bigger populations like India or like China, nobody's ever had $18 trillion invested in the country. We have, and that's because of November 5th election, because I won. Oh, if she won, you'd be negative. You'd have people getting out of the country. This country would have been in a major depression. If she won, we would have been 1929. They'd like to see that anyway. That's why they keep the government closed. They have a shutdown based on nonsense. They want to give away 1.5, think of it, they want to give away $1.5 trillion to people that come into the country illegally. And as you know, the borders now are closed. But when they hear that they get the greatest health care package in the world and they have no money, but they're living okay in another country.
I mean, they were trying to say that, oh, no illegals get health care, no illegal gets Medicaid or Medicare. And, Minnesota comes out, sends that letter to their people, and it's been proven that, well, yeah, they were having illegals on state-funded healthcare services. It's kind of crazy. But no, it was happening. And the only reason why they were starting to kick the illegals off is because the funding for it is gone.
Country, they head up and they start forming caravans and they try and come into our country. But the big problem is they want to give health care to people that should not get health care. They want to give healthcare to.
But I mean, here's the problem: state funding is even worse because you put it on the backs of a smaller group of people. I mean, that's even 10 times worse. But come on now, we all know how the accounting work, even if it's state funded. Come on now, let's not play stupid, people.
By the millions. Look at Gavin Newsom, what he's done. He's ruined California. He gives healthcare to anybody. And I guess they do it for votes. I actually think it's bad politics, but I guess they do it for votes. So I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct. And he may win and he may not win, but I think he's going to win. And if he wins, we're staying with him. And if he doesn't win, we're gone.
How can Argentina help to the peace process to the Middle East?
They could help by doing well. If Argentina does well, that's helpful because they know we help Argentina. So if Argentina is successful, that's great because they view us as somebody that helped Argentina and they did well, and the United States maybe will help them and they're going to do well. So the success of Argentina would be a great feather in the cap of the USA because we're helping them. Right? You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, please, behind you. Behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you said that NATO should consider expelling Spain.
What?
You said that NATO should consider expelling Spain. Would you support that?
What? Expelling Spain?
NATO consider expelling Spain.
Oh.
Yeah, not
I'm very unhappy with Spain.
All right, hold on now. Some of y'all are not about to be this wrong in the chat, and only because some of y'all are my members. But yes, Medicaid and Medicare both play a major role in state healthcare funding, both in different ways. So it's kind of funny how you guys are trying to say, "Oh, well, it's state funded, state funded." Medicaid and Medicare still gets funding. They still get funding for Medicaid and Medicare. So what are you guys talking about? That's why when Medicaid cuts happen, they can no longer afford to give these healthcare services to illegals or even allow them to. They said, yeah, now if you're an undocumented migrant, you can no longer be on our healthcare service because we're no longer getting that funding. That's how it's working. So you guys trying to separate, state funding from federal funding is like, you're not making any sense, especially when it comes to healthcare funding.
The only country that didn't raise up their number to 5%. Every other country in NATO raised up to 5%. And Spain is doing very well off our backs. So I'm not happy with Spain. Spain gets protection, and they know, look, they're sort of in the semi-middle of it, so they're going to get protected automatically. Even if you don't want to protect them, you're protecting them because of the way they're located. And I think what Spain did is a very bad thing for NATO. I think it's very unfair to NATO. It wouldn't matter if you said you're not going to protect them because they're pretty much protected. What are you going to do? Go through the other countries and let's go attack Spain, right? So I think what they did is not nice. I think it's very disrespectful to NATO. In fact, I was thinking about giving them trade punishment through tariffs because of what they did. And I may do that. I think unbelievably disrespectful.
Lincoln, no, you don't understand the system, buddy. That's the problem. You don't understand the system. Because if you don't understand that, what's FAMP? Do you even understand what that is? It's called the Federal Medical Assistant Percentage. Like the federal government pays a set percentage, of the state funding for Medicaid and Medicare. Like, do you not understand how that works? Like, bro, you can Google this. Just Google it. Does Medicaid and Medicare play a role in state and healthcare funding? Of course it does. So the fact that y'all don't understand that is crazy to me. It's like, are you serious? Like, come on now, bro. Come on now. Don't tell me your common sense left your head just because you hate Trump. Like, come on now.
Respectful. Spain. The only one out of all the countries in NATO, the only one that said that is Spain. And I think that's, I think they should be punished for that. Yes, I do.
You have the money to pay the troops on.
I do.
Okay.
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. You'll know that when I tell you this, who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, then I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops, but this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats, and all they have to do is just sign a piece of paper saying we're going to keep it going the way it is. There's nothing. It's not like it shouldn't even be an argument. They've signed it many times before. I don't want to bore you with the fact that Schumer said 100 times you should never close up government, but Schumer's a weakened politician. I mean, he's going to finish his career as a failed politician. He's a failed politician.
He's going to finish his career as somebody who cucked to the radicals in his party. Like, that's the problem. Like, when the first time he voted on the CR bill, he got so much criticism for that, so much backlash from AOC and, you know, Jasmine Crockett and the other radicals on the left. They called him a coward. They said he bent the knee to the Trump administration. And now, second time around, he's afraid to now. He's like, yo, if I vote yes on this again, AOC might primary him. So at this point, AOC is the captain now.
He's allowed the radical left to take over the Democrat Party. So if they write books about that, if they write books about him, they're going to have to say that his career ended by allowing the radical left to take over the party. I mean, I won an election in a landslide because people are not into the radical left, and the Democrat Party is. People didn't want to see men playing in women's sports. They didn't want to see transgender for everybody. They didn't want to see all of the different things that they do that's so crazy.
Yeah, but shout out to Steph. She says, Lincoln, shut your face, says someone on Medicaid and Social Security. I mean, yeah, which is true. I mean, look, man, people like to pretend like they know the system to, you know, I guess try to prove you wrong when they actually don't. But I guess he doesn't understand that, yes, but Medicaid is jointly funded by the federal government and individual states. But due to the federal medical assistance percentage varies by state depending on income levels. Poor states get more federal help, up to around 78%, by the way, while wealthier states get less help, as low as 50%. So to state that federal funding or Medicaid and Medicare has nothing to do with state healthcare funding is crazy.
Borders. I mean, the worst thing that he did to us, not inflation, because we fixed inflation. Prices are way down. I don't know if you saw that gasoline went to 58 just now.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my man Chase. He says Lincoln's so short and so blatantly wrong. Tell him, man, look, I had to. And I like Lincoln. I do like Lincoln, but hey, sometimes he is too confident in how wrong he's too confident being wrong. Well, too confident being wrong. Sorry.
Now, did you see what's going on with gasoline?
Lowered.
No, $58 a barrel. Nobody can believe it. I'm very proud.
I mean, yeah, gas went down from like that $3 range, and now we're just seeing like what 270, 280 is what I've been seeing around my city in Columbus. So it's looking pretty good so far.
Out of that, you know why? Because we're pumping like we've never pumped before. Because if you get the gas price down, everything else comes down. It's very simple. And he went away from my policies, and you had the greatest inflation. The last administration had the greatest inflation in the history of our country. And now, as you know, groceries are down. It's all down.
We're doing good. Are you settling in for a long? Is this going to be a long term?
It's up to them. All they have to do is just vote to extend. We don't need it. We're not saying we want money. All we need is a right to extend. They want a right to extend, but they want $1.5 trillion so they can give it away to illegal immigrants, the people that are invading your cities. And many of these people, for whatever reason, I mean, I understood this, I called it a long time ago. These countries are run by people I know, friends of mine. Like, I know this gentleman. I hope you haven't sent, he probably did too, why not? They send up their worst people. They send up people that are criminals, they send up people from jails. And at best, the best ones they send up are people that don't work very hard and that are on a social form of welfare. And they're sending those people into the United States. I don't blame them.
And shout out Hellbat. He says, funny part is that this is what? The fifth time getting this explained to him now. Never listens, just plugs his ears and argues just to argue. I mean, man, I'm not sure if it was linked, but hey, man, you never know. But shout out to my man Hellbat. Appreciate the support. And yeah, I'm not sure what's really hard to understand that. It's like, bro, if you really just look it up, it's like, yes, Medicaid and Medicare both play a major role in state healthcare funding. Like, that's just it. There is no wrong. There is no set you're wrong. There is no, oh, you just wanted to listen to what Trump say. No, this is just a fact of the matter, okay? That's it. That's why when Trump did those cuts, Minnesota and other countries had to be, well, not other countries, other states had to be like, yeah, we got to take the the undocumented immigrants off our health care. And Minnesota literally admitted to this literally admitted to this in their letter to their people, pretty much saying, yeah, undocumented immigrants are no longer will be taken off effective January 1st, 2026. So yeah. So illegals. I mean, what, you got a good 2.5 months of healthcare still. But during the New Year's, though, it's done. It's over. Got to find something else to do.
I'm angry at them, but I don't blame them. But I'm really angry at Biden and Kamala and that group of lunatics for allowing it to happen, because it's the hardest thing. Now, we're sending them out. It's
And shout out Vlad. He's like, you don't sprinkle salt on your watermelon? No, I do not, Vlad. I have never seen nobody do that, to be quite honest. Sprinkle salt on watermelon? Why? I mean, I don't know. I just like my watermelon sweet and unsalted, I guess.
incredible the job that Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group is doing. But we shouldn't have to be doing that. We're doing a lot of work on getting people out of here. Tren de Aragua has caused tremendous damage, and our soldiers are great. Our soldiers are now based on merit. They're not based on woke, because we won the case in the Supreme Court, which was the bravest case. I have such respect for the Supreme Court because of what they did with merit, because our country was built on merit. Countries are destroyed on woke. I made a statement, and I hated to make it because it sounded bad, but everything turns to what when it goes woke. You remember the term. I don't like to use it because you might have some children listening, but it turns bad. And no, we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. That's why he's here. That's why every other country wants to meet here too. But we only have so many hours in the day and days in the week. But we get the hottest country. Think of it. We were a dead country 1.5 years ago. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's pretty good. Did a good job. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, you, please.
Would you like to visit Argentina soon? There is an invitation for that.
What does that mean?
Do you like to visit Argentina?
I do. I would love to. I'm just a little busy. I would love to. I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach. My legs are not quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit.
Nah, that's wild.
You won't see in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down, and not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair, meant for old people to lift, and he couldn't lift it, so he had a problem. He spent too much time on the beach.
Hey, no, Trump, chill, bro, chill. He had to grill that man like that. He's like, he did look pretty scrawny and pasty, but I'll let you know, man, if that was me out there, look, my legs would be a little bit bigger, my arms would be bigger. I would be looking bad, but not as bad as Biden. I'm just like, bro.
Somebody told him that he looked good in a bathing suit. And you'd see this guy in the...
Oh, and shout out to my man, Hellbat. He said, depends on the melon. I mean, man, maybe. I ain't never tried on nothing like cantaloupe or nothing. I ain't never put no salt on no melon. That is wild. Have you at least tried salt on sliced tomato? That is actually pretty good. Yes. Salt and black pepper on there. Yes, that's pretty good.
All the time. I never quite understood it. Steve, go ahead.
Could you preview your meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky on Friday? You expect to talk about weapons?
Yeah, no, we have an interesting meeting going on. Look, I'm very disappointed because Vladimir and I had a very good relationship, probably still do. I don't know why he continues with this war. This war has been so bad for him. Mm-hmm. He's going into 4 years of a war that he should have won that war in 1 week. He's now going to soon be into his 4th year. He's lost 1.5 million soldiers, probably, close. Certainly in terms of wounded and no legs and no arms and all the things that happen in horrible wars. It's a horrible war. That's the biggest thing that's happened since World War II in terms of death. It's bigger than any of them. I settled 8 of them. The biggest is that in terms of death. Incredible. I think India, Pakistan had great potential too. We did a great job in that one, but he's got to really settle this war. And they have long lines waiting for gasoline in Russia right now, right? They have long lines. Who thought that was going to happen? And all of a sudden his economy is going to collapse. And I'd like to see him do well. I mean, I had a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin. But he just doesn't want to end that war. And
no, he does not.
I think it's making him look very bad. He could end it. He could end it quickly.
And honestly, Russia honestly just got done taking a hit maybe like a couple days ago because China, they stopped buying their I think it was their rare earth minerals that they were buying from China, or their steel. They was buying steel from Russia. It was some rare earth mineral or some type of steel they were buying from Russia, and they cut it off. And they were a huge buyer of that mineral because they were able to get it at a very low price and resell it at a higher price. But the problem now is that they've kind of stopped doing that because I guess China can no longer afford to buy that stuff from Russia. Now, I'm gonna make sure I figure out what the exact mineral or steel was. I'll be right back with that information. But yeah, China stopped doing their major purchases from Russia, and that is gonna further cripple Russia's economy. So like I said, hey, it might happen. You might get the stalemate that y'all wanted, because, well, I mean, how could he keep going with a broken economy? Or he puts his back to the wall, and worst case scenario is that he nukes Ukraine.
I have to tell you, I give credit, because who would think that Ukraine could have fought Russia for 4 years to essentially a standstill? Now, there has been some early, before they knew what the hell was happening, because it happened quick. Biden should have never let that happen. That's a war that should have never happened, but it did. But it's not making Russia look good, I will tell you that.
We need tomahawks in Ukraine?
We'll be talking about Ukraine, yeah. I mean, I have the president coming in on Friday, and I know what he has to say. He wants weapons. He would like to have tomahawks. Everyone else wants tomahawks. And we have a lot of tomahawks. Tomahawk is do you need any tomahawks in Argentina?
You can cross Moscow with tomahawks.
You need them for your opposition, I guess, because see, in this country, they'd use tomahawks for the opposition. I don't do that. I'm much nicer. The Democrats would use them if they had the chance. They're sick people. Go ahead.
President, are you worried that this plan with Argentina can fail?
Anything can fail. Anything can fail. You never know. That's why I say Putin should do something about the war, because so far, I mean, it's turned out to be very bad for him. But anything can. So this plan can fail.
Okay, yeah. China stopped buying Russia's oil and rare earth minerals. So those are the two things not China, but my bad. But China stopped buying Russia's rare earth and oil. So that's what's pretty much right now crippling their economy even further. And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, how about fried corn in a cast iron skillet? I mean, I should try that. I never tried that one before. And shout out to Hellbat. He says, evil. I mean, shoot, you're speaking about China. I mean, for sure. If you're speaking about Vlad's dish, well, damn.
Fail, sure it can fail, but it's got a better chance, I would say, Scott, it's got a better chance of success than failure. And if it's successful, it's an unbelievable success. It can transform your country into greatness. It's got a great chance. We'd like to give it a chance. Anything can fail, but we'd like to give it a chance. And we think, because he's made so much progress. I mean, the work that he's done over the last 4 years is incredible. And it would be a shame to lose that progress. He's very close to having a big success.
Mr. President, will you consider removing restrictions on the press that report at the Pentagon? And have you spoken to Secretary Hegseth about this?
I have, yeah. Well, he's finding, I think I can speak for him. I'll let him speak for himself, but I think he finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation. The press is very dishonest. Not you, but the press is very dishonest. You have something to say, Peter?
Well, I very much appreciate the question, because it was interesting to watch. We had a chance to go along on the historic trip of Middle East peace, which
actually, so hilarious though. You know how Hegseth wanted, what was it? I think they wanted the press guys to sign that confidentiality agreement that they won't release anything from the Pentagon that they don't have clearance, or so they don't just run to the media and say whatever. And a lot of these press companies or media companies are not signing that, and they're pretty much telling Hegseth to go screw himself. I'd have to look up a little bit more on that, to be honest with you, because I'm on the side of the media company. I'm like, whoa, why did I gotta check in with you to give the people information that we might want to be privy to? I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like, I want to know, even if it does kind of paint y'all in a bad light. It is what it is. Shout out to Jed. He says, put a quick 16-minute video in Discord General showing how cooked the Democrats actually are for midterms. All right, I got you. Shout out my man Jed. And appreciate the support, guys. Jed, Vladstein, Steph, others that I may have missed.
Our generation of veterans never dreamed would be possible. So you would think that the Pentagon press corps of all press corps would be front and center across the board on wanting to give credit to the president for forging this kind of peace, and instead what they want to talk about is a policy about them, which simply says maybe the policy should look like the White House or other military installations where you have to wear a badge that identifies that you're press, or you can't just roam anywhere you want. It used to be, Mr. President, the press could go anywhere, pretty much anywhere in the Pentagon.
Yeah,
most
why not?
classified area in the world. Or also that if they sign on to the credentialing, they're not going to try to get soldiers to break the law by giving.
No, I feel like the CIA file cabinet is the most classified area in the world, but go ahead, continue.
Classified information. So it's common sense stuff, Mr. President. We're trying to make sure national security is respected, and we're proud of the policy.
You know, we have an option here. As you know, the press years ago moved into the White House. It used to be across the street. We could move them. You're lucky I'm president, because we could move them very easily across the street. They used to be there. They would have more room. We have a beautiful, nice space. You can sit all by yourselves and have fun. Instead, you walk around the White House talking to anybody that can breathe. And, you know, but I find that when it comes to war, and now our great Department of War, we have some great people over there, I think it's it bothers me to have soldiers and even, you know, high-ranking generals walking around with you guys on their sleeve, asking them, because they can make a mistake, and a mistake can be tragic. They can do it innocently too. They can, you know, and they're not press people. They don't really deal with the press, so they're not really necessarily good at it. Although I think it's mostly instinct.
Hey, yo, and shout out Hellbat for coming in for completing the hour goal. He says, just don't sugarcoat your words or the fatties might eat them and start rolling. Oh boy, yes, man. All right, he says, be more exercise if they did roll, but that's not the point. I mean, man, you are this man Hellbat's on a roll though. He said, don't sugarcoat your words or the fatties might eat it.
Sure, one way or the other. You're either good at things or you're not. But I could see you being bothered by that. And so you have them in an area and you treat them fairly, but they're not allowed to go into
much like the
somebody's office and sit with them for 10 hours.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I can
did roll, but that's not the
Boston had some street takeovers that we saw. Are you going to work with or try and work with the mayor of Boston? And then they have a World Cup. They have several World Cup games. I know Argentina has got World Cups. They have several World Cup games. Could those games move to cities that do work?
It could. We could take them away. I love the people of Boston. I know the games are sold out. But your mayor is not good. They're worse than her. At least she's intelligent. You know, some are extremely low IQ. Those bother me more. She's intelligent, but she's radical left. And they're taking over parts of Boston. That's a pretty big statement, right? We could get them back in about 2 seconds. All she has to do is call us. We'll go in and take them back. But she's afraid to because she thinks it's bad politically. She could take them back, too. The Boston police are great. I mean, I know them. They love me. She'll never tell them to go after Trump because they love me and I love them. And I got a tremendous police vote and military vote, you know, and fireman vote, all of them. No, I think she is hurting Boston. The answer is yes. If somebody is doing a bad job, and if I feel there's unsafe conditions, I would call Johnny, the head of FIFA, who's phenomenal, and I would say, let's move it to another location. And he would do that. He wouldn't love to do it, but he'd do it. Very easily he'd do it. And this is the right time to do it. If I thought Boston was doing something that was going to cause safety conditions for the World Cup, I could say the same thing for the Olympics, because we have events that are in different locations for the Olympics. It's based in LA. If I thought LA was not going to be prepared properly, I would move it to another location if I had to. On that one, I'd probably have to get a different kind of a permission, but we would do that. Gavin Newsom, he's got to get his act together, because had we not gone in at the beginning of my term, had we not gone in with a very strong, powerful force, they would have lost L.A. Now, you already lost 25,000 houses to fires. You got a big scar right in the middle of the city, and that should have never happened because they should have had the water flowing in from the Pacific Northwest. All they had to do is open up the valves. He didn't want to do it. And he didn't want to do it. He says for environmental reasons. I don't believe that, but for some reason.
Nah, I mean, that man Gavin Newsom is I mean, he's a crazy piece of work right now. There's no way, my man. You probably had the worst government run in history. I mean, bro, California is doing terribly. It's doing terribly. So the fact that this man wants to come out and go so hard against Trump to try to put himself in a position to be presidential candidate is wild. It's like, dog, don't you understand that you have probably the worst governing history right now? Right now. Like, maybe you might want to focus on California before you want to focus on the presidency. Like, that's absolutely insane.
He didn't want to do it. Lost
crazy piece of work.
You had no water in the fire pumps. You had no water in the sprinkler systems in the ceilings. There were no houses. Normally the things would go in the. You might not have lost. You might not have lost 2 houses. So if he doesn't play ball, we're going to have to be very tough with him. He's done a bad job. Just to finish off on that. So when we went in, we did a phenomenal job. We went in with great force, and that was the end of it. We put it out. We extinguished that fire, which was agitation, and it was a very dangerous position to be in. And we went in and did a great job. But the chief, said we could have never done this without President Trump and without the federal government coming in. Okay, that was it. He said that. Now, 2 or 3 weeks later, he said, we could have done it. But he knows he couldn't. The city was going to be taken over if I didn't go in. And you have to remember that. Los Angeles was going to be taken over. And we have it where the chief said it, I believe, numerous times. But that was as it was happening. That was a rough one. That was nasty. And if we saw a situation like that, we'd be forced to make a move. Boston better clean up their act. That's all I can say. Go ahead. One more question.
Mr. President, talking about shutdowns.
Yeah, please.
Do you feel any urgency to end the shutdown in the next week, 2 weeks, or would you be fine if it stretches into November and in toward the holidays with folks not getting paid?
Well,
I will admit, though, the left is getting a bit too rebellious towards ICE. And, well, let's be real. The more rebellious y'all get towards ICE, the more of a reason Trump has to bring in the National Guard. Well, I'm going to say not reason, but a right to bring in the National Guard. The more rebellious y'all get against ICE and immigration law, I mean, the feds are allowed to come in and uphold federal law. So don't be surprised. It's happened many times in history.
Shutdown, we've had many, many shutdowns. And this is a shutdown that shouldn't have happened. A group of people brilliantly decided to make it after the election. I said, thank you very much. In other words, give it to Trump instead of Biden. So it shouldn't happen. And likewise, debt ceiling shouldn't have. But the great big, beautiful bill solved the debt ceiling problem for
Is there a
2
point where
years.
you would reach out to?
No. Here's what's happening in the shutdown, though. Honestly, can I put it in plain words for you? And you're a smart guy, so you'll understand. But a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do.
Pretty much like the Dems have gave Trump the ultimate card to attack the deep state. So yes, to cut out all the bureaucrats that the Dems have to pretty much slow roll policy or misallocate funds towards certain policies. So yeah, this is why Trump said, I can't believe the Dems gave me this opportunity, because he's like, I thought y'all wanted to stop me. So the fact that y'all just close the government so I can clean the house, I mean, thank you.
Before. So we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we wanted to close up or that we never wanted to happen. And now we're closing them up. And we're not going to let them come back. The Democrats are getting killed. And we're going to have a list of them on Friday, closing up some of the most egregious, socialist, semi-communist, probably not full communist, we're saving that for New York, but semi-communist programs. And we're closing them up. We're not closing up Republican programs because we think they work. So the Democrats are getting killed, but they're not telling the people about that. I say it, nobody, well, I haven't said it probably as bluntly as I just said it, but so we are closing up Democrat programs that we think that we disagree with, and they're never going to open again. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
The fools, bro. That's why they're freaking fools, because they put themselves in this position. And I said this bluntly to y'all maybe like a couple of nights ago what Trump is doing. And now he just said it bluntly to y'all as well. He's like, bro, they just gave me the ultimate position. Like, bro, I thought they wanted to protect themselves, but now they done left themselves open. And now Trump can pretty much do what he wants and start firing all the Democratic bureaucrats, and shut down all the funding to all their favorite NGOs and all that, and all their wild ass projects. They screwed themselves. They literally screwed themselves. And it's amazing to see it, because who knew? Who'd have knew? But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to this controversial interview with J.D. Vance and Stephanopoulos. Slopinopoulos, as they like to call him.
We're joined now by Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's start with the Middle East. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Hamas has confirmed they are holding 20 living hostages, and that those hostages are going to be released in the next 24 hours, early as today, perhaps. Have 20 living hostages been confirmed? When do you expect to see them?
Well, they've been confirmed, George. Of course, you don't know until you see these people alive, but thank God we expect to see them alive here in the next 24 hours, probably early tomorrow morning, U.S. time, which will be later in the day, of course, in Israel. But look, George, we have to remember this is a remarkable achievement from an administration that really chose a non-conventional path to diplomacy. And I think that's the major takeaway. The President of the United States instructed Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. He said, get a deal done. Talk to the Gulf Arab states. Talk to Israel, find where there's common ground here, and actually let's go and find a way to get it done. And because of that, we are on the cusp of true peace in the Middle East, really for the first time in my lifetime. Certainly, these 20 hostages are going to come home to their families, George. I think this is a great moment for our country. Our country should be proud of our diplomats who made this happen. It's really a great moment for the world, too, which is why the president's going to go over there and celebrate with these hostages. But it's a great thing.
And, you know, videos have been already shown all over social media and on the right and the left-wing media of hostages being reunited with their family. And it's a very touching thing. So I'm very happy that this happened.
And I'm very excited.
Shoot, I don't care if Biden did it. It doesn't matter as long as it happened.
About it.
200 U.S. troops are being sent to Israel to monitor the agreement. What exactly will they be doing? Will they actually go into Gaza? And are you concerned they could get caught in some crossfire?
George, so that story is actually misreported. We already have troops at Central Command. We've had them for decades in this country. They are going to monitor the terms of the ceasefire. And that's everything from ensuring that the Israeli troops are at the agreed upon line, ensuring that Hamas is not attacking innocent Israelis, doing everything that they can to ensure the peace that we've created actually sustains and endures. But the idea that we're going to have troops on the ground in Gaza, in Israel, that is not our intention. That is not our plan. There was a bit of a misreporting there, but we are going to monitor this peace to ensure that it endures. The other piece of good news that's been underreported, I think, George, is that Indonesia and a number of other majority Muslim states, they've actually offered to send ground troops to Gaza to ensure the necessary peacekeeping takes place. That's not something the United States is going to be expected to do. That's something the Muslim world is going to step up and do. And that, again, is because of the Trump administration's diplomacy.
The president has also pushed for National Guard deployments in several American cities. As you know, that's been questioned by several federal judges, including Trump appointees. Also, the Republican governor of Oklahoma and chairman of the National Governors Association, Kevin S.E.T. Here's what Governor S.E.T. said. We believe in the federalist system that states' rights. Oklahomans would lose their mind if Pritzker and Illinois sent troops down to Oklahoma during the Biden administration. How do you respond to Governor?
Yeah, but if you don't want to uphold federal law, which is immigration law, well, I mean, the government has every right to come in and uphold federal law. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, Kennedy did it with what was it? Desegregation, when certain states wanted to, well, when I think it was like Arkansas that did it. But when Arkansas wanted to uphold segregation, well, Kennedy went in there and said, no, the federal law is desegregation. So, I mean, hey, man, if this was back in the day, y'all would have been for the racists, to be quite honest with y'all. But hey, that's just how history would, make y'all look. So, yeah, to uphold federal law, which is immigration law, we can send in the National Guard. We can send in the troops. I mean, Eisenhower did it. Kennedy did it. And of course, it would be the Dems who would want to, F around and find out because, as we all know, guys.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Every time.
Well, I'd say to Governor Stitt, you have to look at what's happening on the ground in Chicago. And the reason why Illinois is a different case from Chicago is because Chicago has been given over to lawlessness and gangs for too long, George. If you look at the murder rates in Chicago, the violent crime rates, you have women who have young families. They're terrified their kids are going to get killed in a drive-by shooting. We have accepted this for far too long in the United States of America and some of our biggest cities. And Chicago, unfortunately, is the worst. It's a beautiful city. It's got great people. We know the gross majority of the violent crime in that city is committed by a very tiny fraction of the population. Why shouldn't federal troops empower the people in Chicago to live safe lives when the governor and the local mayor just simply refuse to do their job?
But as you know, a federal judge, a U.S. district judge, has blocked the effort to deploy troops in Chicago. And it was Judge Perry, and she actually said that a lot of these claims that were made, especially in the court filings, lack credibility.
Well, I would say this, and I mean, if I was the Trump administration, I would wait. And this is going to sound crazy, but I would wait and see if they're about it. I mean, all right, go ahead. Set up that ice-free zone and see what happens. I mean, look, ICE is still going to be able to come in there and uphold the law. But, I mean, as long as you don't create that ice-free zone that you guys were talking about, all is good. Because then that would be the same thing, basically, if you want to reflect it. I mean, if you want to kind of put it towards history, it would kind of relate to what Kennedy was doing with segregation. It's like, okay, well, you guys want to be pro-segregation, and we pass a federal law saying desegregation. We're going to come in there and correct you. All right, well, we said we're going to deport illegals because that's the immigration law. Well, all right, if you guys want to create ice-free zones and rebel against that law, okay, cool. We're going to come in and enforce it.
George, we're obviously going to litigate this as much as we can. We think that we have the authority to provide proper safety to our citizens all over the United States, but particularly in Chicago. But I think for any federal judge or anybody else to look at this situation and say, is it tolerable? And I think the obvious answer, George, is no. The president looks at this situation. He sees the fact that you have multiple people dying of murders every weekend in the city of Chicago, and he says, this is intolerable. And it's not just the people who live in Chicago, it's the law enforcement in Chicago, federal, state, and local, who are trying to keep us safe. George, you've seen ICE agents being teed off on in suburban Chicago, in places all over the state of Illinois and other places too. You see 1,000% increase in violence against our ICE agents. They're being assaulted, they're being beaten, they're being shot at. I think all Americans, Democrat or Republican, we look at this scenario, we say, this is not acceptable. We want people to be safe. We want our law enforcement officials to be empowered to keep us safe. We can do this, and that's exactly what the Trump administration has committed to doing.
Governor Pritzker is our next guest. President Trump has said that he should be in jail. Do you think Governor Pritzker has committed a crime?
Well, I think Governor Pritzker has certainly failed to keep the people of Illinois safe. And it's interesting to me, Governor Pritzker will talk a lot, I'm sure, about how bad Donald Trump is, about how bad I am, and about how bad the administration is.
But he'll never talk about how bad the gang violence is in Chicago. He'll never talk about how bad it's gotten to the point where it spills over into nice areas. He'll never explain how bad it's gotten with the gangs to where they have better artillery than, well, the police. I mean, he'll never explain how bad that is, but he'll always talk about, oh, Trump bad for this and Trump bad for that. But, never take accountability for the bad that's going on in his state. So, hey, I mean, who else he can care what a guy says when he's moving like that?
He is the governor of a state that where its biggest city has murder rates that rival the most violent places in the third world, George. Why is he so mad at Donald Trump for trying to keep Chicagoans safe? He should be mad at the criminals that he has failed to keep at bay. We're trying to help him, and we're trying to help the residents of his biggest city. I wish that he would let us, because he certainly isn't doing the job himself.
I asked if you agree with President Trump that Governor Pritzker has committed a crime.
Well, I think that Governor Pritzker has allowed a lot of people to be killed in the city of Chicago and elsewhere, George. I think that it's disgraceful, and I think that he absolutely should suffer some consequences for the fact that there are thousands of innocent Chicagoans who are dead because he failed to do his job.
It's really a yes or no question. Do you believe he's committed a crime?
George, you're going to keep on asking this question. I'm going to keep on telling you that Governor Pritzker has failed to do his job. He should suffer some consequences. Whether he's violated a crime, ultimately, I would leave to the courts, but I certainly think that he has violated his fundamental oath of office. That seems pretty criminal to me. I'd leave it to a judge and jury to decide whether he's actually violated the crime.
Let me also ask you, as we saw the indictment this week of Letitia.
So pretty much to like, no, we're not saying the man should go to jail, but we do say by punishment, he shouldn't be governor anymore. As punishment, he should be shunned from politics. As punishment, he should go down as one of the best, not best, but well, one of the best betrayers of his constituents in history. I mean, probably one of the worst politicians in history and one of the best betrayers of their constituents. So, hey, he's good at something, right? Betraying.
James, on questions of mortgage fraud.
Oh, and shout out to my man Vlastin. He says, bro, most of the white people in Chicago are morons. Hey, now I remember that one black man who was pretty much saying, man, look, bro, it's all these Dems. It's the Asians, the white people, Indians, man, they all gonna vote for these high crime ass individuals or, well, politicians. So, yeah. And here's the thing. A lot of these people still vote for the Dems because they don't see the horrors of their policy. I mean, they'll see it in taxes, but they don't see the crime like they do in these more low-income areas. They don't see that crime. If they did, or they at least went down there to check it out every now and then, they'd be like, okay, yeah, these people are being failed by the people I'm voting for. But they don't ever make that connection because, hey, man, they don't ever want to take that trip down the way. I mean, who does, man? Who does?
Also, Lisa Cook has been accused by the Trump.
Oh, and shout out my man Dan, the Willoughbys. Appreciate the support. He sent in $2. He ain't had too much to say. Just want to show some support. Appreciate that, my man.
Administration of committing mortgage fraud as well. The journalism outlet ProPublica has actually published a story, and I want to show it up on the screen right now, that says that several members of the Trump administration have faced similar questions. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer entered into 2 primary residence mortgages in quick succession. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has primary residence mortgages in New Jersey and Washington, D.C. Lee Zeldin, the Environmental Protection Agency administrator, has 1 primary residence mortgage in Long Island and another in Washington, D.C. How do you respond to critics who say that the Trump administration is engaging in a double standard here?
Well, I'd say 2 things, George. First of all, ProPublica is basically a left-wing blog. I'm not shocked that you found a left-wing blog that can attack members of the Trump administration. But second, and this is the most important, is what does the law say? Letitia James was indicted in a left-leaning part of our country, a part that voted very heavily against Donald J. Trump, for the crime of mortgage fraud. When I read the indictment, when I read the facts in the case, I see a person who committed mortgage fraud. Now, of course...
And the messed up part is, this would have never happened to Letitia James if she never ran on, I'm going to get Trump. You ran on that, sis, and karma's a bitch. So I don't really know what to say for her. I mean, like, you kind of played yourself. You put yourselves in the crossfires, and now you got hit. And I mean, you know what? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who do that. You know what? I'm not even going to sit there and say, oh, no, that left-wing article is lying. I'm pretty sure that a lot of them does that. But, yeah, sweetheart, you put yourself out there when you said, oh, I'm campaigning off going after Trump. Well, guess what? There are people out there campaigning now to go after you. I mean, karma's a bitch, right? Right. But, I mean, look, man, as far as her getting out of this, nope. She's going to have to go ahead and prove herself in court. And if she's guilty, it is what it is. I mean, but here's the thing, though. God forbid a Dem ever gets in because it's a reckoning time on that note. I'm like, oh, mortgage fraud? Oh, yeah, I want to talk about mortgage fraud. Oh, yeah, everybody going to be on the chopping block, both sides.
The jury is going to decide whether she ultimately committed a crime. We don't try her. The administration...
And shut off lasting crooked eyes, Letitia. Well, damn. And shout out my man Jay Poe. He's like, they're gonna send you out the country next. I'm an American citizen. That doesn't even make sense, my brother. He says, I hope y'all enjoy watching this in the future when you're in a gulag, which is wild that you believe that. But I mean, wild, bro. It's like, hold on. ICE goes after like people overstayed visas, undocumented immigrants. So why would they go after a U.S. citizen? Like, make that make sense. You can't make that make sense. And in the gulags, bro, like, come on, dog. Do you know at least one gulag that's been built so far? I mean, if you want to count the ICE facilities as gulags, I mean, okay. But then I guess we got the gulags for the illegals. And I mean, shoot, I disagree with them being called gulags. If that you want to call them, so be it. We gotta throw them in the gulags, guys. They gotta go in the gulags, and then we're gonna send them home. So gulags, then home. Like, see, that's an okay process with me. I can get down with that.
Doesn't try her, a judge tries the case, and a jury decides whether she's ultimately guilty. That is what is going to determine whether she goes to prison. I think we let the facts drive this.
And shout out to my man Vladstein, Crooked Eyes Letitia. Wait, did you say that twice? No, that was the first time. My bad. And shout out my man J Poe. He says, my wife was born in a little village in Chicago. Why is she incarcerated? I mean, damn, what does she have a warrant? Let's see here. I mean, I don't know, bro. You tell me. Like, what was your wife doing back in the day? I don't know. You might want to check her history, look up the police records. If she's a U.S. citizen, I'm assuming she's a U.S. citizen. So if she's incarcerated right now, I mean, you might want to look that up, G. She might have done some stuff that you ain't even know about. I mean, trust me, I've been there, bro. You never know. You never know. Shoot, you get pulled over with a girl and all of a sudden she going to jail. Like, what the fuck? But it is what it is.
George, that's what we've tried to do in the administration's Department of Justice. We've asked ourselves, has a person violated the law? And if that person has violated the law, then we decide to prosecute him. That's what the Department of Justice should do. It didn't do that.
I would ask you to explain that situation a little bit more for me.
That under Joe Biden's administration, it does under Donald Trump's.
On the facts, do you dispute the facts that ProPublica reported?
Do I dispute a far-left blog that I haven't read that you brought up in this interview? I have no idea, George. I have no idea what they actually said. But I certainly question the source. I question their credibility. And most importantly, I'm not worried about what they said about members of our administration. I ask the question, what does the law say? And if the law says that you engage in mortgage fraud, and a local prosecutor, a local grand jury, and finally a jury convicts you of that crime, then that is how the justice system is meant to work in the United States of America.
The White House.
Now that's wild. Oh man, shout out Jet. He's like them court and lawyer costs is gonna fix them eyes. Yeah, this gonna set them eyes straight, man. As soon as you see that the $45,000 bill, them eyes is gonna go boom right back straight on that price. And she will never be cockeyed again, man. Shoot, sometimes you gotta see something extremely shocking. It works like that. All right, shout out to my man J Poe coming in again. Appreciate the support. She's a social worker, no record at all. I mean, dog, you telling me she's a social worker? How am I dumb for not knowing your wife's a social worker like I know your wife? Like, come on, dog, give me a break. I'll pray for you. You're heartless. I mean, come on now. I have a heart. Don't be like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that, J Poe. He's like, they came, they swept our entire building. I was let go after 38 hours. Well, your wife might be let go after 72. So make sure to get back to me on that. If so, dog, bro, hey, I'll stand behind you on that. If your wife's a U.S. citizen and she gets detained over 72 hours and she hasn't been let go and she's not illegal, I mean, hey, you never know. She might be. I mean, bro, there's an illegal who literally got a job as a principal. And he's an illegal. So trust me, dog. I mean, you never know. I'm just saying you never know. But yeah, she don't get let out in 72 hours. She'll let me know and I'll champion your wife being released.
Reporters are Tom Homan was recorded on an FBI surveillance tape in September 2024, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money or give it back?
And remember, dog, if you're living in a building with a whole bunch of illegals, you know what's going to happen, right? Your whole building is now a crime scene and anybody in there could be a cooperator and now you are all suspect. So, I mean, you never know, dog. You never know.
George, you've covered the story ad nauseum.
But I'll pray for your wife, though, dog. I'm praying for your wife.
Tom Homan did not take a bribe. It's a ridiculous smear. And the reason you guys are going after Tom Homan so aggressively is because he's doing the job of enforcing the law. I think it's really preposterous. I know Tom. I think that he's a good man. He gets death threats. He gets attacked. He gets constantly.
I mean, Tom Homan already came out and said he can't even live with his family due to all the death threats. I mean, to his wife, to his kids, to him. I mean, all over him doing his job. I'm about to shout out to my man Vladstein. He's like, their wife must have pulled a Cardi B skirt. Oh, man. I mean, like, you never know. You never know, man.
threatened by people.
Like, bro's wife could have been sneaking in the illegals in there for all we know. And I'm not saying, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say she got caught up at the wrong place, wrong time, and she's going to be in there for another 24 hours.
Because he has the audacity
Godwin.
to want to enforce the country's immigration laws. I think that it would be a much more interesting story about why is it that Tom Homan, who is simply enforcing Americans' immigration laws, is getting constantly harassed and threatened to the point of death threats. That's a much more interesting question that I think journalists should focus on. We can agree to disagree on that question.
Well, wait, you said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
George, this story has been covered ad nauseum. He did not take a bribe.
He did not
accept $50,000. I'm sure that
I mean, here's the thing. If he did it, release the video. Y'all said y'all got an FBI video of an FBI sting of Tom Homan getting $50K. All right, in what context? Because Tom Homan's not broke. The man's worth like 300, like what was it? It was like, due to his financial disclosure records, he's worth anywhere between $3 million to $9 million. So Tom Homan's not broke. And if he got $50K, I mean, it could have been because of services rendered or whatever, but it doesn't have to be because he was getting bribed. And they don't have proof. All they said, well, there's a video of him getting $50K. All right, cool. Under what context? And why haven't y'all released that video if you're so sure that there's corruption involved?
The course of Tom Homan's life.
I mean, look, when you don't release the video, they're allowed to, like, honestly say whatever. They're like, well, we've seen the video and he got $50K. Okay, well, what did they say in the video? Under what context? Where were they at? Like, well, because let's be real, he's not broke. So $50K to what? Do favors is a bit cheap for Tom Homan.
He has been paid more than $50,000 for services. The question is, did he do something illegal? And there's absolutely no evidence that Tom Homan has ever taken a bribe or done anything illegal, which is why he's working in the administration.
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape?
And I mean, come on, Ken. I'm not really defending blindly. I mean, you're believing blindly. They're like, do you have the FBI sting video? Do you have video of Tom Homan receiving $50K? And if they were so sure and this was so damning, why didn't they just release the video? Even if they got to blur it out and just give us the audio should be damning enough then. Like, yeah, here's $50K. You're going to do this, that, and the third favors for me. Here it is. I mean, why not release the video instead of just saying, oh, he got $50K? I mean, for what? Oh, he got $50K on video. Okay, yeah, great. For what? Like, you're the one that's believing blindly. I'm asking more questions.
$50,000.
Which you need to learn how to do when it comes to these, left-wing media. You got to ask more questions. And shout out to Lucid Kingdom. Thoughts on the leaked messages from, Young Republicans? Elite message. You know what? I heard about that, but I have not looked deep into it. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on it, actually.
Or not.
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for
reps
or Republicans?
He was recorded on an audio tape in September 2024, an FBI surveillance tape, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question. Is it illegal to take a payment for doing services? The FBI.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, for what? Like, that's what's so funny. Like, y'all don't ask deeper questions. Like, me and JD, like, yeah, for what? He got $50K. Tom Homan is worth like $3 million at least. I mean, for services rendered, like, for what? Did he sell a car or something? Did he sold something? Like, you're not saying anything for real. You're really not. You're just saying that he got $50K. And you want like, for, under what context? Like, where? Do you want to release a video recording something for us instead of just saying he got $50K and we're just supposed to run off into the wind with that? Like, no. Well, it makes sense.
Has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has accused Tom of violating a crime, even the far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is. Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is he didn't violate a crime.
So you don't, what was caught on the tape, you're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money?
I don't know what tape you're referring to.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, show the tape. If I was him, I'm like, bro, show the tape so we all have context here. Because, like, what tape were you talking about? You're telling me he received $50K. And I'm just like, Okay, and like, is bro not allowed to get paid? Is he not allowed to get money? Like, what? Like, it went for what? Like, for a bribe? Can you prove that it was a bribe? Can you release the audio? Because the audio should be damning enough. We don't even got to see faces. Just give us the audio. Tom Homan say, "Yo, I'm doing this $50K to give you guys favors when I get in," and that's all we need. We'll go ahead and condemn him ourselves. So if you guys can't give us no evidence, but the man, but tell us that, he got $50K. Whoop-de-doo. Good for him. Oh, Lucid Dream. I found the letter. I mean, well, not the letter, but the what was it? I think Politico. Well, I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans. Racist chats. Young Republicans. Well, I would say most likely the Groypers. That's Groypers. Only the Groypers will sit there and say I love Hitler and don't give a damn. Those are Groypers. But young Republicans, yes, those are more. That's the more radical right of us. Oh man, those guys. Kanye West. I love Hitler. These guys.
George, I saw media reports that Tom
We'll get into
Homan
it, though.
accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility. Because you're talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking about. Meanwhile, low-income women can't get food because the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have shut down the government. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer has shut down the government. You're focused on a bogus story. You're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing on the fact that our country is struggling because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question.
So you heard it on an audio tape by the FBI that he accepted $50K. For what? Was it a bribe? Was it for services rendered? Did he sell something? Like, for what? Him getting $50K on audio is not damning evidence. I mean, it's not. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I know you guys wish it was. I know everybody on the left. What you mean he got $50K? For what? Because he doesn't even know why he got $50K. I don't. JD knows. Stephanopoulos don't. That's why they dropped the case. Yes, let's remember this is a case, or this is something that the FBI said there's nothing there. So they dropped the case. I don't even know why this man's even bringing it up, because it's not like Tom Homan's being investigated for it. They're just trying to slander this man's name because, well, he's running the immigration, I would say this, the immigration agenda of Trump. And they don't like that. But all right, though, let's get into this, because I ain't gonna lie, this is left field right here. I love Hitler. Leaked texts expose young Republicans' racist chats. Political reports. Hilarious.
We are getting a window into how a new generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening, and it's really ugly. Politico.
And then here is Hellback coming in with the buzzer beater again. He says, well, it's supposed to be a 30-minute interview. Yeah, you see how long that lasted. I mean, he was trying to pin him down on something that he didn't even have the full story on. Like, if you want to have a gotcha, you want to hit somebody with something that they're not too, privy on, not really read in on. And if he'd have been like, all right, well, I got evidence right here of him taking $50K. He's like, for what? Oh, yeah, for a bribe. And he said he was going to do this, that, and the third for this guy. Are you okay with that? Like, how come you're not investigating him and only Letitia James? Like, what's going on? That would have been a good gotcha. But he doesn't have none of that. He doesn't even have the context of well, why did he get that $50K? What was the conversation leading up to him getting $50K in his hand? And why was the FBI even investigating him? Like, you got to lay out the full story instead of just trying to run with a headline. Tom Homan gets $50K.
We are getting a window into how a new generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening, and it's really ugly. Politico obtained more than 7 months of Telegram chat messages between about a dozen young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. Now, MSNBC has not independently reviewed those messages, but what Politico published today shows the conservatives openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers and slavery and rape.
Yeah, I mean that's the whatchamacallit, that's the Groyper base right there. The I love Hitler, the numbers for the Holocaust were wrong. I mean, these guys are wild. These are the wild ones of our party. I mean, hey, look, man, y'all got Jasmine Crockett and AOC, and we got the Groypers. I mean, hey, man, we got our radicals too, but at least we call ours out, though. We call ours out.
For example, when the chair of Arizona Young Republicans asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, New York State Republican Chair Peter Junta responded, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkeys play ball."
Woo! Man, he said when chair of Young Republicans asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching the NBA playoffs, damn, he said, all right. Like, dang, what are they, Paul Miller?
We should note that when Politico asked for comment, the Arizona Young Republican chair declined. Junta claimed the release of the chat is part of, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by an opponent, I think a kind of internecine opponent, a fellow conservative. Out of 28,000 messages obtained, Politico identified 251 bigoted epithets in the chat. There were many more outrageous examples of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, homophobia than we could or would want to repeat here. Here's the thing.
Drop the whole thing.
Kids here. The age limit of the group was 40. Many chat members work inside government or party politics. One's a state senator. Another works in Trump's small business administration. Politico reports that since they began making inquiries, at least 4 members of the chat have lost their jobs.
I'm gonna go see if I can find the full messages here, since they want to be babies and be like, I don't want to repeat it. Like, bruh, come on, drop the messages. I mean, they said I love Hitler and all this racist stuff, and I'm not doubting. I'm pretty sure they did. Like, bro, if you don't think we know that there are racists on our sides, and you're stupid. I mean, like, come on now. It's like the KKK is a Christian conservative thing. I mean, but we don't really align with them, but they are right leaning. It is what it is. I mean, y'all got the radical left out there who, if you don't agree with them, they'll start calling you the N-word and start making racial remarks towards you. It is what it is. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, actually, I been knew that we had racists. I mean, we got Nick Fuentes. You didn't think we know this already? So, it is what it is. But if you want to sit here and say all Republicans think like this, then okay, then can I sit here and say that all liberals think that, let's say this, all liberals think the same thing as these young Republicans as soon as we disagree with you guys? I mean, y'all start calling us what? N-words, blackies, uneducated. I mean, y'all do the same thing. So it is kind of funny how y'all sit here and, you know, try to hold that moral high ground when y'all will literally do the same thing. Like, have y'all not made racist remark towards me already in this chat? Then I know some of you Dems probably ignored because, oh, well, he's a MAGA, he's a black MAGA guy, so he deserves the racism. But now y'all guys want to condemn it when you see Republicans do it, but you don't say nothing when you see your own do it. I mean, who are y'all even bring this up?
Jobs or had job offers rescinded. Now, this kind of virulent hatred on display here has become quite familiar in Trump's very online Republican Party. I mean, all you have to do is find it. To find it is open a website called x.com, right? And you can see it everywhere.
I mean, yeah, go to X. I mean, go to Blue Sky and look what they say about black MAGA supporters. I mean, you want to talk about racist, bro? Like, you really want to talk about racist when we come to black MAGA supporters, dog? I mean, that gets pretty damn racist. So let's not sit here and pretend like y'all are just perfect and y'all don't say nothing crazy, because I've always said we have racists on our side. But the problem with the liberals, what's so dishonest about them, is they act like their side is just perfect, which is not. I mean, y'all got plenty of racists on y'all side. They show themselves every day here in the chat just for me supporting Trump. They're ready to throw the N-word around. And y'all telling me y'all will sit there, read that, ignore it, but then come bring, and I'm not talking about you, Lucid Dream. I'm not getting mad at you for bringing this up, but I'm actually mad at the Dems or left-leaning media, because I'm like, okay, cool, do the same thing for your side. Go ahead and make a story about how the Dems talk to black MAGA supporters or black conservatives and what they call them, because they call them monkeys, they call them niggers, they call them all the things in the world that the young Republicans say, or these young Republicans are dropping. So I don't want to hear it, because I hear it on both sides, and I don't want to hear any side condemning either or. I don't, because trust me, I know Republicans can be racist. I know Dems can be racist, But I also know that those are the far extremes of our parties. And if you want to sit here and paint the farthest extreme of our party as all of us, well, then you can't be mad when we do it to your back. And you want to sit there and say, oh, you guys want to mutilate kids. All you are LGBTQ. All of you want to sacrifice your children for self-pleasure. It's like, is that really fair for me to do? No, it's not.
That one's run by Donald Trump's biggest political donor. Or you can see Trump administration officials and official U.S. government accounts on social media exulting in sadistic edgelord cruelty and celebrating hatred and prejudice. But now it's also becoming clear that people who are running the Republican Party at the ground level are just immersed in this cesspit of bigotry. And also, it's not just, abstract. They're acting on it. I mean, this is...
No, I ain't gonna lie, though. This is wrong, though. This is wrong. And lucid dream again, bro. I'm not snapping on you, though. I'm not snapping on you. I'm actually snapping on this guy here because I'm just like, bro, are you serious? So you're not going to bring up when y'all get racist? Do I need to do it? Because I think that's just petty. I think it's petty. But I ain't going to lie, though. Now, I do condemn these guys. But there are these guys in our party, and yeah, nobody really listens to them. Well, because the racism kind of just spews out of them. Like, you can tell who the racists are in the Republicans. Like, they'll let you know, like, every single time.
Staff level during the Republican administration that has been waging a full-scale war on civil rights law from the first day in office. Jelani Cobb is a staff writer at The New Yorker, dean of the Columbia University School of Journalism, author of a new book out today, 3 or More is a Riot, Notes on How We Got Here, a collection of excellent essays. And he joins me now. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Well, I would say we got here through, well, honestly, shaming white people too much, letting black people get away with too much, upholding black people to a higher standard than white people, damn near making them seem like they can do no wrong. Some of the white youth got pretty upset about that, and they turned, well, they had a hateful nature now towards black people. I mean, I was listening to this one racist, Paul Miller, right? And he's on the right side of us. He's on our side. He's one of us. And he's a complete racist. But when you hear his story, it was because of, well, BLM attacking his parents, him getting jailed for defending himself against BLM. So, and this is the thing, a lot of these racists, that's kind of their story. So it comes from a point of pain, which is one of the reasons why I kind of disregard it. But I'd also tell people don't listen to them because they're not really speaking to black people's real nature. They're speaking to what they've seen themselves and what they believe to be black people's true nature because, well, they've been hurt by black people. And, well, when you're hurt by a group of people, you're going to hate them. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying that, oh, well, just because a black person does something bad to you, you're not allowed to all of a sudden hate black people. Black people do it all the time to white people, like all the time. It is what it is. I guess it's something that you kind of got to grow out of after a certain time, but in the moment, you tend to get pretty hateful towards a certain group of people who you felt done you wrong or have done nothing but wrong towards you. So, I mean, I get it. I get it. I mean, I can't pretend like I haven't shared that opinion myself when I was younger. So, I don't know. Who am I to judge? But all right, let's get over to the right side of media.
Biden said, "Watch me," and we watched him fall asleep. Now we're watching Trump, the man that never sleeps. I'm just tired looking at his schedule. In the last day, the president flew 14 hours to Israel, hugged hostage families, and delivered a speech to their parliament. Then flew to Egypt, met with the president, spoke to the press, signed a peace deal, gave another speech, met with more world leaders, and then flew back home at the crack of dawn. He touched down at 2:30 in the morning. Instead of going to bed, blew up a Coke boat, then welcomed the president of Argentina at 1, and then got invited to go on another trip.
I'm just a little busy.
Oh, damn.
I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach.
Oh, and shout out Dr. Luke the Goat. He says, "Set the internet is extreme and social media fixates on diverse." Yeah, I'm brutal on the diversive or but divisive controversy. People are moved to act out of their empathy with anger. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That is so true. I mean, it's crazy though. It is crazy, but I will admit though, some people, they get wrong, then they just don't go back. But some of these young Republicans guys, screw these guys, screw them, because let's be real. I mean, we don't really care about, I personally don't care about what those guys think because our work is to replace those guys. But Hey, I'm actually glad they exposed themselves because now we can replace so we can kind of gut out the extremists in our party because these guys are closeted. I mean, they don't say this stuff out loud. I wish they would so we can figure out who they are and be like, yeah, congratulations, you're gone. It's like now nobody's ever going to take you serious in our party. Just like nobody really takes the gropers serious in our party. I mean, like Nick Fuentes, I'm not going to pretend like this man does have some good ideas policy wise, but when it comes to race, it is a bit extreme. Something I just can't get down with. Like, I don't know. I just can't do it. But all right. So shout out to my man Hellbat. Like, at least the Groypers aren't aren't shooting anyone. That's true. That's true. And shout out to my man Jet. He says, Dems dragging they feet on Jay Jones. Don't forget. Oh, yeah. Yes, the guy that pretty much said he would off his opponent's wife and children. Actually, he said he would love, this man said, I would love to see his kids die in his hands. I was like, okay, bro. Like, what did this man do to you? I mean, like, bro, this just can't be because he's running against you. I feel like that man had like a deeper hatred. Like, bro, did they go to high school together? Because how can you just sit there with no prior beef with this man just running against you and say, you know what? I hope I could see that man's children die in his arms. I'm like, dog, it's like, what's wrong with you? But yeah, they are dragging their feet on that. And let's be real, people, they condemned it, but they're still standing behind the guy. And I mean, that just shows that with the Dems, I mean, real, that's not all of you guys, but that shows the extreme of you guys are right there. So I'd like to say this. Cool, you guys can call out our radicals and we'll condemn them. I condemn those Arizona young Republicans. Fuck those guys. Great, we can all agree on that. But do you condemn that Jay guy or that attorney general? Because what was his name again? Oh, yeah, Jay Jones. You guys condemn Jay Jones on what he said about that Republican, that his Republican opponent and his wife and children. Do you guys condemn that? Because I hope you do. Because if you don't, because that's pretty damn wild. Because it is crazy how some, prominent politicians came out and said, we condemn them, but we're still standing behind them. That's crazy.
My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit. You won't see in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down.
All I'm going to say is, Dems, you can't get mad at young Republicans saying the N-word and talking about crazy about black people when y'all do the same thing about black people y'all disagree with. Like, all a black person got to do is disagree with you, and you're off to calling them the N-word and all that crazy stuff and talking and making racist jokes. So what's so different between you and these young Republicans? Like, what's the difference? Because I don't know. Because if you disagree with some of these guys too, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. What's so great about those guys on the right? I mean, they don't even like bull BS you. They will let you know straight up, I don't like N-words. You N-words are a stain on the earth in America and all this wild stuff. Like, trust me, I know they're talking points. And then on the left, it's like, dog, y'all try to hide it. It'd be like, look, man, I think you're an N-word. I think you're, they probably hate us more than the right racists do. But I'm going to play in your face because I want your vote. I mean, look, I'd rather somebody be straight up with me than, play in my face. I'm going to be real with you. I'd rather you be a straight up racist than play in my face like you on my side.
Being able to lift a 3-ounce chair.
Argentina's president this time.
Oh, and shout out to my man Vlasing. What's diabolical is the inclusive party loves to hate. And ain't that the truth? Ain't that?
Didn't bring a chainsaw, but he didn't come empty-handed. He gave Trump a framed Nobel nomination.
For next year.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
And when he did this letter, Mr. President, your settlement in the Middle East wasn't done. So we have to do a new letter
Let's do an
to include that, because this is a very important.
You'll have to add one extra sentence.
Exactly.
Trump, too, was in a giving mood. Zelensky's coming to town Friday, and Christmas might come early.
I know what he has to say. He wants weapons. He would like to have tomahawks. Everyone else wants tomahawks. And we have a lot of tomahawks. Tomahawk is a... Do you need any tomahawks in Argentina?
You get a tomahawk. You get a tomahawk. Everyone gets tomahawks. Well, not you, ABC.
Your ABC fake news.
Mr. President,
First of all, congratulations.
I don't take questions from ABC fake news. After what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States, I don't take questions from ABC fake news.
The world's heaping praise on 47 over the last 24 hours, but there's another man who deserves some credit. Charlie Kirk. If it wasn't for Charlie, Trump might not have made it back to the White House, and the world wouldn't be celebrating Mideast peace. And today was Charlie's 32nd birthday. Trump made sure he made it back for the party.
I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday? And I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday. And I said, you know, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there.
Charlie's closest friends and family gathered at the White House to celebrate his life. Most of the cabinet and high-ranking politicians were in attendance because Charlie helped them get there. Charlie's biggest supporters in conservative media showed up, and I was lucky enough to be there with Emma. And you could feel God watching over us.
To the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven, and he is going to make heaven. I said, I'm not sure I can make it, but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is.
Trump awarded Charlie America's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The medal was originally established by President Truman in 1945.
He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you.
His widow, Erica, accepted the medal and said Charlie couldn't have gotten a better birthday gift.
I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love, because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have.
But maybe an even better gift came from Charlie's daughter.
She said, "Happy birthday, Daddy. I want to give you a stuffed animal." "I want you to eat a cupcake with ice cream, and I want you to go have a birthday surprise. I love you," is what she said.
At that moment, many in the audience began to cry.
Yeah.
And then Erica said Charlie's son, who isn't able to even talk yet, gave Charlie another gift. He became the man of the house by becoming potty trained at 16 months. That puts Jesse Jr. to shame.
Oh, he just had a son?
Trump says Charlie's greatest gift, though, was his wife, Erica.
And he said,
yeah,
"You won't believe how beautiful she is." I said, well, then now that I meet her, he's right. But then he also said, and you know what? She's like the smartest person I know. He was deeply in love with you. It's great. Erica, your love and courage have been an inspiration to all of us, and we will always be here for you, and we're always going to be here for your gorgeous, beautiful children, and we'll never forget what your family has sacrificed for our country.
Charlie Kirk died for free speech and was wearing a shirt that said freedom when an assassin's bullet ripped through his body. Erica noted that freedom is what drove the colonists to create our founding documents, and freedom should be Charlie's legacy.
His name, Charles, literally means free man. And that's exactly who my husband was. He was a free man. His story reminds us all that to live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory.
President Trump mentioned that, like Socrates, St. Peter, Lincoln, and MLK, Charlie was a martyr for truth and freedom and gave his life for America and for Jesus Christ. Charlie lost his life, but he's helped save thousands of lives by fighting to put America first and putting Trump back in the White House. The Iranian nuclear program has been obliterated, and the hostages are home. And peace on earth is not out of reach. Charlie, in a way, was a prophet and saw Donald Trump would be the right leader to restore this great American republic and spread love throughout the Holy Land. The Jews and Arabs can't agree on anything, but they both agreed that they trusted Donald Trump.
You ain't lying about
I think
that.
today what I've been mostly struck
I
by.
mean, yeah, well, the Jews trust Donald Trump to play in their best interests, and the Arabs, well, I'm gonna be real with you. They trust Donald Trump to blow shit up if they don't cooperate. So, you know, hey, I mean, that's how we like it here, okay? That's how we like it. I mean, that's how we kind of want it. So, shout out. And, you know, the only reason why the Arab countries are on board is, one, because Trump will blow up Hamas. And then, two, Trump is also offering, look, I won't blow up Hamas, and I'll also try to work with the Palestinians to get them towards a self-governing and self-policing state. I mean, who doesn't want that? It's kind of been what we've been trying to get this for a while now. Damn near since it started. Damn near since this conflict started. That's what we've been working towards.
Is Donald Trump's sheer force of personality. There are not many men, not many leaders who can walk.
And shout out Golf Nut, he said for Charlie. Nah, shout out though. Shout out to Charlie. Actually, let me see if I can find one of my
into the Knesset in Israel to such rapturous applause, such a warm welcome, and then less than an hour later appear in a room of world leaders, Arab and Muslim leaders, and have the same kind of warm welcome. It really is his force of nature which has managed to make this happen. A few months ago, the media was saying this was impossible.
He just wants Gaza empty.
Well, I think it's the same idea of what we were talking about with Ukraine, is that he didn't understand why it wasn't being done before he was there. Then he got into office and realized, wow, this is really, really hard. No. And now he's turned his attention elsewhere.
It's not black and white.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Ye of little faith. Why would the media be wrong about everything and suddenly be right? Trump has experienced political redemption, and now some members of the press are starting to repent.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Go ahead and give it to my man.
Bravo to America. Bravo to the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's all I like to see, man. Go.
Bravo to President Trump.
Even notorious non-believers are experiencing a spiritual awakening.
Credit where credit is due. Donald Trump did something good. It's kind of surprising to see him do something good.
What a day for Donald Trump. You know what? He finally did something positive today, and I want to give him credit for it because I know he's not the type to take
Why y'all so
credit
grimy? It's like it's grimy because like he finally did something positive. I'm like, come on. You tell me this man ain't done. I mean, closing the border was a pretty positive thing. Don't you agree?
Biden swallowing his pride and saying congrats to Trump. So did Kamala. So did the Clintons. But Obama won't do it.
Oh, the hating is
He's
too real.
realizing slowly he's not the Messiah, and the words just won't come out. Barry can take his time, but there's no denying the success. Just ask Donald Trump's latest dinner guest.
Have the humility to give it up for enormous success on any level.
I agree.
Trump, not my choice.
I'm done. He said that they did Trump dirty with that photo on Time cover. I mean, I don't know. It's not that bad, but hey, I don't know. Hey, man, Vlad said, look, man, I looked at that Time cover and I'm just like, they did him dirty, said. He's like, I don't even know why he did it.
Didn't vote for him, but
a lot of people did.
And he's
undeniable.
I can't deny the success.
I can't either.
Thank you.
At this moment in time, Trump has enormous international political capital. He has the Arab world in his corner. The memories of Operation Midnight Hammer are still fresh. NATO's fully funded and about to turn up the heat on Russia. Zelensky's in town later this week, and Putin's under pressure. The Monroe Doctrine's back. We call it the Dunroe Doctrine. And he's cut trade deals on the Pacific Rim with our allies, encircling the Chinese. Trump's meeting Xi Jinping soon in South Korea, and both sides are exchanging heavy blows over trade. The president.
Yeah, and you know, the funny thing is, though, the rejection for Trump getting this in is like the hatred that the Dems kind of have right now is hilarious because it's over 9,000. for some strange reason. Like, come on now, like bring it down just a little bit.
Has to finesse the power struggle so China saves face. And the American economy remains dominant. And it will, always. Because
And shout out to my man Vladstein. Okay, yep, my bad. Here it is. Shout out to my man Chris. He says, having a conversation got Charlie killed. Why do liberals use violence when they can't use facts? They also think criticism equals racism. Very shameful. Yeah, which do piss me off because it kind of keeps, and I'm gonna be real with you, Chris, it keeps my community, and probably some other communities as well, but let's just use my community as an example. Because it is racist to criticize my community never sees anything wrong with what they're doing. They're like spoiled ass kids. It's like your kid break the glass and you're trying to punish them, but I don't know, the parent comes in and be like, no, they didn't do anything wrong. It was an accident. And this is done throughout like their entire life. So every time we mess up, every time we do something wrong and people want to criticize, is deemed as racist. And that kind of keeps our community really from honestly growing. It kind of stunts our growth as a community, and it stunts our mindset, and it leads to a very victimhood mentality, which has no accountability for anything that we do. It's sad, but it's real.
as we embrace freedom. Putin's a nuisance, but he can be neutralized with a little help from the Chinese. The American decline is over. With Charlie's spirit still alive, the United States can win the 21st century. Erica said freedom without God is chaos, and urged those in attendance today to not live in fear. Being a free American, brave and unafraid, with faith in God, is the recipe for success.
In Charlie's honor, we will continue like.
Link, what would you blame it on? And I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just asking, like, quite honestly, what would you blame it on? Because, we could blame it on culture. We can blame it on low income. But then low income, you being low income kind of leads to how your culture is set up in a way. Like, it kind of goes hand in hand, even if you don't want to admit it. Let's be real. The culture of a black family, it doesn't, not all the time does it produce the highest achiever, but cultures in Indian families, Asian families, white families. Come on now.
Have been to fight, and to win. We're going to win so much.
Happy birthday, Charlie. We love you.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click.
All right, now let's get over to this Pam Bondi interview. We're going to stay on the right side of the media. And don't worry, guys. We're going to switch over to the left so you don't got to be filled with the Fox News propaganda. Don't worry. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Okay, guys? So for all you guys that are thinking that right now.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
But don't worry, I got y'all.
Here now with reaction is U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Great to see you. How are you?
Great to see you,
I only got to see you on satellite, so it's good to see you in person.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Let's talk about the overall problem. And I contend that if you don't have law and order and safety and security, you can't pursue happiness. 4,000 dead under Pritzker. What's your reaction to him?
Yeah, he is apoplectic that Donald Trump wants to come in and help Chicago and fix Chicago and make Chicago safe. Going back to Memphis, you gave the great stats on Memphis. You know how many missing children we found in Memphis? 44. Finding one missing child makes it all worthwhile. 44 missing children.
By the way, what is a missing child?
A missing child is a missing child who's been taken away from their parents, abducted children who are on their own, all under the age of 18. Teenagers and younger, 44 missing children. Some have been taken by non-custodial parents, but 44 have been recovered. Finding one is enough to make it all worthwhile. And then you take that to Chicago. They had 571 homicides last year. Pritzker should be begging Donald Trump to come in. And, on what you said about Memphis, we have Mayor Paul Young working with us. He's amazing. He's a Democrat. He wants to make Memphis safe. Right here in D.C., Sean, look how safe D.C. is now because of Muriel Bowser working with Donald Trump. Metro Police, Transit Authority Police, right here, working with all of our federal agents hand in hand, and our National Guard. Pritzker's lost his mind.
I've been here all day. It's a discernible difference.
Thanks to Donald Trump.
It is a discernible difference. It's a very different place. So the president, I guess he talked about if they will not enforce the law, if they will not keep America.
Oh, bro, Thomas Sowell, bro, I ain't gonna lie. They hate Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell, black rednecks, good read, bro. They hate Thomas Sowell because it takes away that whole FBA, though the foundational Black Americans are the best American to ever touch God's green earth and all that wild stuff. So yeah, they don't want to read that because it kind of takes away that whole I would say this, the FBA community kind of likes looking down on other Black groups, even though other Black groups outperform them, like, you know, the Caribbeans, Africans, mainly those two, actually. And then there's the FBAs. If you want to rank them, it would be, I mean, what? The Africans, Caribbeans, and the FBA. You might be able to switch around the Caribbeans and Africans interchangeably. But yeah, they try to create division in our group through what? Heritage of, oh, well, were you in the sugarcane fields or were you in the cotton fields? And both were equally gruesome. So I don't know why it freaking matters. But hey, they want to be divisive over something. And it's our own people. It's our own people sowing division in our own community. I mean, the bastards. I mean, no, really, those guys piss me off.
American citizens.
Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson. Yeah, mainly those two.
Safe in towns and cities, that it may result in him invoking the Insurrection Act. Let's talk about the legality of that.
Sure. He absolutely has the right to do that, the legal authority to do that. We didn't have to do it in Los Angeles. They came in, they cleaned up the riots. You saw, look how much better LA is after the president brought in the National Guard. But look at Portland, look at Chicago. They're sanctuary cities, they're sanctuary states. They are forbidding in Chicago, this mayor, Brandon Johnson, is forbidding the police to work with ICE to get illegal aliens off the streets. Here's one example. There was a
I mean, Portland did the same things. Yeah, Portland and Chicago is forbidding law enforcement, local law enforcement, from helping ICE. So pretty much leaving ICE out there on their own. And let's be real, ICE is not a big police force. In Chicago, I mean, Chicago is the third. Let me see. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're like the third biggest police force in the nation. I know New York's at the top. I think it's between LAPD and Chicago on which one is for second and third. But yeah, like at least they're like the top 3, top 5 biggest police force in the nation. They can't help ICE, which would be a major help. But you know, Chicago want to talk about, or my bad, but Mayor Johnson, Brandon Johnson, want to talk about an ICE-free zone. Like, are you serious? Like, come on now, guys. That doesn't make any sense. And shout out my man Luke. He said, Luke McLaughlin. He says, your channel is MAGA, cuz I like to say I'm more centrist. I'm more center right. But hey, like I said, hey, you can't agree with Donald Trump without you being a full-on MAGA, I guess. You can't agree with the man's doing. Even though I disagree with some of the things he is doing. I do disagree, but hey, man, y'all don't be here for that. Y'all never be here for my disagreements. It is what it is.
illegal Mexican in Chicago. He should have been in prison, illegally there. He was in prison. He got released from prison. Instead of being deported, they kept him right there, and he beat a 21-year-old to death. In Chicago. How are they condoning this behavior?
Did you see that they took down a fence that was protecting an ICE
Well,
facility?
and I'm wearing the hat.
They keep using language. I think language does have an impact on people. And when you call people Nazi, a fascist, Gestapo,
True.
you know, Gestapo-like tactics, etc., does this not have an impact on people? Do you
And people don't understand that the immigration problem has gotten so bad that this force is necessary. Like, yes, we have to pretty much make whole building crime scenes because, well, a lot of these landlords did not give a shit, did not give a damn when these illegals came in, busted open their doors and set up shop, or, I mean, created their living quarters. I mean, it happened in Chicago. Trust me, I can show you a video right now of a maintenance guy walking around Chicago showing you how they broke into these apartment complexes and just started setting up shop. And there you go. Pretty much taking homes away from, well, the Black community, people in the Black community. And it's kind of effed up that y'all don't want to solve this problem because it helps people out in the Black community. So I ask you, Dems, do y'all really care about the Black community, or do y'all just like fear mongering us so we're on your side? I mean, be quite honest with us. Even no, come on, just be honest with me for the one time in y'all career. Just be honest.
humanize them to the point where you can convince maybe unstable people that they're doing the will of God if, they challenge and take them on?
Well, sure. And that's one of the things about Antifa. You've heard President Trump say multiple times they are organized. They are a criminal organization, and they're very organized. You're seeing people out there with thousands of signs that all match pre-bought, pre-put together They're organized and someone is funding it. We're going to get to the funding of Antifa. We're going to get to the root of Antifa, and we are going to find and charge all of those people who are causing this chaos in Portland and all.
Now, people's criticism about coming after Antifa is hilarious because, yeah, the problem is that they are kind of organized. I mean, they got a website. Shoot, I mean, they got a daily newsletter. Sign up, all that good stuff. I mean, Oregon, the Rose City one, not Oregon. Yeah, it is Oregon. I think this is the Rose City Antifa. I mean, they got an Antifa overseas. They almost got an Antifa website in almost every state, for every state. You can look up Antifa organization right now, and they're going to show you a whole bunch of .orgs. Like, look up rosecityantifa.org. .org. Like, come on now. You trying to say they're not organized? I mean, they're organized enough to create a website.
These other cities across our country. Talk to all the influencers who have been threatened and beat up and their lives threatened from Antifa members. It's going to stop under Donald Trump. And then Pritzker in Chicago I think he's the worst one of all. He really is, because he's just encouraging this and he doesn't care about the people of Chicago like Donald Trump does.
All right, let me ask you this, because the left is claiming that Antifa is not a real organization. We've known it's been a real organization for the longest time. I think getting to the bottom of who is okay, now we're getting somewhere. And I read that Glenn Beck recently got asked by the FBI about what he knew about the funding, because this is something he dug into, you know, the years he was at Fox. And he believes that there is a funding effort, which to me I conclude what it seems to be is they want to bring down American society. They are working against the American people. What would that be? What would that be called?
It would be organized crime, and that's what they're doing. And you're watching it in Portland. Portland really is the prime example, and President Trump just had so many of the influencers whose lives were threatened, who were Caitlyn, the beautiful blonde woman who had—
And it's so crazy that the only defense these guys have for resisting ICE is that you're next. Like they only go after undocumented immigrants. Now, I know Trump said, yes, we're going after the ones with crime, that are criminals. And guess what? Yeah, but maybe I didn't hear the rest of what he said. He's saying we're going after all illegals, all of them, each and every one of them. And you know who supports Donald Trump? Obama supports Donald Trump. Do you know that? You know Obama supports Donald Trump? Let me show you. My man's a huge supporter of Donald Trump. Well, back in the day, he was, when he had, some color in his hair.
The Bush administration has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. And so what we have to do is create—
I mean, even Obama knew that, you guys are kind of opening the door to slavery, and you're letting corporations take advantage of these illegals so they can pretty much undercut American jobs and kind of stagnate American wages. I mean, good job, Democrats. Everything y'all preach for, you literally shoot in the foot. I mean, how could you guys want a higher minimum wage, but you want to bring in illegals that's going to work for lower than minimum wage? Make it make sense. You can't. All right, then. But let's go ahead and remix what Obama was saying. Well, my bad. Rewind what Obama was saying.
Observing worker safety laws and slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws.
But they're not.
And so what we have to do is create a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need.
And 4 years later, 3 million illegals deported. 4 years later.
That's step number one. Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more.
And here's the thing, though. I like this person. You make them citizens. Alan, my man, you know what? It would take away the whole reason why they even want them here. If we made them citizens, this would have literally exposed the left. And I promise you it would. They would literally, the corporations that they're working for are going to be like, no, deport them. The only reason why we wanted them here is so we can underpay them. That's the only reason why they're here, is because they're cheap labor, guys. And that's the thing. We're letting these corporations take advantage of them for some strange reason. But if we made them citizens, I guarantee you these guys would either be fired or they'll just be like, all right, cool. We're just going to start hiring American citizens for this position because we no longer have that savings advantage. Like if I have to pay an American citizen $10 an hour, I mean, shoot. And now I got to pay this illegal that I was paying like what, $5 an hour, 10 because we made them an illegal citizen. Well, what's the difference? Because it's not because they work harder, guys. It's because they're cheaper. And I'm not saying that they don't work hard, because trust me, I bet they do. But they are also cheaper labor. It is what it is. It is what it is. But trust me, man, you'd really expose the left doing that one right there. You'd expose all of them. And shout out Ladstein. He says, when a person thinks everyone matches their kind of crazy, they've gone off the deep end. Dems think everyone agrees with their crazy. I know, like, you really think that we're okay with all these illegals staying here? And then you also think that we're okay with just making them all citizens? Like, that's going to be a strain on our resources and healthcare system that already has a strain on it, which is 70 million people. It has a strain on it. And now y'all want to add more? Like, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. And shout out to Tove. She says, shit, I remember learning about Antifa in America way back in elementary school in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying on that one. Trust me, everybody's heard about Antifa. But shout out to the supporters. Appreciate you guys. The problem is that they've never been truly investigated to honestly see where their money's coming from or if they're even organized. They've kind of been protected by the left because they've been doing their bidding. It's like, yo, why would you want to investigate a group that's doing everything you want? I mean, look who they did investigate. They investigated the Proud Boys and all them guys because they go against what the left stands for. Even though you can pretty much damn near say the same thing about the Proud Boys and all that. I mean, we could have said they're not really a real organization. They're disorganized. You know, they got a website and membership and all that wild stuff. I mean, they did the same thing with Antifa. Why can't we do the same thing with the Proud Boys? Which would be crazy to do. And shout out to my man Chris. If you look at videos of Barack and Hillary from 2008, Obama was on some MAGA shit. Obama was the deporter in chief, deported more illegals than Trump. Literally 3 million. Like 4 years after this man said this speech, 3 million plus illegals out of here. But y'all want to get mad at Trump. It's crazy. Now, it don't make no sense. I mean, that's why Piers Morgan always grills the Dems when he says, you know how much people like Obama deported? I mean, what? So, like, how are y'all against this when y'all, like, Saint Obama did this and you guys had nothing to say? You know, the political Saint Obama.
Had the black eye from an Antifa member. They're threatening them online with violent acts. It's organized crime. They're completely organized. They're at all of these events. They're encouraging violence. They're calling everyone fascist. But it's more than that. It's hurting the American people. And that's why they're no different than MS-13 or any gang out there.
What do you make? I've raised this question a lot. And if you are a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state and you're providing benefits for people, right now we're in the middle of a government shutdown, in part because Democrats want taxpayers to fund illegal immigrants and their health care. Okay, that's $1.5 trillion they want to fund the government for a whopping 7 weeks. In L.A., they declare a state of emergency and to aid residents hit by immigration raids. How, Madam Attorney General, how is that not aiding and abetting in law breaking?
It is, Sean. Yeah. It is. And, you know, you've got Chuck Schumer out there fundraising during a government shutdown. He's fundraising in California during the shutdown. Yet you have our men and women of all of our federal agencies probably not going to get a paycheck. We're going to do everything we can to take care of them. But people working during a shutdown to keep all of these citizens safe. They don't care about their citizens. You know, Schumer said.
We're going to take a quick pause on this. Go to this video I showed last night that kind of proved what I'm talking about.
The gravy train is freaking over. And now we got the Democrat lies collapsing in real time. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here.
I'm crying. Antifa members catching fascists. Literally. A fox or a wolf biting their own tail. It's like, yeah, catch yourselves.
Some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's start off with this viral video over here. We've got a Minnesota resident who just received a letter from the Department of Human Services, or rather the Minnesota State Department of Human Services, and take a look.
So I was scanning this over. This is from the Department of Human Services. This is a Minnesota healthcare programs update, and there's one thing in here that I found interesting. Changes to Minnesota Care citizenship requirements beginning January 1st, 2026. Undocumented.
Hold on, you didn't need citizenship requirement to get Minnesota Care? It's like that doesn't raise any, red flags? Not a single red flag in your mind was raised when, we got to talk about citizen, like what? Citizen authorization? or pretty much making sure that who's signing up for this health care is a citizen? Like, y'all ain't been do that?
There's one thing in here that I found interesting. Changes to Minnesota Care citizenship requirements beginning January 1st, 2026. Undocumented non-citizens who are 18 years or older are not eligible for Minnesota Care.
So it reads, beginning January 1st, 2026, undocumented non-citizens, again with this pathetic left-wing doublespeak, illegal migrants, you absolute fools, undocumented non-citizens. It's funny how they're constantly adding more and more complex wordage. Oh, they're undocumented non-citizens, non-American Americans, right? No, they're freaking illegals, you malacas. But anyways, undocumented non-citizens who are 18 years old or older are not eligible for Minnesota Care. Huh.
Why does that have to be stated? I'm just saying, doesn't that raise any alarms? Like, why do we have to tell people that, you actually got to be a citizen to get on, citizen-funded healthcare? Why does it have to be said?
Written right there, black and white, straight from the Democrat governor and Democratic legislature. And so I guess after all the denials, after Elizabeth Warren going on every media outlet.
And shout out to my man Chris. Hey, appreciate the support, Chris. He said, I used to like Obama when he was making sense, but Obama did the old bait and switch maneuver, preaching change, but didn't change anything, and did a whole lot of bombing. Bombing. Well, that's what they called them, Obama. But yeah, you're right. And then, of course, what was that? I think he was one of the main people talking about, marriages between a man and a woman and all this wild stuff. Then all of a sudden, hey, we got gay marriage. Like, and you know what? I'm for gay marriage. I just thought it was really weird how they came out speaking out against it, and then they're the ones to, kind of set it off. It was a bit weird to me, even though back in that day I was for it.
And saying it's just not happening.
Well, dude, I somewhat still am. I just don't like the whole. Maybe they can have a civil union because it is a bit weird for them to, get married under the church. The whole church don't agree with the whole gay thing. Some churches do, but let's be real, they're not really following what the Bible says. They're kind of just placating to society instead of following the word of the Lord. Well, their word of the Lord.
It's not happening.
There is nothing in Medicaid, there is nothing in Medicare that permits one undocumented immigrant to get $1 of assistance.
I guess it's now confirmed that illegal migrants were in fact receiving taxpayer-funded health care. And of course they claim, those are state funds, but obviously we are not stupid. We understand how basic accounting works, and clearly they're using state funds, and then it's subsidized by federal Medicaid dollars. It's a laundering scheme, pure and simple. Fund illegals with state money, then use federal reimbursements to offset the...
Because if you don't know, bottom line, Medicaid is the cornerstone of state health funding, shared costs, and state administrated. So yes, Medicaid does play into state-funded healthcare. It's the cornerstone of it. You can literally Google this. You can even ask for Medicaid too. Does Medicaid and Medicare play a role in state-funded healthcare? And they'll say yes. Actually, it's very involved, especially the Medicaid part. That's the reason why we did such crazy cuts to Medicaid, because that was the main one being abused by our own states. And hey, it'd be like that. But we're changing now. Trust me. And shout out, for the record, Trump was the first president for gay marriage without doing a bait and switch. Trump supported gay marriage on day one of his first administration, which is true. And bro, he got a gay guy on his, well, a lot of people don't know this, but Scott Besson is gay. Bro got he got a surrogate kid. He got a husband. Yes, our Treasury Secretary had, which is honestly the highest. What was he? I think he made history as the highest appointed gay man in history, in American history, in terms of the government. Yes, it's Scott Besson, Treasury Secretary, is a gay man. You can't say he hate gays. He literally put a gay in front of our money, which is a really smart idea because gays are good with money. I'll be real with you. Look, man, you roll through rich neighborhood, you're gonna find gay people every time. God bless them. But yeah, let's not forget that as well. Gay people are good with money for some reason.
cost. And now I guess the big question is, again, the suspicious timing. Why are they suddenly, all of a sudden, cutting off illegal migrants? Why now? An easy answer, right? Because the Trump administration now cut off the federal Medicaid loophole that Democrats were abusing to fund illegal migrant health care on a state level. And so without federal monies now coming in to backfill the scam, the state can no longer afford it. And so quietly they send a letter now. We are removing illegal migrants from Minnesota care. Absolutely busted. In other words, these...
Shout out Castro. He's like, I bet you are for gay marriage set.
Got him.
Like,
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, you got me on that one. You got me. I walked right into that.
Democrats have been lying to your face, pretending as if this whole fight is about values. Ooh, values.
But no. It's about being able to overly fund, or overly bloat our budget on Medicaid so corporations could overcharge us, like pharmaceutical, healthcare corporations. And of course, we do reckless spending or wasteful spending on healthcare for illegals. That's pretty much what it's for.
It's the greatest thing to happen to Democrats, really, to happen to our country. It's hurting the citizens, and we're going to keep fighting for the American people. That's what Donald Trump does, and that's what he's going to continue to do, whether it's Chicago, Portland, Memphis, right here in D.C., all over this country. He's going to keep Americans safe because they're not. And the people here are seeing what's happening, and they're loving it in Washington, D.C.
Let me ask you a final question. As we now dig deeper into the Russia hoax and FISA applications and the pre-bunking of Hunter's laptop in 2020, weaponization and lawfare from 2020 to 2024, Kash Patel talked about a grand conspiracy. Do you see a possibility of that?
Nothing is off the table, and no one is above the law. No one.
I don't know. There is a grand conspiracy to cause an insurrection that the Dems are pushing, like through their language and all that good stuff. Through their radical language, trying to incite violence, they're pushing for an insurrection, and that's the grand conspiracy. They want to get Trump up out of here. They're about to pop off that movie Civil War, and it's about to get crazy. Book wild in here. Look, man, the petty level of the left. And it cannot be matched.
Is above the law. They thought they could target Donald Trump for 4 years, and they did. They almost got away with it, but now he's the president of the United States, and everyone is on equal footing. There is one tier of justice in this country.
Madam Attorney General, thank you for joining us. Good to see you.
All right, now let's get into my man Jeff's video, because the Dems hate this. Supreme Court drops nightmare news for Dems. And I think the nightmare news, bro, the Dems was losing their ish. They lost their ish when the Supreme Court says, yeah, Trump can go ahead and strip deportation protections and protection of Venezuelans. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. It was bad out. They lost their mind. They was like, looked at the Supreme Court like, what did he say? And they were just like, you fascists, you're all with Trump. We can't even trust the courts no more, because all you had was the district courts to kick and stream. Now, when it goes to the Supreme Court and it goes in Trump's favor, you guys want to cry about it. So you can't. Now they lost the argument of, oh, Trump goes against the courts. No, Trump does exactly what the courts does, except it's only the Supreme Court that can really tell him what to do. The Dems like to forget that.
The Supreme Court is about to do to the Democrats what the asteroid did to the dinosaurs. Total extinction. And Democrats are freaking out because this latest Supreme Court ruling will be their final nail in the coffin. It will condemn the Democrat Party to permanent irrelevancy and ensure that they will never be able to wreak havoc on the American public like they did during Joe Biden's administration. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys watch till the end of this video, because this is by far the biggest development of Trump's second term, and I want you guys to be completely informed on this issue. But let's start by hearing what exactly they're ruling on and why it's such a devastating blow to the Democrats.
The Supreme Court is about to hear oral argument in a couple of days in a case out of Louisiana that will literally decide whether the Voting Rights Act remains in good law and remains a protection for minority voting rights, prevents Republicans from redistricting themselves into permanent power in the House of Representatives, or whether the Supreme Court backs away from that, says, you know what, times have changed, no more protection for minority voters, and no constraints on Republicans in the Deep South to engage in absolutely horrific wholesale gerrymandering. This is a 5-alarm fire.
So what they're ruling
Hey, all I'm going to say is, look, man, if y'all mad about gerrymandering, get the gerrymandering. You can do it. It's not a tasteful strategy, but y'all been doing it for a while. The problem is that the left over gerrymandered and the right, I mean, they got all this open districts, with all the land and all the neighborhoods in the world where they can just cut it up, create some new districts and dominate. I mean, y'all kind of overplayed y'all hand, and now it's time for the Republicans. Do I agree with it? Of course not. But it is what it is.
On is the constitutionality of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This forced states post-Civil Rights Act to create black majority districts to allow black citizens congressional representation, of which they were historically gerrymandered and excluded from. This is why you have districts in Illinois and Louisiana, for example, that are these weird winding districts that cut through the state specifically to include more black voters in congressional districts. These hilariously drawn maps have led to the Democrats being extremely overrepresented in Congress. By not creating reasonable and fair maps based on population, but instead creating these windy and contorted maps with the sole purpose of including as many black residents as possible. This was meant to remedy the historical dilution of the black vote through racially discriminatory maps and replace them with racially preferential ones. And if you're wondering exactly how many extra seats the Democrats have in Congress because of this legislation, listen to this next clip and prepare to have your mind blown.
The districts that have historically been created to protect black voters from, again, being diluted, hither and yon into various districts and losing voting power. Those districts would no longer be protected under federal voting rights law. It could have a swing on the partisan level of 20 or 30 districts. On the black and Hispanic representation level, it would be even more devastating and could have catastrophic effects. So this is really the whole ball game as you look at cases pending before the Supreme Court this term. This is the one to pay attention to. And as I mentioned, Brian and I have talked about this before because this case was argued once before in the Supreme Court. It was argued last term in the Supreme Court, and we expected initially the Supreme Court would give it the back of the hand. Then as the term went along, we got more and more nervous because the Supreme Court hadn't ruled in it. Well, at the end of the term, rather than deciding the case, they scheduled it for rehearing. And that rehearing comes up this week. So please pay attention to this case.
The Democrats are enjoying a 30-seat House advantage due to this legislation, and now the Supreme Court is going to rule on the constitutionality because any law that inherently gives preferential treatment to a group of people based on their race is illegal and unconstitutional. Now, I'm going to say something that might shock a lot of you, but hear me out. I actually think it was fair and just to implement these reversed racism policies and laws like the Voting Rights Act, like affirmative action, post-Civil Rights Act. You needed the heavy hand of the government to force racism against black people out of institutions, out of laws, out of life, and bring them from unquestionably second-class citizens into the fold as regular citizens with equal rights. In theory, affirmative action makes sense. Black people were historically excluded from job opportunities, thus being restricted in gaining comparable skills to their white counterparts. And black schools were historically neglected, thus leading to black children received a lower quality education to their white counterparts and were unable to qualify and compete on their merits. So yes, you hire a black person who is comparatively less qualified than their white counterpart. But the thinking is, after a few years on the job, they'll develop the requisite skill set to become competent, compete with their white counterparts, and excel on their own merits. And then they'd have better employment, be able to raise their families under...
I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all the brutal truth of it. The brutal truth of it is that, not majority of African Americans, we're not raised to that standard. You know, when my man Vlasky mentioned the black rednecks, the black rednecks that moved up to the north, once the north became a booming spot for a business and opportunity, it was mainly the black immigrants, or, you know, the Caribbean and the Africans, those guys who were excelling and being able to play, well, I would say on the white man standard. Then once the black South comes in, now, you know, as a whole, you know, things start going downwards. And I always do like to point out that in the 40s, well, I would say that yeah, we had better family structure, we had a better economic structure for sure. So I hear what he's saying, and yeah, trust me. I mean, racism was a thing, but when you're kind of laid out in the full context of history, I mean, can we really say that they're racism? Because there were some blacks who actually met the standard and was let in. But due to the fact that there was a high number of blacks who couldn't meet the standards due to the migration, I mean, yeah, it just made the numbers look completely unfair. And you know what? I mean, in terms of affirmative action, I mean, it kind of worked because, I mean, as they were led into these places, I mean, it wasn't the complete DEI disaster that we have today because they weren't doing it off sex. I mean, it was mainly about being black. It did help out a little bit, but then it also did hurt a lot of black students and a lot of black workers as well, because some of them were put in positions where they never acclimated to, or put into colleges that they were never able to catch up in.
Better conditions, be able to send their kids to higher quality schools, and voila, the cycle is broken. But baked into that premise is the idea that at some point, these policies will end because the systemic racism will be weeded out through the generations. And that's why it's being heard and ruled on today, because these policies and these laws are no longer necessary. Most reasonable and logical people can point to the election of Barack Obama and say, that's it. That's the end point. Black people have gone from undoubtedly second-class citizens.
Yeah, undoubtedly, we've gone from second-class citizens basically to on their level. I mean, there's people who don't want to admit that, but I mean, if you're a black citizen born in America, you can become president. You can become a billionaire. I mean, we had a black president. I mean, we got black billionaires. We got rich people here. We got the black bourgeois. I mean, we got rich black neighborhoods all through Atlanta. So we have the capability of doing everything that we get mad at the white man for, but not all of us is willing to do it. We're more willing to complain and beg the white man for money than to try to build something for ourselves.
To now being the president of the United States of America. We have officially defeated systemic racism. And I also agree with that. There is no more proof that systemic racism has been defeated.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chris. He says, I want to see all the free Gaza protests. Give Trump his flowers. There should be parades. With Gaza flags next to MAGA and US flags, but they won't. They should, because like I said, I thought they were the main Palestinian guys, like the real pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-Palestine, but not like them. They went a little bit far with it with the whole river to the sea thing. Me, I'm more on the side of, look, man, I just want these guys to have a chance at having a state or having self-governance and policing. I'm on the side of the Arab nations, but trust me, we won't see it because they didn't even expect this. Remember, the idea sold about Trump is that he's supposed to be this warmongering and he's going to cause problems in the world. He's going to make everything worse. So the idea of him making something better or solving something that they are speaking out about is just like, I don't know. It's like they just can't handle it. It's like it's like I said, they're NPCs. We kind of effed up their whole reality. We damn near forced the red pill down their throat. Like Trump did something good. What do you say now? You can't sit here and deny reality at this point.
Than a black man being elected president twice by a majority white country. But the problem with the left and their obsession with identity politics and woke.
I mean, let's be real. We got black mayors, black governors. We had a black president. I mean, shoot. We've been involved. We are involved in every level of government. I mean, even in Trump administration, we got a black guy in there. What was it? HUD, the Secretary of HUD. No, yeah, it was Home and Urban Development. He's black. So tell me, where are we? Tell me, how are we being held back when we got all these exceptional black people in high positions? The problem is you got to work for it. It's not just going to be given to you because you're black.
Cultural Marxism is they vehemently disagree that the election of Barack Obama signified the end of systemic racism. Woke people believe that systemic racism is ingrained in every facet.
Yes, Paul, that's the one black. He had to make room for the Hispanics and the women, okay, man? Like, come on now. You got a black, you got a Hispanic, you got a gay man, you got women. What else do y'all want, bro? Because if you'd have made it all straight, rich white men, y'all have lost y'all minds.
of society, even the things we don't think about nor would be considered racism. They believe math is racist. They believe going to the gym and striving for a slim, fit, healthy body is racist. They believe things like punctuality.
Whoa, I have to correct them on that one. They believe it's conservative to go out there and work out. Like workout culture was a conservative thing. And I'm just like, I mean, bro, like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, so you pretty much want your base to be fat and stupid so you can tell them whatever they want. They're going to believe it. I don't even think the Dems are going to fall for that one. They're like, all right, hold on. What you mean exercise is conservative? I'm pretty sure even the liberals in the chat are going like, bro, what do you mean exercise is racist?
Being expected to show up
is like, yeah, if white people exercise, they're going to exercise so well to run out and chase black people like... Yep, that's what they're going to do. They're going to exercise, become track star slave slave catchers. And they're just going to be like all over the country set. You just don't understand. We got to make them fat.
Up to work on time. Articulation, enunciation are all white supremacist concepts. The talent of a woke person is being able to claim victimhood status and pointing to racism or other injustices in every single little tiny thing. And that's the inherent problem with being woke. If in everything you look at, you see racism, discrimination, injustice, you have to, by definition, not see anything good or positive in those things. And that leads to a way of thinking and a group of people who are perpetually miserable, bitter, and resentful. In their mind, white supremacy and systemic racism and injustice can never be conquered without the complete and total destruction and reconstruction of the United States from the ground up. And because in their mind, they will always be an oppressed second-class citizen group, they can justify the preservation of laws like the Voting Rights Act and things like DEI affirmative action. But the acceptance of this toxic ideology forces us to never be able to...
I know, it's the race baiters. I mean, they always go, oh, oppression, oh, racism, oh, they're holding you back, even though nobody's holding you back but your own laziness. But yeah, they sell that to you enough. I mean, let's be real, you're always going to think that way. And I mean, that's why I hate guys like Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson and black politicians, because that's all they preach is that victimhood mentality and never really challenging the black community to grow, but instead to stay in their victimhood shell.
Acknowledge the gains that we've made in civil rights and prevent us from finally living as a united people who are all equal to one another. And Democrats promote this toxic ideology, so when the time comes to repeal these no longer necessary laws, they can just scream and cry racism. Let's hear them complain about how this is such an injustice, even though we know they're really mad because they're losing power.
Yeah, so what people need to understand is when we talk about Section 5 and Shelby County, this is the case from 2013 that people were very upset, correctly upset, as gutting a key provision of the Voting Rights Act. That provision applied only to states with histories of discrimination in voting. What it basically said was those states couldn't change their voting laws without getting pre-cleared those changes to make sure they didn't disadvantage minority voters. But there was another provision. And in fact, in Shelby County, the Chief Justice cites this other provision, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, as applying nationwide. And what it does is it prevents vote dilution of minority voters' votes everywhere in the country. And it has particular application in the redistricting context. What it basically does in the redistricting context is says that white legislatures, Republican legislatures, cannot divvy up black voters into a variety of districts and therefore deprive them of their ability to elect candidates of choice, particularly in jurisdictions where that kind of behavior has gone on before. The net effect of that has been that throughout the Deep South, but also, as you point out, not in the Deep South, in states around the country, Native Americans in some places, Hispanics in places like Texas have been protected from these kinds of vote dilution tactics. Well, if Section 2 is struck down, What it means is that Texas will be able to go back and redistrict again and destroy a bunch of districts where right now black voters and Hispanic voters are able to elect their candidates of choice.
So to remedy black people being historically drawn out of maps, they mandated that black people were drawn in the maps, which I said before was fine for the time. But it has been 4 generations since black people were second-class citizens.
I mean, and let's be real though, it is kind of condescending just to assume that you're protecting our voting rights. I mean, let's be real. Who's to say that we don't want to vote conservative? Who's to say we haven't had a change and we're like, yo, I mean, you guys saying that you're protecting our voting rights, but I mean, we could vote. It's not like nobody's telling us we can't vote. The problem is it might not go y'all way, so y'all scared. I mean, that's what it seems to be. So I would say, I mean, if y'all really cared about black people and all that good stuff, then stop trying to mess with the districts. Because to be quite honest, y'all keep making them smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's not really helping y'all out. You're not really getting the area's opinion. You're just trying to find a way to create an echo chamber in a very small, well, I would say in a I would say in a section of a state. There you go.
And just because you can point to existing disparities between black people and white people isn't indicative of discrimination. On average, Korean Americans, Japanese Americans, Chinese
Americans. I mean, who's to say that they won't vote conservative? I'm just saying. It's kind of crazy how they're just assuming that, oh, well, it might not go our way. So, yeah, they're trying to take black people's voices away. I'm like, I don't know about that. I think y'all seen yourself lose some black votes and y'all a little scared.
Americans, Indian Americans, Nigerian Americans all make more than white Americans. But just because black Americans remain at the bottom of the socioeconomic hierarchy because of Democrat policies, if I might add, the left screams that that's proof of existing systemic racism. America is a melting pot, and there will always be minority racial demographic groups. But to perpetuate laws that give minorities preferential treatment is to perpetuate the same systemic racism that we were trying to eradicate. I think we can all agree there's a middle ground between gerrymandered maps that completely exclude black representation and creating irregular maps that give black people arbitrary representation. I don't think any ethnic group should get preferential treatment in congressional representation, let alone anything else. There's a middle ground where maps can be drawn fairly and justly by population, not by ethnic makeup.
Shut the hell back. We allowed to address the $600 pair of shoes? I mean, wait, who? I mean, $600 pair of shoes for who? Wait, who got $600 pair of shoes? I'm confused.
We are the United States, not the black states, not the white states, not the Hispanic states. White people are split 50-50 with Democrats and Republicans. Hispanics are 60-40 Democrat. Black people, we know, are 95% Democrat. So this idea that black people or Hispanic people can't pick the representative of their choice if they're in a district with white people is just completely false. And before you guys say, oh, Brandon, well, this sounds awesome, but it's probably just a pie in the sky pipe dream. Here's this next clip where they admit, no, this is likely going to get overturned and the Democrats are cooked.
Mark, the fact that the Supreme Court decided not to rule on this case, not to give it the back of the hand like we expected that they would, and for them, you know, without even being asked by the parties to rule on this particular issue. This was just about one seat in Louisiana. And instead, the Supreme Court came forward and said, you know what? In fact, let's just hear a case on the merits of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act altogether. Does the fact that they asked for that without being asked to hear this case, the fact that they did it unto themselves, does that suggest that they may be more inclined to rule against Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
Yes. And I wish the answer were no. But, you know, one of the things, Brian, when you and I started doing this series, we made a deal with one another and with you, the members of the audience. We're always going to tell it to you straight. We're not just going to give you the happy news. We're going to give you the straight news. And the truth is, this is not good news.
But here's the thing, though. There's a lot of underrepresented Republicans in blue states. I mean, bro, there are literally blue states. I think there are red states that are the same, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I know for a fact that there are blue states that have no Republican seats, but they got Republican voters. Like it was proven in the election. Like they voted for Trump, but they have no Republican seats. So what about those people who are underrepresented? Or you only care about when they talk about black people and Hispanic people? I mean, what about the underrepresented, you know, Trump voters in the blue states? They ain't got no Republican chairs, not even one. I mean, come on, guys. What about that? It's like, shout out Hellbat. He says, oh, no, he doesn't get it. Set. Who you be seeing walk around with bags on their shoes? You know the stereotype. Come on now. Look, man, bro, them J's is expensive. You don't know how expensive them J's could be, Hellbat. Not even the J's. I mean the Air Force Ones. You told me you gonna pay $600 for those shoes and you just gonna let them touch the air? Okay, I'm just playing with you. Yeah, that is wild. I mean, they'll walk a funny way to not put a crease in it. They'll wear a bag around it until they get to the club. Then they'll take the bag off to show off that they got some nice shoes. It's crazy.
But what's the range?
Trust me, I got nice shoes, but I ain't not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. I'd rather just risk it to the elements. It's a wrap. If my shoes get effed up, man, it is what it is. It was in God's plan.
Range of when we can expect a ruling.
Yeah, so look, I think that there are two windows I'd be looking at. Okay. The first is early in the term. So think January or the first week of February. Now, why do I say that's the first window? Because if the Supreme Court wants to rule in time to affect the 2026 elections, it's going to have to issue a ruling in that time window, right?
So the Supreme Court is hearing arguments this week and will likely issue a ruling in January. This will give red states time to redraw their maps ahead of the 2026 midterms and nullify the Democrats' arbitrary 30-seat advantage. And we already know the Democrats have an 8-seat advantage in Congress due to the miscount of the 2020 census. Combine that with the population decline from self-deportation.
So, you know, we could call Congress, we control the Senate. I mean, are y'all sure about that?
And the mass deportation effort, you're looking at a swing of probably 40 to 50 seats heading into the 2028 elections. I mean, guys, the Democrats are finished here. You're looking at a future where the best case scenario for the Democrat Party in any given election is maybe possibly closely tying to Republicans. They'll still be competitive in the Senate, which means they'll still be able to obstruct and stifle in that House of Congress. But what it does mean is going forward, any Democrat legislation will have to pass the House with a significant amount of bipartisanship from Republicans. No longer will they be able to just cram radical, woke, progressive legislation through the House and then pass the Senate. The Democrats have been able to hold an outsized representation of power in the name of social justice. Black people are only 13% of the population, so it's unfair and unreasonable.
Bro, Israel, nigga, I'm not getting no Israel money, bro. I'm the last person to go give money to. Like, bro, me getting Israel money? That shit dead. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. That was too funny. I'm the last one they give money to, bro.
To imply that they should have their own specific set of representation, especially when white people, their supposed oppressors, don't vote at a 95% rate against black people. And in places where there's a lot of black people, there's also a lot of white liberals. So there is no proof to support the claim that black people or Hispanic people being grouped with white people in the same district inherently suppresses their vote due to racism. This is a huge, huge win to the America First agenda and American-loving patriots who are tired of seeing the country dictated, held hostage, and ran by people who hate the country. The Democrats will be forced to return to normalcy and common sense. And if they want to...
Yeah, people are going to run from the far left right into the center, or at least be center left. I mean, Lord knows they ain't going to go full on MAGA, but they definitely will be hanging around in the center. Like, you know, people like Cuomo, I would say Stephen A. Smith, and there's other guys who are running towards the center. But all right, guys, let's get into the complaints on tariffs.
Joining us now, CNBC Global supply chain reporter Lorianne LaRocco and Bloomberg News anchor and correspondent David Gura. Lorianne, what's it like at the ports right now with these tariffs?
It is ugly, Katie. We actually have a quintuple tariff hit today. The first is the 10% tariff on timber and the 25% tariff on kitchen cabinets and furniture. This is going to be inflationary, Katie, for the consumer as well as the home builders. And just if you think those tariffs aren't high enough, they're going to increase in the new year. Furniture is going to go up 30%, and the kitchen cabinets are going to double to 50%.
Which none of this has happened yet. And let me be honest with you. Now, she was the same reporter that was saying all this in the first round, and none of it happened. So, of course, now that Trump has set up a new set of tariffs, they got a whole new fear mongering campaign for you guys on tariffs. But so far, U.S. businesses have been paying tariffs without passing it on to consumer. If you can check the consumer price index, it only went up about 0.3. So if we're taking on the full brunt of the tariffs, then, well, we should be seeing a 10% or 20% rise in prices across the board. I mean, shit, at least 5 to 10% across the board, but only 0.3. So, I mean, just off the consumer report index alone, I mean, that's not what's happening. It's not being passed down to the consumer, but hey, I'll let her cook.
Now, eventually, those costs will be passed over to the consumer. Now, consumers need to be aware that a lot of the...
And this is what she also is not saying, because it's crazy how economists don't understand this, but, well, a lot do, but she's on MSNBC, so she's not allowed to say anything good about Trump's policies. That it does depend on the saturation of that market. If the market has high competition, they're less likely to raise their prices. If they have low competition, they're more likely to raise their prices. I mean, I remember having this debate with Sid when he said, do you think, so you tell me that tariffs can't get passed down to consumer? And I said, no, I never said that. I said they're unlikely to be passed down depending on the market. If you think tariffs on clothes is going to get passed down to consumer when there's so many other suppliers to go to that you can avoid tariffs to, and then not only that, but these clothes companies got a whole bunch of competition to where if they are not able to take in that, if they raise their price and are not able to take in the brunt of the tariffs, then they will lose sales to other clothing companies. Like, that's how business works. And you can put that across a lot of industries that are highly saturated or have high competition.
This product was front-loaded before these tariffs, so technically the prices should not go up immediately. Now, the other set of tariffs that is hitting the pockets...
Once again, prices won't go up immediately, waiting on a doomsday scenario.
Not go up immediately. Now, the other set of tariffs that is hitting the pockets of the businesses is the fees on port entry fees for Chinese-made vessels and Chinese-built cranes at the U.S. ports. Now, China is the leader in both shipbuilding and crane manufacturing. And the tariffs are really, really steep. You're looking at a 270% tariff, Katie, on cranes. That's the fee. And then when it comes to the port, the port fees.
I mean, what do you expect? I mean, we don't want people buying from China, and there's other places you can go. I'm gonna be honest with you. China, the only industry in China that's protected is their tech industry. Like, us not buying their cranes sinks their economy because we buy majority of their products. So 30%, bro, their exports, 30% of what they sell is to us. Now, a lot of people don't understand that, and that's why we crippled them the way we do. And here's the problem. The UK made up like about 15%. So we got 30 and 15%, right? And the UK has cut off China's steel by tariffing it by 25%. And then we got them by 55. So you got two countries right here who's kind of squeezing in on your main industries. Like, what can you do?
Ocean carriers. The ocean carriers that are Chinese entities as well as Chinese made, they are going to be paying in upwards of over $16 million a year in fees.
And I mean, now we're talking about, and here's the thing, like I said, they're holding water for the corporate elites. So, hey, ma'am, you're telling me you care about the billionaires that you guys want to tax so much? I'm just saying, I mean, y'all said y'all want to tax these guys and make them pay up. Well, they're paying up, and for some reason you're trying to protect their pockets. It's hilarious. You're literally like holding water for the corporate elites. But then, God forbid, let one of Trump corporate homies get a deal, and now we're talking about the corporate elites being bad again. But I mean, you guys over here trying to get the American people to champion protecting their profits. I mean, hey man, crazy times, right? Crazy times. I never thought the Dems would come to this, but here we are.
For the other ocean carriers that may have vessels that are made in China, they're going to be paying a $10 million fee. Now, there have been some instances where the vessels have been swapped out for the non-Chinese owned carriers. But in the end, you know, they're not passing it on now, but who knows in the future if that's going to be the case.
So the justification for this was and continues to be, at least one of the justifications, is to bring manufacturing home to America. Have we seen evidence that it is spurring a rise in manufacturing? Are new factories being built, new jobs
Well, to
being
be honest,
filled?
though, yes, they are actually. I mean, and if she says no, I will give you guys a list. So let me just go ahead and prepare this list right now, because if she lies, I'm gonna have to go ahead and read the list out, because that's like absolutely insane how they will lie to you.
You know, we have seen some instances, but not across the board. In fact, I was on a call with DHL about 2 hours ago, and they said that they have not seen a significant increase in products coming back to America. In fact, you're just seeing with the flow of trade that it's just being shifted around everywhere else except America.
So, David.
Well, you got to remember, one, we've put a lot of these guys on a 1 to 2 year plan, well, really on a 1 to 3 year plan to move their manufacturing here. So it's actually amazing that you're even saying there are a few. She's not lying to you guys saying that, oh, there's none at all. She's saying, yeah, there's a few, but it's not across the board, because, ma'am, these deals were just made. Obligations were just said maybe like 2-3 months ago. So let's give them some time, because that's the reason why we're giving them breaks on the tariffs, especially the sector specific ones like the one on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. So of course, like, let's give it 1 to 2 years. If it was 1-2 years later she's saying this, then there's a problem. But it being the first year and not even a year into the initiative, well, I mean, what do you expect? But I mean, hey, at least she's willing to admit that there is manufacturing coming back.
That doesn't sound great.
No, I mean, it sounds pretty good. I mean, you guys said that we weren't going to have no manufacturing coming back. Remember that argument? They said we weren't going to have any. Now they're scoffing at it, just like they did with the Gaza peace plan, because they said Trump wasn't going to get the peace plan. Now that he does, scoff. Okay, I mean, prices didn't rise. Tariffs actually is bringing back manufacturing, just not in the high numbers that you guys want. Scoff. So you guys are wrong, and it's not. And let's be real, the results are not to your liking, so you're able to scoff at it. I mean, bro. Okay.
Doesn't, and I think getting back to your first question, just about when these are going to come into effect, that's why this, this Goldman Sachs note is so significant. Is it's saying that by the end of this year, 55% of those tariffs are going to be borne by consumers. And as Lorianne was saying just a moment ago, we've seen companies, on the one hand, getting goods early on so they could front load this. On the other hand, just kind of waiting to see how this is going to play out. And that, of course, has been the overarching theme of this whole process since Liberation Day, is what's going to stick, what's not going to stick. Is the president, as he did?
Well, actually, no, that's not a straw man, Link. That's actually was addressing the argument. Bro, hold on. What argument? I actually said that, if she sits there and lies and said that there's no manufacturing, I'm going to have to pull out the list. But she said, yeah, there's manufacturing, but not to the numbers that we like. Where's the straw man there, my man? I mean, where's the straw man? I don't know. Maybe you might want to look that word up. Actually, Trump lost manufacturing. Well, really, according to the what was it? September numbers? Yeah, it was negative 33 jobs. But let's be honest here. Actually, no, there's been gains in manufacturing. There's a net positive in manufacturing jobs created for this entire year. So yeah, if you look up the entire number, there isn't a net positive. But for this month, for last month of September, there was a negative 33, but 333,000, but I'm waiting for revisions, because if you actually read those numbers and you read the article and you even read the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they tell you that, we still haven't gotten back none of the surveys from the non-payroll, from the non-farming payroll, which is basically the manufacturing jobs that we're waiting on. So we're still waiting on surveys that have yet to be turned in yet.
They're going to come out and say,
so like I said, I'm waiting on the revisions. And if you're smart, well, no, actually, I take that back. I'll take that back. My bad, Galactic. But to be quite honest with you, dog, nobody's really looking at the revision numbers at first no more. They're waiting for the revision. I mean, think about it. Why haven't MSNBC and CNN talked about the bad September numbers? Because now nobody trusts the numbers no more, because of all the revisions that was done in the summer and the revisions that was done in 2024 that showed that, well, there was actually 911,000 like revised jobs, damn near a million. I mean, that's crazy. So yeah, nobody's really listening to the upfront numbers, waiting for the revisions, because those are the real numbers. Because for some reason, the first day numbers are never right, and they're always waiting on surveys. But hey, It is what it is.
Oh, I'm going to levy 100% more on Chinese-made goods, and then walk that back over the course of the weekend. That's what manufacturers and importers are having to deal with here. And I think one other factor that bears watching is sort of how this plays out in the courts. And we're getting very close to the point at which the Supreme Court is going to consider whether or not these tariffs are legal. I think it's.
And here's the dumb thing that these guys don't realize. I mean, if we don't bring manufacturing back, if we don't stop China from dominating us with rare earth minerals, and we don't try to wane off them, like, we're doomed. Like, we'll literally be doomed. So a lot of people who are sitting there not really understanding the agenda and thinking that this is all about taxing the American people, I mean, you guys just don't understand the strategy here. And yes, as they've admitted, it is bringing back manufacturing, and as the CPI shows, it's not dramatically raising prices. But as they said, oh, let's wait and see. We're sure that's going to happen. And what happened last time, guys? Well, it didn't happen. Prices didn't go up. The economy didn't sink. So we'll see what happens this time.
Likely you could look at what's happening with those ships and planes and say, okay, maybe there are some national security grounds for these tariffs being in place. I think it becomes a lot harder when we're talking about you buying a couch or putting a Lazy Susan in your kitchen to make the argument that there's a national security ground for placing those tariffs on hardwoods and softwoods and furniture becomes much more difficult. And I think you have a lot of companies just sort of waiting to see, can they get something more unequivocal from the courts here on whether or not these tariffs are going to stay in place, Katie?
So we have the courts that we're waiting for, but we're also coming up on holiday season. What is the, what should the expectation be for people who are, you know, looking to buy gifts or to travel during this holiday season, David?
I go back to April when these were first announced, and you heard from some big retailers. Then you heard from the likes of Walmart and Target that this was bound to be inflationary. These tariffs were going to lead to higher prices, and those big retailers in particular indicated that they were going to do what they could to keep that from happening. But the longer that we move ourselves from April and those tariffs go into effect, the harder that's going to be. So I think that consumers are likely to face rising prices. We've seen them, as you pointed out. That Harvard survey indicates that we're seeing prices going up. I suspect we're going to see retailers doing what they can to keep those prices lower, but there's kind of a push and pull here.
Yeah, but I like to look at the consumer price index. I'm not going to look at a Harvard survey that's mainly left-leaning, that people who wants to see the end of America or want to see, honestly, y'all want to see prices go up. But if you look at the consumer price index, it's not like skyrocketing. And let's be real, prices are honestly going down, especially in energy, especially in the energy sector. Prices are honestly going down, especially what you're paying per kilowatt. And gases definitely went down as well. So no, I'm not gonna say, like, I don't like when they sit here and pretend like nothing is going right in the economy, because if you look at the stock market, that's a complete lie. That's a complete lie. We've actually hit record levels multiple times. So money is moving the economy. So let's not get it twisted here. But like I said, they'll pay the doomsday scenario, and then they'll never walk it back when everything they said has been wrong.
There's only so much they can do, Katie.
So during Donald Trump's first term, he kept touting that he was the best president for black employment, for African-American employment. This term, not so much. The New York Times is reporting that the joblessness for black workers is rising again 2 years after reaching a record low. And they argue it's a troubling indicator. Joblessness often spikes higher for historically marginalized groups during economic downturns and takes longer to fall. David.
That history is important. The lesson that we can learn from that is so important.
That's wild to try to blame black people working and having less jobs on the Trump administration. I mean, I would honestly frame that to black people instead of trying to blame Trump for it. Like, what does that have to do with Trump? I mean, black people having jobs. What does that honestly have to do with Trump? And honestly, it kind of depends on where you are. If you have access to to multiple job opportunities. But I mean, a lot of black people live in hoods. They got to drive out 20 to 30 minutes because they live in high crime areas. No factories or businesses really want to operate around there. So maybe if these Dems fix the crime up, we can get black employment up, because they can finally start having factories in their cities, in their neighborhoods, or offices, or whatever. But they're not going to show up there in high crime areas. So the joblessness in these black communities, I mean, it's the Dems' fault, honestly, since they run these areas and they're high crime. So you trying to blame Trump for black people not having jobs? I mean, really, you're just putting the highlight on yourselves. If you really go, like, if you don't be surface level about it and you really look at it deeply, that's y'all problem, the Dems. I mean, where did black people mainly reside? Black cities, they're in black cities and blue districts, blue cities, and all this crazy stuff. So Yeah, since we're mainly residing there under y'all leadership, who fault is that?
Here, and you can go back to 2023, kind of before the pandemic, when the unemployment rate for Black Americans was, I think, 4.8%, so significantly lower. This is a sizable gain and one that's very worrisome. And I guess we have to put it in this broader context, which is this is a moment when we want to know as much as we can.
Let me see here. The African American unemployment rate has surged over the past 4 months from 6 to 7.5%, while the rate for white people trickled down slightly to 3.7%. Yeah, what does Trump have to do with that? I mean, white people are getting jobs and black people aren't. I mean, shit. I mean, no, it is what it is. I mean, the numbers hurt your feelings, but what, we're going to sit there and blame Trump and try to blame white people for that and try to call racism instead of looking within ourselves and being like, yeah, guys, we need to switch up the leadership here, or we need to change the culture. We need to change our attitude a bit. Like, but of course they're going to try to, oh, black people, look at Trump making y'all victims. You're losing jobs because of Trump. And they're not saying that, but they're implying it.
And I guess we have to put it in this broader context, which is this is a moment when we want to know as much as we can about the health and state of the labor market in this country. And the government shutdown that we're in 2 weeks into is doing us no favors in terms of knowing who's being affected, what issues are at play. That's certainly an issue for the Federal Reserve as it tries to chart policy going forward here. But for all kinds of economists and businesses, both small and big, as they sort of weigh what they're going to do here in the future. So it is worrisome what we're seeing in terms of black unemployment among women as well. And I think what's really important to underscore what you just said.
I mean, bro, I remember they were trying to highlight that, oh, black women are losing their jobs, like 100,000 black women have lost their job. And I'm like, so I mean, job loss happens. Like, what did they lose their job for? You're acting like all of them lost their job because they were black. I mean, bro, we can go in and found out 100K white women who lost their jobs and make a story about that. I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure I can find 100K white women that lost their jobs and make a story about it. And then say, oh, poor white people and white women, they're trying to take your jobs for black people. I mean, see how we can frame it on the other side? See how framing works? I mean, it really don't mean nothing bringing up the job numbers of different races. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. And then when you're trying to imply that it's Trump's fault, it's like, well, how can you apply that to Trump?
Is once you see those kinds of gains among minority populations, history tells us that it takes a lot longer to reverse them than it would for the broader population.
All right, David Gura, Lorianne LaRocca.
Link, me just saying that 100K black women lost their jobs does not prove that Donald Trump is getting black people fired. That's just something that y'all are implying, honestly, to stoke like racial tension. Like, it's kind of sick, but okay, bro. Okay, I've always said that, well, black people have an employment problem. That's been a problem for a while now. Before Trump was in office, this was a problem. So it's funny how Dems want to use it to try to go against Trump. And it's like, bro, we can blame the Dems just as much as Trump. Like, where do black people reside in? Blue cities, blue districts. So if we're not having jobs, enough economic opportunity, our leadership is the Democratic community. Our leadership is Democrats, and they're black ones at that. And if we don't have the jobs like that and our opportunity like that in those areas, it's their fault.
Thank you. And
like, that's just the fact that, like, it's crazy. It's like y'all are never willing to blame the Dems for anything. You don't have to blame them for everything, but at least blame them for something. Like, y'all literally try to make unemployment in the black community about white people, about Trump. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I'm not winning anybody over with that argument. But all right, guys, let's get into crisis in China. U.S. tariffs hit hard because, hey, man, you just heard a whole lot of CCP propaganda. Well, let's get to some pro-American.
The developing trade war between the United States and China keeps ratcheting up. There are reports tonight China has suspended exports of rare earth minerals.
It's hard to predict how this will shake out, but it's looking increasingly like the goal for the U.S. is to reorient global trade away from China.
They can inflict a lot of pain on their own populace, and they're going to be willing to do so to win this trade war with the United States.
Yeah, I mean, and they don't care. Like I said, if China, bro, they was really threatening other countries by saying, look, you're going to limit your rare earth mineral supply. I know it's going to hurt your profits. I know you're not going to make as much money, but you're going to do so, and we're going to threaten you, and we're going to try to sink the American economy. And, you know, countries, well, they snitched on them. They said, yo, we're not going to sink America because you're not going to treat us any better. Actually, you're not. You're over here trying to control what we do. So some of these countries turned in their letter to America, proving that China is literally trying to sink the economy by limiting rare earth mineral supplies and pretty much limiting our supply, thus raising our prices. Yeah, that was going to be that was the strategy that China was trying to employ. And there's really people who's trying to cheerlead for China, even though they're trying to destroy your way of life. I mean, I couldn't be me. I couldn't call myself a pro-American doing so either. Honestly, you should get about the country and go to China and see how their people's living. You might come back a little bit more patriotic.
This is a really bad story for China, where the economy is probably already contracting.
Or you can come back like Tim Walz.
This is a really bad story for China, where the economy is probably already contracting.
China just started an economic nuclear war with its newest export ban. CCP wanted to win the trade negotiations that were ongoing with the United States, and just 2 weeks before signing the final deal, they launched a surprise attack on US businesses. But you see, now Xi Jinping is realizing that he may have overplayed his hand.
I don't think this was Xi. I think there was somebody in the Chinese government or the CCP, because Xi is losing power because everybody in China did not like the way he handled the trade war. They thought that he just should have honestly bent the knee to Trump. But due to the fact that a whole bunch of factories shut down, I mean, mass unemployment hit, and of course, our economy never recovered from the market from the housing crash in 2022. So yeah, they don't really feel like Xi's like competent enough to run China right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this came from somebody else who don't really know Trump that well, because Xi, he knows Trump, and I honestly feel like he knows better than to test Trump like this.
That's because China expected the US to fold quickly, but the US is fighting back and it's hitting China right where it hurts.
Oh,
so this
my bad. Shout out to Hellbat. He said Chicago streets. Well,
current story
Chicago
starts
streets.
in the middle of September. On September 14th and 15th, US and Chinese delegations met in Madrid, Spain. The goal of the meeting was to hammer out trade talks, hammer out all the details. This is where a path was agreed on how to take care of TikTok. But they also agreed on something very important. Both sides said that, hey, we'll have a temporary truce, meaning no one would put on any new restrictions or new tariffs until the trade talks are done. Then the next meeting was scheduled for late October. This is where President Trump and Xi Jinping were expected to meet in Malaysia at the South Asian Economic Cooperation Summit. But you see,
guys, if you actually think China's doing well, you guys literally see maybe like, bro, I would say 20% of the Chinese population, how they live. The rest of them, like, y'all don't know these stats, which I might want to look them up. About 500 million people in China cannot afford a cup of coffee. Yeah. And the poverty line is $6 a day. Bro, 900 million people in China has never rode a plane. There's like, bro, literally there's probably like 200 million people out of 1.4 million people that live decently in China. And you call that a success?
the Chinese head negotiator saw
Crazy.
something in Madrid which gave him a weird feeling. He walked away thinking that the US was a bit too eager to get this trade deal done. And he believed that China can take advantage of that American eagerness. But boy, was he wrong. And we'll get to that in just a second. You see, ever since Liberation Day on April 2nd, the US has had a 30% tariff on Chinese goods that are flowing into the country. Now, 30% is still a lot lower than the original 145% that President Trump announced in April, but it's still high enough to hurt many Chinese factories.
Yep.
So, China wanted to use its leverage.
And that's the thing that China didn't really have. They didn't have enough leverage to get their tariffs removed. I mean, America had enough leverage to get the 125% tariff on our imports removed, and we didn't have to come to the table. Actually, China removed it because, well, they needed our imports to make their, well, to sustain their manufacturing lifestyle, or to maintain their manufacturing, like the ethanol to make their plastic and all that wild stuff. So yeah, like China, they need us more than we need them, and they've proven that over and over again.
Leverage to get 5% that President Trump announced.
But yeah, that 30%, I mean, that's decimating a lot of companies, and I'm talking about their textiles, clothing, what was it? What was the last one? I think it was home appliances or furniture. And you want to know why? Because these can be bought in other countries. Other countries make these. These are not solidified. Like, it's not like they're tech or they're semiconductors where you can't really go anywhere else. No, we're talking about the industries that you can go to other nations for are getting decimated. Either one, because they have to drop their prices by 30% or lose their importer or lose their American buyer, or I'm gonna be real with you, they just gotta sit there and lose the business. And somebody will go to Indonesia or Mexico and get their clothes made instead of China. And that's just gonna be the reality of it, because that 30% is destroying these Chinese companies. And I'm talking not the tech, because the tech is protected by, well, the rare earth minerals and the fact that it's an oligopoly. So they have very little competition to really go against. But clothing, textiles, home appliances, furniture, I mean, name more industries in China, and they're all being decimated because the only one they protected or insulated from this financial hit or economic hit is their tech sector. That's it. And that's all they ever cared about. I mean, they put technology over their people. They put the mining of rare earth minerals over their people. They put making money over their people, and they just don't give a damn. I mean, that's why we can never operate like China, because, well, we care about our people way too much to ever operate like China. Like, that's just the reality of it. And shout out to my man Irish. He said, God bless America. Hey, man, God bless America. Facts. And a shout out to my man Jet. There's a reason New Scum clean up Cali for China. I mean, yeah, because he's freaking working for those guys. Like, let's be honest. But yeah, that's it. And that's the reality of China.
April, but it's still high enough to hurt many Chinese factories. So China wanted to use its leverage to get the US to remove this 30% tariff. And that's why a few nights ago, China dropped what...
Like, bro, somebody says you guys are, we care about we do. Like, bro, if we was like China, bro, we would not care. I mean, like, bro, we would start tearing up national parks, tearing up the environment, all to get rare earth minerals. Bro, we would start refining rare earth minerals near neighborhoods, near people, and they're going to start getting cancer like crazy, and we're not going to give a fuck. That's what China's doing. So, yes, we actually care about our environment and our people way more than China does. And trust me, I mean, I know, we do some shiesty things to our people, but we treat our people better than China treats their people. Our government treat our people way better than China's government treat theirs. And that's just a fact.
Many have called an economic equivalent of a nuclear bomb.
I view yesterday's announcement by China and the Chinese Communist Party as a Sputnik moment for America. You know, in 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, a satellite into space, and what we realized is they are trying to show the world that they are going to dominate economically, militarily, technologically, and that's what China's doing right now by leveraging what they will buy and what they will sell in an effort to really hinder our economy. You know, all
right, bro, just say you're a Chinese bot without telling me you're a Chinese bot, bro. Try to look at all their bro out of poverty. Bro, you know what poverty is, bro? That's like $6 a day in China. Bro, you can get up to $7, make $7 a day in China, you're out of poverty. You know that, right?
call this economic warfare, you know, a Pearl Harbor moment for our economy. What to me it says is we need all hands on deck to win this competition. And we need people to stop treating China like it's a normal country in the economy. They don't deserve the normal trade relationship status. They are not a developing country.
Nope.
They are leveraging everything they possibly can against
And the problem with China is like, bro, they cannot, it's like they always act with duplicity. It's like you just can't trust them to do fair trade. They always got to do unfair trade. The whole economy runs off of monopoly and unfair trade tactics. And that's the problem with China. This is why I said we need regime change in China. We need to force them to break up that monopoly. And then China could be a fair trade partner. And then we could trust them to operate fairly in the global market. But we can't. Like, that's the problem with China. Like, their whole economy is literally funded off duplicitous actions and duplicitous trade tactics. It's like, how can we work with somebody like that without having to break up their monopoly or a regime change so they can break up that monopoly and let the refining of rare earth minerals be divided up into other nations instead of letting them have sole dominance on it?
States and the world order that we have benefited from.
So let's go over exactly what China did. Huge announcement from Chinese Ministry of Commerce. Foreign entities must now obtain an export license if they want to re-export or manufacture abroad any items that contain over 0.1% of Chinese controlled materials or are produced using Chinese origin rare earth technology. In simple terms, CCP wanted every single country to ask for permission before they export anything to the United States. And the reason I say this is because I'm sure, as many of you guys know, China controls like 90+% of rare earth refining. And anything, any technology, any electronics has rare earths inside it. So if there's any country that wants to build a laptop or a phone for US consumers, they need to ask permission from the CCP. And this is exactly why the bar for permission seeking is so low.
Yep. 0.01% is crazy. It's like basically anything. Like, bro, you could use a Chinese screw and you have to access for permission. Just one little Chinese screw in that machine of refining of your rare earth refining machinery, and you got to access for permission to ship to the US rare earth minerals. And well, you got to tell us how much, because we want to limit that so we can pretty much raise all their prices and limit their supply of products that need rare earth minerals, of course.
To 1% of Chinese material. As President Trump called it on his tweet, this is unprecedented. And it wasn't just rare earths either. China also put export bans on hard materials like lithium batteries and artificial graphite anode. You see, they really wanted to put extreme pressure on the United States. That's because in 2 weeks, the presidents are expected to meet in Malaysia. And before that, China wanted to use all the leverage that they had to get what they wanted. And that's why one economic expert in Wall Street Journal called it an economic equivalent of a nuclear war. China's plan was to destroy American industries, especially the AI sector. And that's why Chinese negotiators believed that with a threat that dangerous, US would fold very quickly, and it would just give in to Chinese demand.
I mean, if it worked. If it worked, I mean, it'd have got us. He'd have had us. But the problem is his plan required too many working pieces. What I mean by too many working pieces is that if all they needed was for China to get this effect of, driving up our prices by limiting our supply of rare earth minerals, if all they needed was them, then trust me, it'd have been a whole lot easier. But they needed too many working parts for this to happen, and they needed other countries who sends rare earth minerals to the United States using Chinese technology. That it will require them to play along, and that's a lot of countries that would have to play along. So that's why I said too many working parts to work. Like, they required too many working parts for this to get pulled off, because a lot of these countries said, yo, China, F you, I'm not screwing my profits, and I'm telling on you. I'm going to big bad Trump, and I'm telling on you. It's kind of funny how they did it.
But this is where they were wrong.
So what happened? I mean, you've met with the Chinese. Treasury Secretary Bessent has met with the Chinese, came out of the last meeting suggesting that there was significant progress. Why the change?
That's exactly right.
A lot of people don't know. Like, a lot of people like to mention, they'll drop the bonds. I mean, Japan actually has most of our bonds. China, they don't hold as much of our debt as y'all think.
Right, Brett. For the past 6 months,
Japan holds most of our debt.
To go back a little bit, 6 months ago, China took an action like this with respect to rare earth magnets. And over the past 6 months, we've been quite successful in securing the regular flow of those magnets to China. We've managed to have a fragile truce with China with respect to tariffs, where we continue to have high tariffs on China, but we're able to talk to them and have great communication. This action that recently happened, I mean, listen, China, negotiating with China is not like playing patty cake. On the one hand, they have a meeting with President Trump coming up, or they had one coming up. And on the other hand, they truly seek to acquire domination over global technology supply chains. This is a move clearly that they had in their pocket for a long time, and they thought that it was an appropriate time to deploy it before this meeting. And I think they've really miscalculated what they've done here.
Boy, did they miscalculate, because this is how President Trump responded when he learned about the Chinese actions. It has just been learned that China has taken it.
And remember, Trump did not know about this. It was a letter that China sent to other countries to pop off this little plot against the US. And it was all going to be enacted on November 1st. So Trump, seeing the letter and seeing the date, he's like, all right, cool. If that's what y'all want to do, we're going to put 100% on you guys. and we'll make sure that we keep buying from the other countries that's using your products, because they're not going to listen to you, China. So you kind of screwed yourselves. And if China like doesn't come to an agreement before this date, yeah, they're looking going to sink their economy. That's already sinking already.
Extraordinary aggressive position on trade in sending an extremely hostile letter to the world, stating that they were going to, effective November 1st, impose a large-scale export controls on virtually every product they made, and some products that are not even made by them. This affects all countries without exception, and was obviously a plan devised by them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade and a moral disgrace in dealing with other nations. Based on the fact that China has taken this unprecedented position and speaking only for the United States of America.
I mean, it's so funny. I mean, y'all can't tell me I'm wrong, but I mean, I got all the insults in the world, but you can't tell me I'm wrong.
Not the other nations.
Sorry, guys. You hear it now? What the heck? That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. Oh, you're right. I was on a tangent. That was extremely weird. But all right. All right, good. Hold on. Still can't hear the video? Okay, okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, guys. I don't know what happened on that note, but let me see what's going on this one. Let's see here. I have to remove that mug, and then we're gonna have to go ahead and set it right back up. Adding it to the screen. So I'm not sure what muted it. All right, guys. Let me know if you guys hear it now. Let me see if I turn this up a little bit. Speakers. Yeah, it should be in the right speakers. Yep, right there. I'm hearing it. Hold on here. You no sound? Hold on, guys. There's still no sound on the video. No sound, just you. Really? All right. Let me just stop sharing this all together. Then they playing games with your boy. All right. Let's try this one more time. Then. Let's get right back in it. There we go. There we go. There it is. All right. All right.
The United States is the #1 consumer, the #1 importer.
Any tariff starting November.
My bad.
And
Let's
some
go back on
that
this.
are not even made by them. This affects all countries without exception and was obviously a plan devised by them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade and a moral disgrace in dealing with other nations. Based on the fact that China has taken this unprecedented position and speaking only for the United States of America, not the other nations, starting November 1st, the US will impose a tariff of 100% on China, over and above any tariff that they are currently paying. Meaning, the original 30 plus another 100 Chinese factories will be paying 100.
All right, and this is where, okay, so the reason why he's saying Chinese factories will be paying it is because they need to pay it. A lot of them need their American buyers to pretty much pay for their stuff because, you know, a lot of these guys have loaned money. They're on loaned money to get this order done. And if they don't get this order and the Americans don't buy it, they're screwed. Their whole company goes under. And like I said, there is other players as well. A lot of people don't understand that 130% kills their clothing, kills their furniture, kills a lot of things for them because it could be done in other countries. I mean, it's either they eat the tariff of 130% or they lose the buyer. And the only industry that's protected from this is their tech, because then they're all tech companies that run on an oligopoly, which means there's like very few competitors. But clothing, textiles, furniture, I mean, other industries besides tech, outside of tech, yeah, those all get decimated with the tariffs. And it's either those companies pay up or they lose the business.
130% tariff on anything they want to sell to the United States. Also on November 1st, we'll impose export controls on any and all critical software. It is impossible to believe that China would have taken such an action, but they have, and the rest is history. Thank you for your attention. Now you see, this is where CCP was mistaken. And let me explain why I say that. The CCP thinks that their leverage comes from the US willingness to get a trade deal done and get it done fast. But they are forgetting that the US leverage comes from the fact that Chinese economy is just structurally not well. They're having a real estate crisis. Their manufacturers are on a brink of collapse. And if CCP wants to increase the trade war, well,
I mean, bro, if we stop it for them one more time like we did again, and American buyers stop buying, they try to go to other countries, then they're screwed. And I mean, the only thing they're going to have left is their tech. And I mean, their whole economy just can't survive off tech.
Well, guess what? The factories need Western consumers a lot more than Western consumers need those Chinese factories.
Well, first of all, I would say that China's economy is floating on the idea that they can continue to produce and export huge amounts of excess capacity, frankly, of manufactured goods and send them to overseas markets. The United States is the #1 consumer, the #1 importer. We are the dumping ground for Chinese goods. And so that is huge leverage. In fact, this is why they came to the negotiating table back in May the first time is when we...
Yeah, because our purchasing power, our consumer market sustains a lot of their companies. Like a lot of their companies would go under if we stop buying. And that's something that China does not like to admit. Is like, yeah, if we stop buying, all your profits go. And that's even in the tech sector as well. Like even in the tech sector isn't like infallible to this. Like it's protected from being decimated by tariffs, but I mean, if we're not buying, we're not buying. And I mean, let there be another country that where you can get rare earth minerals and refined and get it in a nice flow, and that's the end of China. But that's the only thing keeping China like afloat is there two industries of rare earth mineral refinery and tech. But after that, every other industry is going to get decimated by tariffs because all of them depend on American consumerism. I mean, even the pharmaceutical companies admitted this when they said, well, 75% of our profits come from America. Trust me, it's the same way in other industries as well, not just pharmaceuticals.
Had very high tariffs on them. It's actually not our desire to do that. Our desire is to have a healthy, balanced trading relationship with China that's fair, but it's a rocky road getting to that. You know, we have a market. They have a government that's running the economy of their country. We have a free market, and for them, it's a government.
Now, this is something we have talked about when this trade war began back in April. But the person who's buying the goods has a lot more leverage than the person who's selling it. That's just true in most cases.
Yep. Yeah, usually the buyer has more leverage than the seller. We're the big buyer, and we buy like about 30%. People say 15 to 16, but that's not true. I mean, that's on paper, but nobody likes to count the fact that, you know, China likes to send their products to they were sending their products to Mexico, Vietnam, Indonesia to be relabeled and sent into America tariff-free. And there you go. That's the other 30%. I mean, that's the other 15%, which brings us to about 30% of their exports are bought by Americans. So, hey, I don't know how they're going to survive without us.
But on top of this, China's situation is a lot more complicated because US consumers love buying stuff, and US is China's biggest trade partner. It's hard to replace American consumerism. Not many countries in the world can buy like Americans buy. And Chinese factories that are
not many countries, bro, no country at all. We have the biggest consumer market in the world. No country at all could buy like we can. None.
Supplying these consumers in the US cannot just turn around and start selling this stuff to people in Asia or people in other continents.
Yep, which a lot of people think that they can. But as my man just said, it's like, yo, they don't look, their people don't even have enough money to buy their own products. So for those of you who think that, oh, they have 1.4 billion people, they don't need the US. Bro, they got 500 million people that can't even afford a cup of coffee. Bro, are you serious? Like, that's more people in America. That's more people in America that cannot afford a cup of coffee in China. You think they can just turn around and start buying up the products that we leave at their doorstep that we're no longer buying? No, the Chinese people can't afford it because, well, the Chinese government don't want to pay them. And they want to replace them all with robots, and they're kind of all just accepting it.
Chinese factories that are supplying these consumers in the US cannot just turn around and start selling this stuff to people in Asia or people in other continents. But US consumer, on the other hand, can buy this stuff from other countries. In fact, countries like Vietnam, India, and even Mexico are just waiting on a chance to become the factory for the United States.
Yeah.
They have seen what
because they're pretty much saying, look, you don't gotta buy clothes from there. You don't gotta buy textiles or furniture from there in China. You could buy it over here, bro. And, you know, we ain't got no tariffs. You know, we'll make sure we get it sent to you faster. We treat you nice over here. You ain't got to deal with the Chinese. I mean, like I said, it's like China, a lot of China's economy or a lot of China's products are replaceable. We can get it from other countries.
That does to an economy with China's economy, and they want to be next. That's all to say that China is about to find out that China needs US a lot more than US needs China. And the airplane story is the perfect example of this. Back in April, Xi Jinping put out this message to all Chinese airline companies, saying, hey, we're in a trade war with US, so don't buy any Boeing planes. But the problem was, a lot of Chinese airlines had put in an order for a Boeing plane and waited like 3 years. And when their order was ready, Xi Jinping was telling them, don't take in the order that you need to increase your revenue, increase your profit. Which is not unreasonable, I guess, but the fact is...
Yeah, even though they most likely already paid for the plane.
Xi Jinping himself was flying around in a Boeing 747 all while he was telling Chinese airlines that they cannot buy a Boeing plane. And this is where many Chinese people started pointing out the hypocrisy. Well, guess what? President Trump is doubling down on that. And here's him explaining how this war could escalate even further than China can afford.
We'll see what happens, yeah.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
What else besides software could be on the table in terms of export controls?
A lot more. I mean, you have a lot more. We have airplanes, we have airplane parts. You remember that from last time? And we were just surprised that China have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes, and they need parts and lots of things like that, Steve.
Well, what they won't tell you. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video.
President Trump announcing that phase 2 in the ceasefire agreement has begun, and he's putting pressure on Hamas to put down its arms.
They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. They will disarm, or we will disarm them. Got it? Okay.
What is the deadline you're going to put on that? You say quickly, sir. Sir, you say quickly, but what is the deadline you're going to put on that before you take
period
action?
of time, pretty quickly. A reasonable period of time.
And he was getting some well-earned praise for his historic peace efforts. Time magazine heralding Trump's triumph on its cover, but President Trump wasn't too happy about the photo they used. He said, quote, Time magazine wrote a relatively good story about me, but the picture may be the worst of all time. They disappeared my hair.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, President Trump's critics are getting back into the groove of calling him an authoritarian
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. They did do him dirty with the Time magazine photo, Vlad. You're right.
leader.
You name it. The Trump administration has taken an unprecedented policy of extorting these institutions to toe the Trump political line, and that is the stuff of dictatorships.
He has definitely decided he's going to use the power of the federal government to attack American cities and the people who live there.
In a country that is losing its
Undocumented who live there. Undocumented immigrants.
democracy, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Complain?
I mean, that's all y'all do.
Yes.
Every authoritarian leader has had his grim reaper.
Okay, let's go. Let's start with this. Harold, I kind of liked the photograph. I thought it was flattering of President Trump, and you liked it too?
I did. If
Are you
they
in
ever,
agreement?
I'm in agreement with you. If they ever decide to put me on the cover of Time, you can disappear my hair as long as you say.
You were on the cover of Newsweek, weren't you?
I was, and they had my hair.
Yeah.
I'd say a couple of things. First, the president deserves an incredible amount of credit here. I think listening to him today, if not all the credit, you read the piece there, the former Prime Minister, Mr. Barack, saying that President Trump was the leader that Israel needed. But here we are now in this second phase. I thought the most newsworthy thing from this press conference, which was overshadowed by a number of things. The Argentinian leader was there, and there were questions about the $20 billion, the line of credit, whether or not we would go forward with it if he is not successful, he being the Argentinian leader in their midterm elections here shortly. But when the president said, we will disarm Hamas if they don't disarm, I mean, I chalk that up as the president just sort of being the president and talking the way that he talks and making it clear that we are firmly behind an effort to disarm them. Two, the questions around whether or not we'll have a two-state solution, and where we are there. I thought the president handled that well, so we've got to get through these phases here. And I think it's important that Democrats and even Republicans and certainly Democrats give him a little space here. This accomplishment by the president not only should be applauded, but we should be trying to figure out ways to help him, which helping him helps us, helps the United States. Having said that, the president should not think, nor should anyone believe, that all politics is now on hold, that people have to agree with the president on everything that he's done. I'm saying what I believe the president's doing here is the right thing. Give him the space to get this done. But when it comes to other issues, domestic issues, people are going to have their disagreements with him. And guess what? That's American politics and always has been.
It is weird for some of these leaders, Lawrence, that they can't read the room because
Thank you.
President Trump delivered the piece. There was very little help from the European partners, very little support from the
tried to
experts,
sabotage it.
nothing from the UN, nothing from the UN. If the UN was in charge of this, it had gone on for another 10 years.
I mean, that's why Trump snapped on the UN. He's like, dog, all these peace deals I solved, and y'all ain't helped me with not one of them. If anything, y'all caused more problems than y'all solved. So, yeah, I mean, LDUN. All right, guys, let's get over to this Pierce Morgan debate. Let's see what they're saying over here.
The person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said that I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it.
He created a relationship with the Israeli prime minister that no other president has in decades.
I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon?
I think that Trump addressing the Knesset just proves how absurd this whole conversation is.
No, Trump. No, don't do it. Do not let this bastard off the hook. No, I refuse. I refuse. Trump, you shouldn't even have said that. It actually kind of pissed me off a little bit. Do not let this bastard get away. I actually have the perfect video for you to let you know why we shouldn't let this bastard get away. So shout out to the BB Files. I ain't gonna play the whole damn, 2-hour documentary, but you should watch the whole 2-hour documentary. Yes, you should watch the whole 2-hour documentary, the BB Files. And you know what? I don't know. I guess I could play for Conspiracy Hour if y'all wanted me to later on, but let's get into this video right here. It kind of proves my point on why Bibi should low-key go to jail, other than for corruption and, you know, except yes, the same one that we bombed, that we like to say who supports Hamas, even though they supported Hamas with the funds that Bibi Netanyahu gave them, and that now we bombed them for holding any type of diplomacy for, which is crazy. But yes, Qatar priced so well. I mean, October 7th was not handled well at all. But all right, guys, let's get right back to it.
He bragged about moving the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. He rewarded Israel's illegal annexation. He praised Miriam Edelstein while also calling her Israel
Couldn't let him get away with it. I'm
Seems to me
sorry.
the
I had
MAGA
to
base
expose
is
that.
increasingly anti-Israel. We see that with Tucker Carlson, with Candace Owens, and others. What's that about?
Well, let me correct you on that. I don't think it's anti-Israel. A lot of it's anti-Semitic.
Bro,
I mean, people are losing their minds.
We're talking about giving the Nobel Peace Prize, hopefully, to a guy who is declaring war on his own cities.
Destiny, you won. You have Trump derangement syndrome. Congratulations.
So are you suggesting that you would allow trans athletes to compete in women's sport in the Olympics if you were governor?
Look, everyone is competing in a sport and they come with abilities, and perhaps there could be, kind of a different league for them.
I think we may just have seen another California Democrat candidate torpedo their campaign for governor. I mean, extraordinary.
President Trump's historic role in ending the Hamas war has drawn plaudits from even his most embittered opponents. Hillary Clinton commended Trump for brokering peace, while President Obama was roundly criticized for failing to mention him in his long statement. Politics is turbulent and, above all, fickle, but history won't really have much to say about the daily squabbles we spend so much energy debating. It will, however, vividly remember the remarkable scenes of the past few days in Israel and what may prove, and it's a big may, to be the biggest deal of Trump's life. So is it time for Trump's harshest critics to recognize that even their least favorite president, if not human being, is capable of doing some good things? Is mutually lauding Netanyahu a good look, including among the MAGA base? And does Trump deserve the Nobel Peace Prize? Joining me to do a debate on this is from the Office Tatum podcast, Officer Tatum, TV personality Emily Austin, host of the Tara Palmieri Show, Tara Palmieri, and Nadine Kizwani, the activist in the Within Our Lifetime protest group. And here in the studio, making his debut in my studio here in London, is the streamer Destiny. Destiny, welcome to you. And welcome to all my guests joining remotely. Well, Destiny, let me start with you, given you're here. I was watching it from early this morning, and it's very hard not to get caught up in the euphoria of the hostages being released, the families, their joy. On the Palestinian side, an end to the bombing, certainly for now, the return of thousands of prisoners from Israeli jails and so on. You know, it was a day of great celebration. Did you feel celebratory today?
I mean, it's always good when war ends. It's good when conflict ends. It's good when hostages are brought home. I think regardless of how that came about, I think it's always a good thing to celebrate.
What's the downside for you?
Well, I mean, it depends on what part we're talking about. I think that, if you're looking for some kind of comprehensive peace between Israel and Palestine, this deal doesn't even come close to it. Remember, this is the second time the president has told us there will be peace in the Middle East. The first time was the Abraham Accords, and clearly that didn't work. So, Trump is really good at putting together these plans that are not plans at all. They're just like backbones of plans.
But when you say it didn't work,
come on now, bro.
I mean, it stood.
You mentioned the Abraham Accords, and that didn't even go all the way through. So what are you even talking about, dog? It's like, if you're gonna have that criticism, have it for everybody, even Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter.
It stood with the countries that signed up to the Abraham Accords. They have had a good working relationship with Israel. As a consequence of that, Saudi Arabia has indicated it would like to join them, but it can't when this war was raging, understandably. They're looking to expand the Abraham Accords. The amount of unity from Arab countries and Muslim countries like Turkey to this peace plan has been pretty unanimous in the region. So I'm not quite sure if this plan is unworkable, what would have been a better plan?
I mean, anything that actually leads to a long-term permanent solution between Israel and Palestine. I mean, when you say the Abraham Accords worked, I mean, that's because they were involving countries that weren't really fighting with each other. I think that a lot of the Israeli peace process with other Arab states is just trying to extricate Palestine from any overall peace arrangement with any other country. The Abraham Accords did that. They kicked the can down the road. October 7th happened. It was just like the second intifada after the failures of Oslo 1 and 2. And now we're getting a deal that kind of looks like an Oslo 3 peace framework where it's a bunch of vague stuff. Nobody really knows what it means. and basically Israel has like infinite reign to kind of like play with it how they want. Like, what does it mean to de-radicalize the Palestinian Authority or de-radicalize the Gaza Strip? Who knows?
Emily Austin, I felt a lot of joy seeing the hostages after 2 years of utter, unrelenting hell finally being released. 20 of them back to their families, and the scenes with the reunion with their families, incredibly moving. I defy anyone with a heart to not be moved by it. And I also found the scenes of jubilation amongst the Palestinians and seeing families returning, albeit back to their bombarded homes, with at least the hope now of being able to rebuild their lives, hopefully. All of that I found very euphoric. I have to say, I did blanch, not at Donald Trump being celebrated in the Knesset, but by the kind of mass adulation for Netanyahu, because I don't think he showered himself in any glory this year. Explain why you think I'm wrong.
Well, honestly, I always say my fight as an American.
I mean, Bibi completely destroyed his image as prime minister, and his own people don't even like him. So we'll see where this goes.
Jew is to make sure that Israel and Jews are safe and there's not all this false information going around in America. But needless to say, Israel is very torn between supporting Netanyahu or not. There's a joke that Israelis support Trump more than they support their own prime minister, which right now definitely feels that way in Israel. I will add, I don't think Netanyahu gets any credit when he does something right at all. I think whether it's something as precise as the beeper attack, he'll never get the pat on the back for doing things the right way. When it's his involvement in signing the agreement and it's Hamas who wasn't signing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. The beeper attack kind of exposed that he could have did a more surgical operation with Hamas like he did with Hezbollah when it came to the beepers. It kind of proved that, your reckless handling of Hamas and Gaza, I mean, you didn't have to do this, and you guys have more strategical ways of operating, but you didn't do that. That's why, I mean, we were impressed with the beepers. The beepers are badass, but it kind of proved that I'm like, if you could do this to Hezbollah, which is stronger than Hamas, why can't you do this to Hamas again? I mean, or like, why haven't you take that same precaution that you did with Hezbollah towards Hamas? I mean, Hamas is live right like they live as closer to you guys. You'd think you'd put that same effort into Hamas than y'all did Hezbollah. You would think, right?
It. Bibi will always take the hits for that. Now, whether you like him or not, I just feel like you need to give credit where it's due.
But I think, to be honest, I thought Emily, he did get a lot of credit for the Hezbollah pager attack. That was widely seen.
I would like to have thought so, but I would
just say, just to finish that point, I would say that he was widely credited with having launched a very precise, very carefully planned, expertly executed dismantling of Hezbollah using pages that did not lead to mass civilian casualties. Similarly, I thought the attack on Iran, which many people thought would be catastrophic and World War III and so on, actually turned out to be a short-lived war, which was very precise again in its targeting, and again did not involve mass civilian casualties. The problem comes with the way he has prosecuted the war.
I mean, the way they decimated Gaza, you'd have thought all of Gaza was a military base. You'd have thought.
In Gaza, which has been to do none of those things, to be not remotely surgical, but to be, in many people's eyes, utterly indiscriminate, leveling 80% of Gaza to the point of total destruction, killing 70,000 people, including many tens of thousands of civilians, including over 20,000 kids. It seems to be a completely different way of waging war against your enemy to the way that he has rightly, in my opinion, got due credit for the way he dealt with Iran and Hezbollah.
Yeah, I'm a numbers girl. I like to think not emotionally, but with facts. And I recently found something really interesting, and I'd love to hear your opinion on it. According to UNRWA's numbers, which I'm reluctant to trust to begin with, according to them, 73,000 structures were destroyed, right? 68,000 people were dead. By the way, I'll add the Hamas spokesman said 58,000 militants were killed. So that math is not really making sense. But per UNRWA numbers, if that is in fact true and there were 73,000 structures destroyed and 68,000 people dead, then their ratio of structure to person, I'm talking buildings, was less than one person. It's 0.9 people per structure.
Emily, you've seen the pictures. You've seen, I mean, look, one of my biggest bugbears about this is Netanyahu refusing to this day.
Yeah, I didn't believe that number either that Trump came out with. He said, 58,000 Hamas, what was it? Some Hamas militants were killed. I'm like, bro, there's like 70,000. You're like, and here's the thing. Israel already started off by saying there was only 25,000 members of Hamas. You're telling me that what during this whole bombardment, they recruited 25,000 more? Actually, not even 25,000. I mean, a little bit over that. So, yeah, no. And you're going to tell me that, what, you guys mainly killed Hamas after leveling 70% of Gaza? Okay, yeah, no. Nobody's believing that. And, I mean, let's be real. They're killing, I mean, every time Israel killed the press guy, y'all called him Hamas. So it does seem like for almost every civilian you guys were killing, if you didn't have an excuse, well, they're Hamas. So, sorry, but we can't just believe that they're Hamas claim anymore. Unless you guys kill that man in uniform.
To allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza to verify what's been going on there. But we've all seen the very few aerial shots that have come out in the last few weeks and months, and they've been utterly devastating. You know, this idea there's just a few structures or one for one and so on, it's for the birds. They have leveled 3/4 of Gaza.
Piers, I can't deny the facts. I saw the videos of Gaza. Anyone who's denying that it's inhabitable is lying to you. However, I will add that when Hamas has done a phenomenal job since 2005, embedding themselves into civilian infrastructure, into schools, into nurseries, into hospitals. Al-Shifa Hospital was a Hamas HQ, for God's sake.
No, it was not. That was never proven at all. Actually, you're still not supposed to bomb hospitals, even if it's a military center. I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not supposed to. It is a war crime. You cannot bomb civilian structures that's especially if the people depend on it. I mean, that's why you're not allowed to bomb the electric grids, water plants, all that stuff. Bombing a hospital with no proof that it was a Hamas base, and then the proof that they did put out was debunked all over the internet. Yeah, no, sorry, you still can't bomb hospitals. Even if there was a military base in there, you'd have to go in there strategically instead of bombing an entire hospital. And you dropping leaflets does not do anything, because what were they supposed to do? Move everybody outside that hospital, patients and all, to where? The next hospital that's miles down the road? Like, do y'all hear yourselves?
They don't really leave Israel with much of a choice. Listen, I know you're critical of Netanyahu, but I've yet to hear anyone give me a better answer than if they were in your shoes and you are fighting a military that has fully embedded themselves into infrastructure that belongs to civilians. Do you now lose a war and surrender because they've made it really, really difficult to attack? I'll tell you what Israel has done. They've done them the courtesy of dropping leaflets every single time they're going to make a strike, which, by the way, I'll add.
And let me go ahead and debunk that as well. The leaflets are pretty grimy. It's a pretty grimy way they were operating. They would tell people to go to one area like they did at Rafah. They dropped leaflets and told people, yo, go to Rafah and you'll be safe. What did they do in Rafah? They bombed it. Ever since then, the Palestinians had a distrust of the leaflets because they don't know. Sometimes they'll drop a leaflet and they won't bomb there, but they'll go ahead and bomb the place that they were going to. So they drop those leaflets and the Palestinians are stuck with a conundrum. It's like, all right, do I leave and possibly get bombed there? Or do I stay here and pray that they don't bomb it? That's what they don't tell you. And like I said, never proven that Hamas was running an entire hospital. And then here's the thing. You bombed a lot more hospitals than that. So you tell me that Hamas is using every single hospital along with underground facilities. So what? Were they above ground or underground? I mean, and let's be real. Still haven't showed footage of an extensive underground system that spans through 70% of Gaza, of which they laid waste to. No proof.
No other military will ever do that in any form of war. They have let aid in despite people denying that. That's a fact. They've let tons of food and aid in. Again, no other military will ever do that.
Well, they waged a 3-month. Well, hang on. They waged a 3-month illegal blockade of food and aid in February this year, which was a breach of all conventions, and in my opinion, was a war crime. I mean, I think a lot of stuff.
I mean, bombing hospitals is a war crime. I mean, trying to cause starvation, war crime. So, yeah, I mean, anybody trying to defend that, I mean, you are defending war crimes at this point.
was 3 months blockade. They allowed enough aid in to last them.
Well, you know what? It should never have happened. It was that you cannot do that.
Why is it Israel's responsibility to feed them to begin with if they're in a war?
It's not. It's a war crime. It's a war crime to have a blockade.
Yeah,
that's the point.
October.
No. You don't got to feed them, but you're not allowed to block assistance to them, which you were doing. You were blocking assistance, and not military assistance. You were blocking food assistance to the civilians. So pretty much you put the entire people of Palestine or people of Gaza under a collective punishment. That's why it's a war crime.
7th was a war crime too.
Yes, it was. But you won't get any. But Emily, you won't get any argument from me.
Oh God, I hate how they mention other war crimes and they're acting like we're defending those. We're not. We're letting we condemn those too. That's why we're condemning you guys, because we're being consistent.
I've always said that Hamas are a despicable terror group who committed one of the worst atrocities of modern times, and they can have no role in Gaza going forward. It's not just how the news is told, but what's left.
Agreed, though. I do not believe that any member of Hamas should be trying to lead Gaza going forward because, well, we might just end up at the same damn spot. Most likely. All right, let's get past this right here. Did I go too far past it? Whoops, my bad, guys. My bad.
Page on a higher level. It's incumbents.com/peers. It is incumbent on the only democracy in the region to actually behave at a higher level. And I've always taken issue with Israel's claim that they behaved on a
bro. Somebody said, "Well, bombing a hospital isn't necessary." Yes, it is a war crime. Do y'all need to look up the Geneva Convention that Israel signed under that states what war crimes are, because you cannot do that. You can't bomb hospitals, schools, electrical facilities, water facilities. You can't bomb those because the people need those. You're supposed to attack military sites only and try to keep civilian casualties to a minimum, not just start going on a reckless bombardment of the entire area.
Moral plinth to any
standing
army. I
disagree with you.
Well, the best way to prove it is to let the journalists in. It's very easy to make all sorts of claims.
Bro. See now y'all playing that idiotic game of, well, you're trying to say Hamas can't do war crimes? Yeah, they took hostages. Yes, that's basically a war crime. Like, bro, you went in there and you took hostages. They killed civilians. Nobody's saying Hamas didn't commit a war crime. We're just being consistent. If we're going to sit there and get mad at Hamas for killing civilians, so did the IDF. Like, if we're going to sit here and get mad at Hamas for going into people's homes and blowing it up or killing people, so did the IDF. So I'm just being consistent.
Have died in Gaza
because
when they're going to announce that they're striking and Hamas is not going to allow people to flee. Hamas would have given the journalists the courtesy of fleeing.
Emily, that's not the concern of the Israeli government.
Actually, there was a lot of pressing around Hamas. It said y'all killed them. I mean, y'all killed one guy. Y'all killed one Palestinian, media guy. You killed actually two of them, and then you called them Hamas with no proof that they had any ties to Hamas. But the only proof that y'all had ties is that they interviewed Hamas. And I mean, as press in Palestine, you would think that's their job. I mean, shoot, we go out there and interview the cartel and crazy ass like gang leaders and all that. So why can't a Palestinian press guy, interview Hamas without being called Hamas?
They're not concerned about the safety and welfare of journalists. It is down to the individual media companies who employ these journalists about their risk assessment. But the fact remains.
Yeah, you should not be telling nobody that, it's too dangerous in here. We can't bring media. No, you guys have no right to tell people that. It's up to CNN, ABC, News Network, Newsmax. They decide the threat level and they send their people in there. And when you guys block them, yeah, that's a problem. It kind of says that you're trying to paint a story and you're not willing to let nobody in here to prove that there's another side. And that's why nobody can trust Israeli media or any Israel talking head, because you guys won't let nobody else inside of Gaza to show the story or to have an opposing view or whatever. I mean, I think even Monty was trying to sit here and defend it and trying to say, why would they let in somebody who's going to give a bad opinion of them? Well, that's just how the press works. You let in everybody, no matter if they're going to give a good or bad opinion of you.
that no journalist from CNN, from BBC, from Reuters, from AP, from any reputable news agencies are allowed into Gaza to report freely on what's happened. And until they are, the suspicion remains that they are up to stuff which they don't want the world to see. So we will see.
Well,
I
Pierce,
fear we're going to uncover a lot of very bad
videos coming
stuff.
out of Gaza left and right. I think the safety of the journalists was their concern.
Well, they've killed a record. Well, they've killed a record number of journalists on Palestinian journalists. So I don't think they actually.
Unfortunately, Pierce, in Gaza, they throw on a vest that says journalist.
Yeah, but actually, many of them
See, and I mean, like, sis, you see how that's kind of crazy? It's like every time when they kill a journalist, oh well, they just threw on a vest and are actually Hamas. Like, you're willing to make any excuse, like. Bro, if anybody believed that weak ass excuse, I'm sorry, but you're willing to believe anything bad about these people. So you're telling me a press guy. So that means we can't trust nobody that's press. I mean, you guys pretty much put a green light to kill anybody in press uniform or who in media uniform because, oh, they're Hamas because Hamas likes to wear a press uniform. Y'all not being fair at that point because that means you don't even have to prove that they're Hamas. You can just bomb them and say, well, you know, Hamas likes to wear press. You can bomb a hospital, bomb a random ass house and be like, well, you know, Hamas like to hide behind citizens with no proof. With no proof, man. No proof at all. We're just supposed to sit there and just take that one to the chin.
Many of them were genuine journalists who were not members of Hamas who were brutally killed. And that is an outrage.
Are you aware Israel drops leaflets every time they're going to commit an airstrike and Hamas does not let them evacuate?
No, Hamas lets them evacuate and y'all bombed that area that you tell them to evacuate to just like y'all did with Rafah. What are you talking about? I mean, actually, y'all dropped leaflets and won't even bomb that area. Y'all bombed the area that you told them to go to. What are you guys talking about? Like I said, though, you guys won't hear this because they don't let in other media. Actually, it takes people that's talking on Twitter from Palestine to expose these guys. You won't hear about that because that's the only place that allowed everybody to speak is Twitter. I mean, TikTok is taking off all Palestinian voices and they can't show themselves on YouTube because this imagery is too graphic. I mean, what are they to do? I mean, when like Israel controls the entire media and they're able to put a blanket over the situation and able to call anybody they kill Hamas. I mean, y'all damn near gave these guys the golden card to commit genocide and ethnic cleansing.
You won't get me defending Hamas about any of this, but the idea that all the 200 plus journalists had it coming because they were fake journalists is bullshit.
I never said that.
Well,
no, that's what you did. You literally said that. All 200 of them they killed. Oh, you know, Hamas likes to put on a vest that says press on there. That you pretty much just made an excuse for all 200 of those journalists being killed.
You're implying it when you're saying they're wearing the shirt.
The journalists, they all had working cell phones, by the way. The claim that Gaza has no electricity was completely a lie. The leaflets warned them. They literally had sirens letting them know to leave. How much more of a warning should Israel give before they're going to strike? Which, again, I'm going to repeat.
Well, it's more of... Okay, look, I'm going to bring other panelists in. I think it's more not about the warnings. It's more about...
That actually is one good point she had, though. It's like, well, how do they have cell phones working if, you know... I mean, like, God, thank God they got cell phones working. We really wouldn't be able to see none of the atrocities that's going on in Gaza. Like, we really wouldn't know anything. So thank God people got phones out there and they're able to get some type of charge. Because, I mean, out of the many hospitals that are in Gaza, I mean, what, only like 3 or 4 are standing? So, yeah, they got places they can go to charge a phone, but not all of them.
About how much more bombing does it take to make your point? Let me bring in Tara Palmieri. I mean, Tara, this has been a very, you know, I've tried to be fair with this war from the start. I always recognized Israel's right to defend itself. I felt it had a duty to defend itself. I think any other country in the world that was attacked in that way would have done something similar, certainly early on. It's the scale of what happened, particularly this year, to me became increasingly indefensible. When you start blockading and starving a civilian population in the way that Israel was doing, when you just carry on just relentless bombardment and destroying most of Gaza, when you're not achieving your aims of hostage release or defeating Hamas, none of this made any sense to me. And when you have people like Smodrich and Ben-Gvir on the Israeli government, you know, openly talking about ethnic cleansing, kicking all the Palestinians out and taking the land.
Yeah, I mean, people in the Israeli government, in the Knesset, that, I mean, Smodrich and Ben-Gvir were in the Knesset when Trump was talking. I was surprised they wasn't one of the ones who spoke out. But yeah, they are on camera openly talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza, like, and they're okay with it. It's all about that for them. And then Smotrich, that's our financial minister.
I began to feel that the mission creep was changing very, very fast. That's why I'm so thrilled that we got to where we did today, really, unexpectedly. But what is your overview about this war?
I agree with you. If there was nothing to hide, then why not let international journalists in? I mean, international journalists have covered every war. They're covering the war in Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Here's the thing. There are international journalists who are on the front line of Ukraine. They're on the front line of one of the most gruesome wars with damn near 1 million plus death toll. And we got journalists out there. And you tell me we couldn't put no journalists in Gaza with the Hamas guys? We couldn't put no journalists with IDF, with those guys. We couldn't, do that. We could have, but for some strange reason, we couldn't. The IDF wouldn't allow it. And that just makes them look guilty. To be quite honest. How many people were hurt by Hamas rockets and mortars? And, they say 800 people were killed by Hamas. And the rest of the 1,200 was a friendly fire by the Hannibal directive, where the IDF choppers were going around shooting people indiscriminately to prevent hostages from being taken. Because, this hostage situation shows right here why I didn't want that. Because for 20 hostages that Hamas gave and 28 dead ones, they got like 2,000 Palestinians. That's one of the reasons why Israel does not like doing hostage deals with the Palestinians, because they always give up more than what they get back. And to avoid all that, they knocked out the Hannibal directive, started shooting all willy-nilly. They killed Hamas and their own citizens as well. I mean, if you go back to the footage of October 7th, you see the aftermath. Cars are melted. I mean, guys on paragliders can't do that. Man, but Apache helicopters can. So, yeah, there's your answer to that one.
Afghanistan, they take risks, they die, but that is
actually no. I mean, the guys on camera have already stated that the Hannibal directive did happen. They did initiate it on October 7th. I mean, there's guys saying it in Hebrew, not in English, but in Hebrew.
Way that people find out what is actually happening on the ground there. The fact that you couldn't get aid, the blockades, people traveling from.
Shout out Tristan Allen. Appreciate that super chat, my man. And appreciate the question.
Miles for days for just like chickpeas. I interviewed a father in Gaza that was traveling for days for that. It's just so inhumane that it's hard to even remember the start.
Shout out Tristan Allen. The Russian war has way more than 1 million killed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I'll agree with you on that. I'm not sure for a fact, but so I just didn't want to say, they got over 1 million killed, and I'm not sure about that. I've heard that there's been 1 million killed on Russia's side. I heard that there's like 400 to 500,000 on the Ukrainian side. But I hear your point on that one. It's killed. I want you to speak the truth, man, because that guy has been in Gaza and has been in Ukraine. Wait, because that guy has been in Gaza and been in Ukraine. Which guy? Because what was it? I know there was a guy on Tucker Carlson who's even had footage of him hanging out with the Russian soldiers and pretty much letting them know that, I'm a journalist that works for a media company in America that's on the front lines in the Russian-Ukrainian war. So, I mean, why can't we do the same thing in Israel? And why are they blocking us? Isn't that a bit suspicious? I mean, it's kind of crazy how people are willing to take whatever they say, but they won't let no journalists in to get a second opinion or another perspective on the matter. So this is what makes Israel look guilty. And this is why every time they say Hamas, 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 it's hard for me to believe them, because you won't let nobody else in but those who are already down with y'all agenda, who are already going to be Israeli shills. And I mean, I don't want to listen to Israeli shill. I want somebody who's at least on the fence about it, at least not a complete anti-Israel guy, but somebody who's even go in there and give us a fair reporting, or go in there and show us what's going on. Yes, I do want an interview with Hamas guys. I do want an interview with the Palestinian people. I want to hear from them and not just Israeli spokesmen. What's wrong with that? I mean, I think that's seeking the truth when you listen to both sides and not just overly listen to one side. If that's the case, then you're just being propagandized.
Part of the war, why this even started, which was an incredible aggression, horrible act of Hamas, just attacking Israel.
He said, Matt Tardio. All right, Tardio. All right, I'll look him up.
Brutally stealing his hostage,
I wonder if we're talking about the same person,
and killing them. But then when you get into the the atrocities against the Palestinian people and how many children have died. You've really lost the plot in so many ways. And then, you know, there are some of these videos where you see Benjamin Netanyahu sort of like berating these creators that are pro Israel, and they're saying you really have to protect us more in the press. You have to be pushing our side more and more. You realize it's really become a propaganda game in a way. And Israel lost. I mean, the rest of the world is condemning them for war crimes. You know, UN organizations saying it's a genocide. It's a wonderful day that the hostages have been returned. It's an amazing day. It's an amazing celebration. But I do think that, you know, we can't look at Netanyahu as some sort of hero in all of this.
No.
We have to understand that this is a breaking point.
But we could, I think. I mean, one of my biggest problems with the way, on both sides I've had this, right? So early on when I was defending Israel's right to defend itself, I had a lot of extremists on the Palestinian side saying I was a pro-Zionist monster and so on. And then this year, I've had
I don't think you should be following that guy Matt Tardo, because we're talking about the same pro-Israeli influencer. So he's an Israel shill for sure. He's not biased at all. He's heavily leaned towards Israel, and he doesn't hang on the fence at all. And he's also called for the assassination of American journalist Jackson Hinkle, which Hinkle, I get it. Hinkle do be posting some like wild ass things, but to say he deserves to be assassinated is crazy. But yes, he is a pro-Israeli spokesman. I mean, he is also he is a U.S. veteran as well, though. So shout out to his service. But if you want me to listen to an Israeli shill, I mean, sure, why not? Like I said, I'll listen to both sides, but that means I'm gonna pop on Al Jazeera next.
The complete reverse, where I've had very extreme Zionists who have come for me in big numbers.
And Hamas is massacring Gazans right now. That is a lie. Actually, bro, I mean, let me show you something, G. Let me show you something, because a lot of people don't know. But no, actually, that was the IDF that killed Gazans. I mean, what was it, like this morning? It was this morning where the IDF actually shot Gazans. And I posted about it on my page. I think it came from Ground News, but let me make sure, see if I got the post right here. But no, that's actually a lie. Hamas is massacring Gazans right now. No. And they can't massacre them more than the IDF has. I mean, let's be honest. Like I said, dog, when you listen to only the Israel guys, I can see where you get this, because it's like, dog, like what you're saying, no. But here it is. Israel says it opened fire. Here it is. Israel says it opened fire on suspects in Gaza. Local authorities reported 6 killed. Israel's military said it opened fire on Tuesday to remove a threat posed by a suspect who approached its forces in the northern Gaza Strip. And health authorities in the enclave said at least 6 Palestinians has been killed by Israeli fire. The military said that the suspects has crossed a border for an initial Israeli pullback under a U.S. brokered ceasefire plan in violation of the deal. This happened about, I posted this immediately, so it happened about 2 hours ago. And of course, you can find us on the left, center, and right. But shout out to my guys at Ground News. I can get you the exact article if you want me to. But yeah, the only people that are continuously massacring Palestinians and Gazans is the IDF. I mean, they're still doing it like right now, bro. So, like I said, but every time they kill Palestinians, they'll go ahead and give you guys a propaganda of, oh, it's Hamas, it's Hamas. No, it's the IDF. It's the IDF. His X tab is anger tab. I mean, why not? I mean, shoot, I'll go look at his X. I don't mind listening to, pro-Israeli guys. Like, I'm not saying not everything they say is a lie. But I mean, honestly, when it comes to what's going on in Gaza, most of it is just straight up propaganda, and they're just only trying to frame the Palestinians as straight out terrorists. I mean, it started from, oh, it's just Hamas, it's just Hamas. Now it's all Palestinians. And I've seen the message change happen so smooth, but a lot of people don't notice it. They just did it so smooth. All right, shout out Tristan. He says, okay, LOL, damn, dude, they killed males pushing the DMZ zone after being told to move back. Wow. I mean, they've been killing Palestinians like that in the same order for about 2 years. That's why we're at like 60K plus. But wow. I mean, hey, man, hey. I mean, here's the thing, though. You can't have this, like, I mean, lack of care for Palestinian life and then get mad if somebody does the same thing to Israelis. So I hope you're able to be consistent, because if I said, oh, well, they just came over and killed a bunch of soldiers, those are fair game, bro. Wow. You would be offended, and rightfully so. Debate Matt Tardo. Okay, I would debate Matt. It would be an easy win because all he's going off is Israeli propaganda. It would be an easy win. Actually, tell Matt to debate Dave Smith. How about that? Because it doesn't seem like nobody can beat Dave Smith. I mean, Andrew Hammer, Laura Loomer, they all got destroyed by Dave Smith. So how about this? Why don't you get in touch with your boy Matt? Tell him to get in touch with Dave Smith. If he can beat Dave Smith, I'll concede. I'll be like, all right. You beat the top guy damn near. Dave Smith or Scott Horton, one of those two. If you could beat one of those two guys, okay. But honestly, every Israeli spokesman is getting completely grilled and roasted on Piers Morgan and all over media. It's like y'all can't win a debate because I'm gonna be real with you. It's really hard to win a debate on this because y'all blocked out media. It's really hard to win a debate because there's all types of evidence of IDF misconduct. It's really hard to win. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, y'all should have let in those journalists instead of having fear of being judged for what y'all doing in Gaza. And not you, Tristan, but I'm talking about, well, the Bibi Netanyahu regime.
And their tactic has been to brand any criticism of Netanyahu or his government, which some of whom are absolute headbangers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, that if you criticize them at all, you must be anti-Semitic. You must hate Jewish people.
As a Jew, I want to say that's foolish.
Yeah.
I don't correlate criticism with anti-Semitism. I just want to make that very clear.
I know you would never do that, but I'm sure you've seen it, Emily. It's been a really insidious thing to have to experience because I have never had anything.
See, and it's arguments like this why y'all get cooked. It's like you can't sit here and pretend to give a shit when you ain't there. Isn't that what Douglas Murray said on Joe Rogan to Dave Smith and got completely obliterated all over the internet? Like, the man ain't shown his face since he got dominated by Dave Smith in that Joe Rogan debate. And he used the same exact argument that you did. Well, you ain't never been there. It's that elitism that kind of turned people off, and he still lost the debate because he didn't attack none of the points, just like you haven't attacked none of mine. You just say, well, you haven't been there, so okay, Douglas Murphy, all right, go ahead and take that somewhere else, because trust me, it ain't working here.
But positive thoughts about Jewish people, about Israel, actually. I love the country. I've been there.
Hamas took hostages and killed civilians and then hid behind civilians for 2 years, using them as cover, firing rockets from civilian areas. They started the war. No, actually, October 7th wasn't unprovoked. And actually, they destroyed, what was it? I think they destroyed a mosque days before October 7th. Actually, if you look up 2023 and all the conflicts that were going on, bro, the IDF and Israel, the Israeli government was, I ain't gonna lie, they was low-key giving Palestinians work or killing them before October 7th. So you can't even sit there and say October 7th was unprovoked. I'm sorry, you can't sit there and say that. Yes, it's wrong for them to kill people. It's wrong for them to take hostages. But we ain't gonna sit here and pretend like it's unprovoked. And as Israel hasn't killed people, Israel hasn't killed innocent people, Israel hasn't killed taken hostage. They have. To sit there and say that would be a complete lie. And I'm not going to hit you with the, oh, fair is fair, because both sides are wrong. But you do got to recognize when the other side does stuff too, and not just think that, oh, only one side is the monsters. No, both sides have done some horrible things. And hid behind civilian for 2 years. I mean, when Iran was over there striking military targets, where were they at? In civilian areas. So you can say Israel did the same thing, especially when they hit the Mossad headquarters that was right in the center of civilian, that was right in a city where civilians were. So, I mean, bro, their Pentagon is where civilians are. You could say they hide behind civilians too. In that same logic.
And the idea that you can't criticize a government. I made the point. I led the campaign against the Iraq war in the UK. I was running the Daily Mirror newspaper, which was a Labour supporting paper. I took on the Labour Prime Minister, Tony Blair. It didn't mean I hated the British people or that I hated my country. It just meant I hated what my government was doing in my name. So this kind of thing that you must be a Jew hater if you criticize Netanyahu, I found disgusting. Brandon, let me bring you in here. There's been an interesting split in Trump's support. The base, seems to me, the MAGA base is increasingly anti-Israel. We see that with Tucker Carlson, with Candace Owens and others. Others are very much pro-Israel, but there's a real split there. What's that about?
Well, let me correct you on that. I don't think it's anti-Israel. A lot of it's anti-Semitic. I mean, people are losing their minds. And I almost had a stroke.
Oh, shout out. I already know what they would do. Shout out old Slayer TTV. He says if Mexican cartels came into Texas and killed a bunch of people and took hostages back into Mexico, what do you think America would do? We would strike them surgically. We wouldn't sit there and destroy Mexico City over the cartel. We wouldn't sit there and destroy an entire city in Mexico, an entire region in Mexico because a cartel took a couple hostages. We wouldn't sit there and bombard and destroy 70% of Mexico over hostages. We would go in there, surgically strike them, figure out where their base is at, whatever is at. We'll either put boots on the ground or we'll do airstrikes on that Pacific base. But you will not catch us out here destroying hospitals in Mexico. You won't catch us out here destroying hospitals. You won't catch us out here destroying homes. So that whole argument is thrown out the window, my friend.
Listening to the capitulation to the foolery in Gaza and Israel.
I mean, bro, give our American servicemen more credit than that.
Israel don't owe them anything. Why are we confused about this? They came over and they slaughtered all these people. They took people hostage. They don't owe them nothing. They could starve them to death if they wanted to. That's their decision, in my personal opinion, because they're reasonable. They send out leaflets and the lies about the media. They don't allow journalists in. Where do you see? Where's all this propaganda coming from?
They don't allow them in.
I see videos of kids. I see buildings coming down. Where's all this coming from?
Dog, if it was my family, I wouldn't be singing a different tune because I wouldn't want the killing of innocent Mexicans on my conscience because certain members of my family got taken. I mean, I get it. I'd be sad, but I don't want innocent civilians dying over that. Like, bro, what is wrong with you guys?
Don't allow it is look.
Well, listen, but
bro, y'all doing y'all hardest, like mental gymnastics. Y'all doing some Simone Biles level mental gymnastics to make ethnic cleansing and killing of children seem right. Like, actually, the killing of innocent civilians and children, y'all are doing the most mental gymnastics to make it right. I just want to let y'all know that. I just want to let y'all know that right now. A couple of hostages after massacring 1,200 people. Well, remember, not all of them. Remember, y'all killed your own. Israel killed their own with the Hannibal Directive. So we could say 800 because y'all definitely killed your own. Let's not forget that.
It is actually a fact they don't allow journalists in.
No, but
unless you are a friendly journalist.
And yeah, if there was 1,200 people killed in America, bro, we wouldn't sit there and start bombing innocent women and children. Like, what are y'all? Y'all don't even make sense saying that. Like, come on now. Even especially if it was Mexico, of all people, Mexico. Like, all right, bro, maybe if you said, I don't know, Afghanistan or something, but you think we're just going to decimate Mexico over the cartel? No, we're not even doing that right now. Like, bro. He's like, didn't you all see all the video of Gazans cheering on Hamas during the October 7th? Do you see all the video of Gazans cheering on Hamas during October 7th? Actually, yeah. Yes, I did. And here's the thing, though. I mean, I've also seen Israelis cheering on October 7th, too, when they got him back. Well, October 8th and 9th, when they was getting him back. I mean, bro, both sides celebrated it in some way, shape, or form. Israel celebrated their get back on Hamas, and Hamas celebrated their get back on Israel for the events before October 7th, if you ever really looked into it. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying that both sides is right, but I ain't just going to sit here and just let Israel just pop off their propaganda and let them just paint the Palestinian people as the ones who just been wrong this entire time. No, both sides are in the wrong. It's just that y'all guys are doing backflips in y'all head to go ahead and make killing innocent civilians right. Like, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that this could have been tackled differently, like with Hamas. And y'all still can't, not the Hamas, but the Hezbollah. You can't defeat the Hezbollah argument because I'm right. Like, why didn't they do a strategic operation like they did with Hezbollah and take out Hamas that way without having to bomb a whole bunch of civilians and children? Like, come on. Make that make sense. Well, you can't. You can't. You got to ignore that and make a different argument.
Inconsequential.
Embedded with the IDF, you're not allowed in.
It's inconsequential because
it's not though, is it? Because how do we know the truth?
I believe it's inconsequential. You know the truth. You see the propaganda coming out of Gaza. You see, and then journalists get killed and people are complaining.
Propaganda is not
killed
truth.
and then people complain.
I see propaganda on all sides, and in my experience of propaganda in war, the only way.
Of course, there's a Hamas propaganda as well. I mean, bro, they be trying to, Hamas propaganda is that, oh, we're treating the hostages well. Israel is what was it? And that's it. Actually, their propaganda is treating their hostages well and framing Israel for the complete destruction of Gaza. Because I'm gonna be real with you, Hamas does have some blame in this. I mean, y'all shouldn't have committed October 7th, and Israel wouldn't have had that response. Even if I do agree that Israel over responded, I'm not disagreeing that they responded. I'm saying that they over responded.
Yeah, but hang on, Brandon. The only way to counter propaganda from all sides in a war, because it comes from all sides.
Yep.
The only way is to allow independent journalists to do their jobs.
They don't do their job in America. So what they lie.
Nah, bro. See, and that's what I'm saying. You're like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're low key trying to hide free speech. You're low key talking against free speech then, because you're pretty much saying, well, you're not going to give me the opinion that I want, so I don't want to let you in here. Like, yeah, bro, that's not free speech. Like, that's not freedom of press. Like, Brandon Tatum, correct your fucking self, G, because you're supposed to be MAGA, but it don't sound like it. Kind of sounds like you're more for Israel than MAGA. Because any real MAGA guy would tell you straight up, bro, I don't care if they're going to come in with a negative perspective or not. This is free press. I ain't scared of no opposing opinions. If they want to come in and give an opposing opinion, let them do so. We'll go ahead and fight them with the facts on the back end. But if you can't fight them with the facts, then you're just going to stop them from even taking a look.
Every day in America. So I don't really care about that. At the end of the day, we will see now that the war is over.
Let's talk about people getting $7,000 a post.
Let me finish,
to lie. That's
young lady. Let me
here
finish. And I will give you a chance to speak. Let me finish, young lady, please.
Today's show is sponsored.
Tristan, I actually got a pretty good argument for you on that one. Actually, I always have a good argument for you. But the argument on that whole, oh, well, they voted for Hamas. Half of them voted for Hamas. You know, half of the people of Gaza is below the age of 18, right? So when was Hamas voted into power? In 05, 06. So that means that actually, you can't sit there and say that most of the Palestinians voted for Hamas, because the Palestinians of back then, we're talking about something that was 20 years ago. Bro, the people who voted for Hamas, a good amount of them aren't even alive anymore. Actually, there's probably more people who didn't vote for Hamas alive than people who did, considering it was 20 years ago, and we got people now who are 18 and below. Half of them. Half of them in Gaza are 18 and below. What does that mean? There's over half of them that didn't even vote for Hamas. So that logic alone fails on itself. Like, I don't even know why anybody would even try to make that logic or even try to make that claim, understanding that they were voted in 06. You're acting like everybody in Gaza is 40 plus.
By Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them.
But which is inaccurate. Like, let's be real. And shout out my man, Dr. Luke, said you're 100% right and being fair also. Man, I'm not trying to overly hit on Israel, because, bro, I'm not trying to say that Israel's a bad place. These people are evil. No, I'm not taking it there. I'm just saying that the Bibi Netanyahu regime is out there trying to commit ethnic cleansing. And y'all are over here defending it. Some people are over here literally defending it. And it's clear as day. And this is my party. This is my party, though. And I get it, and I get where y'all coming from. I get where the pain's coming from, but yo, the fact that somebody even try to super chat in, oh, well, if it was Mexico who took hostages, what would we do? We wouldn't start recklessly bombing women and children, dog. I would hope you would know that. I thought that would be like common sense.
With incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep.
It is what it is. I don't know. Some people will defend Israel so hard that they'll literally forget that they're low-key championing the killing of women and children. And then, try to use, well, they voted for Hamas. In 06, when half or more of the population is, bro, we're talking about 53% under the age of 18. And they were voting in 20 years ago. 20 years ago, guys. This is 2025, 20 to 19 years ago. And you're telling me that majority of the Palestinians voted for Hamas? Today, we're talking about today's Palestinians. Doesn't even make sense.
20% off with the code PEERS.
And so what I'm saying is that I think it's...
Bro, that's like saying most of us today voted for, I don't know. What was it? William McKinley. It's like most of us today voted for William McKinley. How? Bro was elected 56. What? Well, how does that work? That's like saying most of us voted for Bill Clinton. It's like, how, bro? There's like, most of us are young. The kids are indoctrinated and martyred by their parents. No, they're not. You're thinking about Afghanistan and the Taliban. You're confusing different cultures, and that's what kills me. A lot of people confuse different Arab cultures and how they practice Islam with the rest of them. No, that's Afghanistan. That's the Taliban who teaches their kids to fight from a young age. They don't do that in Gaza. Actually, there's Christians in Gaza. You know that, right? And they actually work well with Christians in Gaza. So they're not the extreme radical Islamists that you guys frame them to be. Actually, that's actually really Afghanistan and other Arab countries, but that's not Gaza. You got the wrong ones, G. Sorry. But no, that's not them. Actually, I mean, to be quite honest, you really don't know what's going on in Gaza if you think that.
Consequential. I think people are jumping out. They don't have to feed these people. They could have starved them to death if they wanted to, but they didn't.
That would be a war crime.
They were kept. You could say it's a war crime anyway. Who cares?
I'm not saying
they
it.
came
It
over
would
there
be
and
a
killed all
war
these
crime.
innocent people in Israel.
Yeah, but Brandon, it would be a war crime.
You could say it doesn't matter. They killed all these people.
It does matter.
No, those are videos that have been picked up from Afghanistan and the Taliban, and you've confused it as Gazans. So, that's what I'm saying. So the videos of Gazan moms, most likely Afghani moms, saying they will martyr their kids to get this point across are fake. Yes, most likely are fake, to be quite honest with you. Most likely are fake. And I'm not saying that Hamas has doesn't have a positive image. They do. They do have a positive image over there. But to be quite honest with you, dog, if you understood the history, even if you understood the history, be honest with you, can't blame them. Can you blame them? I mean, we're talking about a history of people who's been subjugated or pretty much put into an open air concentration camp by these people. What do you think they're going to teach them about their kids? What do you think they're going to teach their kids? And you know what? I think you're lying, but know what? Let's say that what you're saying is real. No, actually, we're just going to say what you're saying is real. Do you not understand the history of the Palestinian people and the Israelis? Do you not understand that history to why that might be taught? I mean, even I understand why the Afghanis kids are being taught to hate America, because we've came in there and effed them up and recklessly bombed them. And now their entire civilization is against us. Even the whole next generation is taught to be against us because of our interference in their economy. I mean, it's the same thing, G. Same thing. I mean, due to Israeli interference in Gaza's economy, their way of life, infrastructure, their control if they can leave Gaza or enter Gaza, what do you think is going to happen when you put people under this much oppression? I mean, they're human, are they not?
Hamas is embedding themselves. Hamas is embedding themselves in the population.
Yeah, Hamas are disgusting. Hamas are disgusting, and they commit endless war crimes.
What are you expecting to do, Pierce?
Yeah, but
how do you fight a war?
I'm sorry,
when they're embedded in the people.
Sorry, but there are international rules.
Actually, I want to turn that argument on you, Tristan. Let's say there was a terrorist group occupying you all your damn life. What would you teach your kids if this terrorist organization controlled every facet of your life, made your life miserable, killed your friends and family or certain members of your friends and family? What would you teach your kids? Would you teach them to love them? You teach your kids to love your oppressor? Really? Okay, bro. Okay. I just want y'all to be consistent. Just for once in this argument, bro, be consistent.
Relating to warfare. And if Israel breaks them, they are as culpable as Hamas or anybody else.
Did Netanyahu commit war crimes trying to fight this war?
Bro, we teach our kids hate. What do y'all teach our kids about Muslims? Look what y'all say about Muslims because of the past of 9/11 and our wars in the Middle East. Look what y'all say about Muslims now. Y'all teach y'all kids to hate people we go against right the fuck now. What are y'all talking about? Oh, you don't teach your kids hate. Man, we don't mean to. It's not something we do on purpose. Just what happens when people go through shit. I mean, when we were black and we went through all this slavery with white people, what do we teach our kids? To hate white people. Once white people kind of eased up and things got a little better, it faded.
When you have Hamas embedded in
I believe he may well have done. Yes, I do believe that.
What else is he going to do then? Not fight?
No, you can fight, but you have to abide by the rules of war.
Well, what are you going to do?
This is why we have the rules. Yeah, but Brandon,
nobody's answering his question.
This is why we had the Geneva. This is why we had the Geneva Convention set up after World War II.
Because what do you do?
Brandon, after World War II, They set up a Geneva Convention because the world concluded that a lot of the stuff that went on in World War II simply crossed a line. And therefore, for future wars and conflicts, you had to have rules of engagement recognized by the international community. And if you don't have those, then anything goes, that anyone can do anything. And you, I'm sure, would agree with me that way.
Brandon, but Tatum, bro, you just literally said, oh, they don't owe them nothing. They can do whatever they want, man. Who cares what they do? I mean, even when it comes to committing war crimes, bro. I mean, do you hear yourself? That sounded pretty crazy, what you just said.
Way insanity lies, right? And total mayhem.
I agree, Pierce, but I think that this was a unique situation where you're fighting an enemy that's embedded in with the people. They literally have headquarters at hospitals. They're having military weapons and doing all this stuff. Some of their
guys, let's remember what these war crimes are like. Crime against civilians, intentionally killing or injuring civilians. Like, I don't know, shooting kids in the nuts that throw a rock at a tank. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. Bombing or attacking civilian infrastructures, which includes homes, hospitals, schools. So when somebody said in the chat, oh, well, technically bombing a hospital isn't a war crime. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Using civilians as human shields, which we can blame both sides for at this point. Both sides do it. Deporting or forcibly transferring citizens. I mean, that's kind of what they did. Let's be real. That's kind of what they did. Let's be real. That's what Israel did. That's literally what Israel did. Let's be honest.
Journalists are terrorists. Some of the people are terrorists. They're not even fighting with uniforms on. How do we even know who's a combatant and who's not a combatant? When they release the results of how many people that died, they're not telling you how many people are combatant. When they say that there's children that died, the range of children is from 17 all the way down. How do we know how many 17-year-olds that they've recruited to fight on the side of Hamas? So it is ridiculous.
Wouldn't we actually find that out if we had journalists in there?
Exactly.
Wouldn't we actually
the journalists going to have a birth certificate in their hand? Give me a break.
No, if we had journalists in there that were from every country all over, you can have your dispute with American journalists. You don't think they're independent?
Would be dead.
No, they would be alive, because let's be real, Israel's going to be less reckless with their bombing if they know they're going to get in trouble for accidentally killing journalists. So yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, shoot, like I said, Israel can tell their story, but nobody else can tell theirs. I mean, that's not a really good look, guys. It's not a good look. Like, it's just not going to get you it's not going to get your desired results. But hey, it is what it is. All right, back.
They will be getting killed. They will be dead. They will be starving.
Brandon, let me just interject for a sec. I want to point something out I noticed after the ceasefire is that before the ceasefire, if you looked at videos of Gaza, and Pierce, plenty of them were coming out, not from journalists, from civilians in Gaza. You saw no men in uniform.
All right, and here comes Tristan Allen coming in again. He says, how many civilians were killed in World War II? I think 70 million? I think that's on the low end. I know somebody said between 70 to 80. Probably have to look it up to give you the exact number, but I know it's in the ballpark between 70 and 80 million. Because I know he said 3% of the world population died in that war. So yeah, that's a lot.
It's almost like Hamas did not
I would like to know your point, though.
exist in Gaza. I actually thought Israel had gotten rid of them. Suddenly, after Israel withdrew its troops, every single man, actually, let me add, teenager and adult man.
Where are all the bodies? Let's see the 60K. Actually, you know what, dog? You might get pretty surprised. I don't think you're about to like, because when the fog of war lifts and they start digging under this rubble, that 60K might shoot up to 100K, 200K, at worst 300K. So you might get what you're looking for on there, buddy. I don't think you want to say that, because you might be eating this super chat later on.
Suddenly has a machine gun and is in uniform. Excuse me, the woman in the red, I forgot your name. Actually, really respect your opinion.
Tara.
But I do believe that.
And I mean, bro, that's like me saying, bro, Tristan, you just proved my point of how insensitive you can be towards the other side. If I said, all right, well, let's see the 1,200 bodies. You guys are lying. Oh, you mean the 1,200 bodies that got vaporized and all that good stuff? Yeah, show you that. Isn't that pretty, kind of insensitive to say? But then again, I don't know. Like I said, y'all have this debate and y'all don't share that same humanity towards the other side. And y'all wonder why y'all always lose the debate. Because y'all kind of attack from a very heartless position. And you know what? I wouldn't even say heartless. Yeah, no, that is pretty damn heartless. It's just that it's irrational. It's illogical. Because you guys are literally going against the Geneva Convention. You're literally trying to champion war crimes. You're trying to say it's okay to murder innocent civilians. I don't know, dog. And I mean, like I said, let's see the 1,200 people that died on Israel.
These Hamas militants, if you're a journalist in Gaza and they're dressed as regular innocent civilians, you don't know who's who. So what are they going to do? Okay, you look like a normal kid. You look like a normal kid. You could be Hamas, I'm not sure. They were literally, as Brandon's trying to say, embedding themselves in civilians, not just in your resources, in uniform as well.
And you know what's funny? You know, the Gaza population gone up. Yeah, even the population gone up, which I highly doubt. That's another Israeli propaganda. But even if it goes up, that doesn't excuse the fact that they killed 63,000 people. I mean, bro, do you hear yourself? Like, bro, is anybody like low-key here, bro, right now? This is how brainwashed you can be on the pro-Israel side when you say stuff like this. I mean, bro, it's like saying, oh, 50K Americans died, but who gives a damn? At least 100K was like born. I mean, but 50K died. So we don't care no more just because 100K was born? Like, bro, what are you saying?
They obviously were doing all of those things. So let me bring in Nadine. Nadine, you and I have talked a lot during this war, often in some very contentious circumstances. But today, how do you feel? I mean, the war appears to have ended for now. Palestinians are returning to what remains of their homes. There appears to be a joyous feeling of at least the war is over, and they can try and get back to their lives. They haven't been expelled.
He says, how many of those were Hamas fighters? I know it wasn't 58,000. I know it wasn't no 58,000. I know that. So, yeah, we get that out the way. It wasn't no 58,000. That's hilarious.
As many on the...
True, but I can tell you this. On October 7th, I do know that there's what you call fair game. Like, a lot of those guys were military personnel. So you can say that was fair game if you want to play that same heartless role and not give a damn about somebody's life. I mean, oh, what you mean? Those Israelis was fair game. They signed up for it. I mean, that's what they signed up for, guys. I mean, it's effed up. I mean, it's kind of effed up and it's a disregard for human life. Like, I don't even know why you would even make that argument without trying to disregard human life.
Israeli government would have liked to see. So do you give Trump any credit for this?
I mean, I sincerely hope that the, war is over. Palestinians have been through enough, through starvation, famine, entire bloodlines wiped out, families.
Now, what's kind of funny is that Israel said there was only 25,000 Hamas members, and it's kind of crazy. So I'm just wondering, like, yo, yeah, it took you guys this long to handle 25,000, and they're still not gone, by the way. Hamas is still operating. Remember, they're still here. So Israel completely failed. They ruined their reputation, and they didn't take out Hamas. I mean, that's failure. I mean, ruined the reputation around the world. Now, nobody likes Israel, and they didn't kill Hamas. I mean, ooh. I don't even know what to tell you on that one. But, yeah.
It'll never be, the same again. And, I just think these ceasefires aren't necessarily proof of peace. So far, they've just been pauses in the project of genocide and ethnic cleansing that began over 75 years ago with the Nakba and continues today. Under Trump, countless of Palestinians were killed. They were starved. They were displaced. And the so-called ceasefire plan didn't even include Palestinians, negotiators at all in the construction of the plan. Instead, Palestinians were forced into submission through starvation, blockade, and these U.S.-administered Gaza humanitarian fund sites where people were rounded up and targeted by Islamophobic biker gangs. And now part of these deals demand the disarmament of Hamas, which is literally impossible, since most of the weapons that Hamas happens now were delivered by Israel itself in the form of unexploded ordinances and munitions dropped on Gaza. So it feels like, this is all just a setup to extract the hostages, which Hamas said early on in October.
Oh, what's so crazy about that propaganda that my man Tristan tried to say about, their population went up. Now, if you look deeper into the numbers, right? Because like I said, these pro-Israelis guys, surface level research. But if you look deeper into it, they're not talking about their population didn't grow during the war. Their population grew prior to October 7th. They had a population growth of 2%. You see where it's misleading? Because they had a population growth of 2%. Doesn't mean that they were growing during the war. That's not true. Their population did not grow during the war. They had a population growth of 2% during the war. And even if they were growing during the war, it still doesn't make it right to kill 63,000, even if they could replace them with 70,000 babies.
2023 that they were willing to release all of the civilian hostages in order to just continue killing people in Gaza. Just last night, another Palestinian was killed, was shot by Israel, and also proxy, militias that are being funded and protected by Israel in Gaza are also continuing to kill Palestinians, like the Palestinian journalist Saleh al-Jafrawi.
They are continuing to kill Palestinians. I just showed you a story today of, the IDF killing Palestinians, 6 of them.
Was murdered. And I think another thing
while withdrawing, while they're supposed to be withdrawing, they're killing Palestinians. It's crazy.
Important to mention here is that Israel systematically Hamas. You're a compulsive liar. $7,000. We get it. You get your pay.
Keep saying that. That's a lawsuit. Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof?
Interrupting me.
I don't know. It's kind of Jewish of you to threaten lawsuits, though. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know. During this high level of what y'all call anti-Semitism, maybe it isn't the best thing to be a Jew trying to threaten to sue people. I'm just saying.
Not to mention that Israel systematically destroyed more hospitals, schools, water and sanitation systems, power plants, and other essential infrastructure right before withdrawing from Gaza, leaving the population.
Okay, don't all talk at once. Nadine, let me ask you a question. Out of interest, what should Israel have done on October the 8th by way of responding to the worst terror attack of modern times?
What should Palestinians have done to respond?
That wasn't my question.
Constant killing.
Dude, honestly, I'll tell you right now. I mean, they should have put the whole Gaza under martial law. Tell these people, look, we're coming after Hamas. We're going after only military structures. Everybody stay inside your house. If we catch you out in the street, it's on. And we'd have put boots on the ground. If they're in the hospital, we're gonna fight these guys in the hospital. We're not gonna blow up the whole fucking hospital and make our image look bad in front of the world, because that would be taking out innocent people. I mean, yeah, that's what I'd have done. I'd have set up a military strike and operation to go in there and take out Hamas surgically instead of bombing the entire Gaza. I mean, just to make yourself look bad in front of the people and have to defend yourselves on the stance of genocide. I mean, don't you think it would have been a little easier doing that? I'm just saying, instead of just ruining your whole image throughout the world. I mean, I'm just saying. And shout out Mark, man. Long time no see. A little blessing for your great work. Hey, I appreciate that, Mark. Hey, shout out to my man, Mark.
That wasn't my question. What should Israel have done?
Is she your lawyer? I'm not sure why she's continuously interrupting me. I know you get $7,000 to sit here and spew propaganda, but that's not.
I don't know if I don't think that's real, but I don't know why that's been circling around the internet. Like, yeah, every Israeli guy or pro-Israeli guy is now getting what, $7K a post. I'm like, dog, come on now. I mean, Israel got money, but they ain't throwing around money like that. I mean, they trust me. They got enough people who's willing to defend them for free.
Not going to work.
Nadine, aren't you a lawyer? Don't you know what defamation is? Do you have any proof that I have ever gotten one penny from Israel? No, if you're going to make an accusation, back it up with facts. Do you have one proof, one receipt that I received $1 from Israel, or are you just yapping at it
to his question right now? I know
Nadine, I think it's a fair. Hang on. It's a fair question, Nadine. You made an allegation against Emily that she's taken money to talk up for Israel. Do you have any proof of that?
No, she don't.
This is widely reported, and I would like to actually focus on the question that you talked about in regards to Gaza. I want to focus on the allegation.
Whoa, sis. It's not widely reported. It's just widely propagandized that these pro-Israeli guys are taking $7,000 per post, and I don't believe that, because, like I said, they'll do this for free. You know, and like they don't need no convincing. I mean, they take it, but no. I mean, it's almost like how people are saying Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are sponsored by Qatar for speaking against Israel. Yeah, well. Same thing other way around. You speak against the Palestinians or the Arabs, well, you're sponsored by Israel. See how both sides do it to each other?
At the end of the day, I don't.
Well, just for the record, Emily, have you accepted? Have you been paid, Emily, to talk up?
Hey, shout out my man Mark. No problem, brother. Hey, appreciate that.
Not 1 cent. Zero. Nothing.
Okay, so we've clarified that. Nadine, answer my question though. What should Israel, not the Palestinians, what should Israel have done after this appalling terror attack?
I think the only way that there can be peace in the Holy Land is through accountability and through justice, not through genocide. By committing this genocide, Israel hasn't.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the attempted genocide that Hamas waged. So let's talk about that first.
Yeah,
right.
let's move on to that.
What should Israel have done following the mass murder of 1,200 of its people, the wounding and maiming of 7,000 more, and the kidnapping of over 250, including Holocaust survivors and babies. What should Israel have done? What would have been the...
Like I said, it should have been a surgical strike, especially if they got 250 hostages. And now we only got 48 that's alive. And you're telling me you don't think that has anything to do with the reckless bombing of, Gaza? You don't think that has anything to do with that? Or the hospitals that some of these hostages could have been in getting medical care that, Israel recklessly blew up? You don't think they could have been with the kids that in the schools, that Israel recklessly blew up? I mean, I'm just saying, they said they cared about civilians, but they was recklessly bombing Gaza as if the civilians couldn't have been in any one of those buildings, which is wild. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'd have did a surgical strike. I'd have made sure I find out where Hamas is and put boots on the ground and go get these civilians. And make sure I keep civilian casualties to a low. I'm not going to say there's going to be no civilian casualties, but with my strategy, I know there ain't going to be no 63,000.
Proportionate, correct response by Israel after that attack?
Negotiating a hostage exchange in return for the Palestinian hostages would have saved a lot of bloodshed on both sides. And let's not forget that Israel employed the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. Much of the damage that have been done could only have been carried out by Apache helicopters, and
All right, but do you think what Hamas did? Okay, but do you think what Hamas did on October the 7th was justified?
You constantly ask me this question every time I come on your show as some sort of gotcha. I think that repression and oppression breeds resistance. I'm not living at the opposite end of a barrel of an Israeli gun. I'm not having my home destroyed to rubble. So I'm not going to tell people that have constantly faced this prior to October 7, 2023, that, resisting it is wrong or how they resisted is wrong. That's not my place.
A terror attack is not resistance. It's a terror attack.
Pierce, this is clear. This young lady is a propagandist.
How should have Israel
she does not have common sense. And
I'm asking you, Piers, now. How should
honestly, I would ask Pierce the question back, like, all right, well, when Israel attacked these guys 4 times before October 7th, what's supposed to be their response? I'm just saying, like, that's the problem. If you look it up, was October 7th unprovoked? They'll tell you no, because there was multiple attacks on Gaza before October 7th. So I'd ask Pierce the same question. Well, what are they supposed to do? I mean, they plead to the Israelis. They don't want to give them a 2-state or 1-state solution. They plead for peaceful. They try to do peaceful protests. The Israelis shot at them. Yes, they tried peaceful protests. The Israelis shot at them. I mean, so Pierce, what are they supposed to do? Or guys in the chat, what are they supposed to do?
75 years of displacement. For over 20 years.
That's 75 years of displacement.
It's not just a few months. Okay, it's funny. You're such a hypocrite. You're talking about me interrupting you, and now you're constantly interrupting me. Piers,
okay, because it's getting crazy what you're saying.
Constant incursions on Gaza, to the destruction of refugee camps in the West Bank, to the denial of the right of return, to countless war crimes. How should have Palestinians responded to that?
Well, my answer is that committing a terrorist attack of that magnitude is never, ever resistance or defensible.
What's the answer? So how should they resist?
Well, no,
you're just saying what they shouldn't do.
I'm making the point that an act of terrorism is never the correct response, ever.
Yeah, but like I said, though, they did peaceful protests. They tried to negotiate. They did everything they could, and they got killed for it. So I'd ask Pierce, like, what are they supposed to do? But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and leave it here. Hey, man, hey, if you unsubscribe because you don't like hearing the truth, it is what it is. Or opposing opinions, it is what it is. I don't mind. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and drop it off right here, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. It's definitely been a fun one. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. I'm going to go ahead and pop it off with some jazz. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in, guys. Make sure you double tap that screen before you leave. I'll be right back with you tomorrow. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. I appreciate the support, guys. Peace.